Good evening from wherever you're watching. We are live. Welcome to the Progressive Pulse, my brand new YouTube show that we are continuing to build and grow on week by week, just like this impressive movement that we have built together. The fastest growing wave of progressivism in this country is happening here. Either come aboard or get left in the dust, because the United States of America is changing, and it's changing tonight. This is going to be a historic night. We're going to be covering the 2025 election results. And even though this is an off ballot year, not a midterm year, not a general presidential election year, somehow this has become a national news day because of the crucial races we have from coast to coast. We're going to be talking about New York City. We're going to be talking about Pennsylvania. We're going to be talking about New Jersey. Of course, we're going to be talking about Prop 50 in California. But first, we will start with Virginia, because that's where polls will be closing at the top of the hour at 7 p.m. Eastern. We'll have our first polls closing in Virginia. Major governor race there. We're going to be covering every single race possible that's happening tonight. And here's what I'll say. I want to lead with this, and then we will, of course, be able to cover everything that's going on. Let me make sure that my show is not lagging too much. The biggest thing is this. Tonight, the country gets a little better. Tonight, the United States of America takes a step back in the right direction. We don't want to go back to the status quo of before Trump. Obviously, things were calmer. There was quote unquote normalcy, but the flaws of our society that we had before Trump led to the situation we have now. And that's why what's happening in New York City right now is crucial to redefine the Democratic Party, to redefine where we want to be as a nation. So while we're not going to undo all the sins of the Trump administration tonight, while tonight is not going to be a way to fix all of our problems, we still have 3 more years of this. It's going to get a little better tonight. It's going to get a little better. There may be a new Democratic governor in Virginia, another Democratic governor in New Jersey, a Democratic socialist in New York who is looking to send a referendum against MAGA, against the Democratic establishment. He's up against the entire party, right? Prop 50 in California. Yes, it's likely going to pass, but will it pass in a landslide? What type of margin are we looking at with that proposition? And last but not least, Pennsylvania voting to retain 3 state Supreme Court justices, which is a race that has not been talked about enough. Not a race, I should say, but a measure. But it's crucial because Pennsylvania is a swing state. We don't restore our democracy without Pennsylvania. So please let me know in the chat where you're watching from, because we're going to have people watching from all over the country this evening and all over the world. It is 3:04 local time, 6:04 Eastern time. We have our first polls closing at 4 p.m. in just 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern. That's in Virginia. In just a moment, I'm going to take you across various outlets. My goal with the show tonight is to be able to scrub through several different networks better than what you're going to be getting on regular TV. We're going to be taking a look at what's happening specifically in Virginia, specifically in New York, specifically in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and California as well. Let me make sure everything's working up and smooth. If at any moment you experience any technical issues with the stream, please let me know, and we will try to get those fixed as well. But yeah, thank you for being here, everybody. Thank you. So my point is this, before I take you to some live coverage. The country is going to get slightly better tonight. We're going to take a step back in the right direction tonight. And yes, there's still going to be 3 more years of this nonsense, but at least year by year, things could get slightly easier for people in this country. If we deliver tonight, people in New York City will have a better future. If we deliver tonight, California will send a message nationally that we're not putting up with right-wing extremists rigging our elections. We're going to push back, and we're going to do it the right way. So, again, let me know where you're watching from. Please make sure you're subscribed. Make sure you click the like button. Make sure you have followed all my social media channels. This is how independent political commentators like myself are going to compete with the big fish. In fact, this weekend, I might even be on CNN, but it's clear that these major media networks are looking to us, the independent players, as the future of media. And you've seen how fast this channel has grown. You've seen how fast all of our social media has grown. It's clearly because people are fed up with the corporate media. They're fed up with establishment talking heads who are paid to say what they want to hear. But what I'm going to do tonight is tell you the truth about what's happening in this country and around the world, focusing specifically on the truth of what's happening on the ground in New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Virginia, New York, California. We'll also make sure to take a look at what's happening in Minnesota. There's a mayoral race there with Omar Fateh. He's also a Democratic socialist challenging Jacob Frey, I believe. And we'll look at, there's a Congress race in Texas as well. Although I'm very concerned with what's happening with the House of Representatives. It appears to have been abolished. Like, they're not in session. Day 35 of this government shutdown. Americans aren't getting the SNAP benefits they need. People are going to start going hungry. And the Trump administration is now weaponizing hunger. They're trying to blame the Democrats. They're saying the Democrats are responsible. No, this is actually the first thing the Democrats have done since Trump has won, where they've actually pushed back. They've actually fought harder to get the Trump administration to back down. The Trump administration has no power right now. They have no leverage in this situation because the American people know the Trump administration is responsible for the government shutdown. How could they be absolved from responsibility when they control the House, the Senate, the presidency, and the Supreme Court? And let's be frank, the media as well. The media as well. They control the fourth branch of government. The media is completely compromised by the Trump administration. They barely push back. They pay massive multi-million-dollar settlements. Somebody says, provide your coffee brand immediately. I don't have a specific coffee brand, but I'll say this. If you go to the link in my description, you'll see a link that says buy me a coffee, and you can do exactly that. You can buy me a coffee by sending $1, $3, $5. It supports the show. You can leave a message as well, and I try to respond to everybody that supports me there. Even if it's just $1 or $5, it really helps me grow this program. So that's what I would recommend. You don't have to send me coffee, but if you want to send me $5 so I can go get a coffee later tonight. This is going to be a long show, folks. We're going to go until all the polls are closed. Periodically throughout the show, if there's major breaking news, I will literally record behind the scenes content of myself launching live videos to TikTok, Instagram, etc. So make sure you're following on Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, and of course, subscribed on YouTube. I'm going to start a goal in the chat to see if we can reach a super chat goal over the next hour of reaching 10 super chats. And if we do that, next week, I will post more exclusive behind the scenes content of my recent interview with Governor Gavin Newsom. So there is a super chat goal in the chat now. You can send $5, $10 throughout the show. And also, by doing that, your chat is highlighted. It's something that I can see. So it's a great way to broadcast a message. Although I will say, only rules, no hate speech, and no misinformation. With that being said, I would like to take us now out to some live election results so we can see exactly what is taking place around the country. So let's take a look now and see really quick. let's highlight this New Jersey race first.
Like Lilia was talking about, a central focus of their campaign has been affordability. Lindsay, we were also speaking at a union headquarters, and President Donald Trump has frozen funding for the Gateway Tunnel. This is a key transit project here. They've lost 100,000 union jobs. Those union workers also felt very strong about voting for Mikey Sherrill. But our correspondent, Jerika Duncan, has been with the Ciattarelli campaign. She spoke with them, and they said that Jack is feeling really good, and they are counting down the hours for when the results come in.
Around the country.
So both sides really projecting confidence here, Lindsay.
It's a close one.
My goal as well, until we get into the really breaking news, I'm not going to pause live broadcasts as much. I'm going to mute and analyze what's happening. And just so everyone is aware, there's major governor races happening in Virginia between Abigail Spanberger and Winsome Earl Sears. Earl Sears, who recently made it clear she thinks gay marriage should be illegal. She says it should be up to the states, and that if she were governor, she would make same-sex marriage illegal in Virginia. I'm not sure if that's the kind of country we want to be in the 21st century. I think most Americans are pretty fed up with that bullshit by this point. But regardless, there will be history because we will see the first female governor in the state of Virginia, because either way, it's going to be one of these two. I want to see first, though, what coverage we can get out of New York City, as that is going to be probably the defining race of the evening for sure. A major defining race. So here's what this is. New York 1. This is the major local news network of New York. So we'll get specific New York coverage as we find out who's going to win: Zohran Mamdani, Curtis Sliwa, or Andrew Cuomo. Let's hear what New York has to say.
Far left, and it seems that they plan to make him the face of the Democratic Party if he does win. And that's why we've seen a somewhat muted response from many Democrats. Of course, Mamdani does have his vocal supporters, for example, Senator Bernie Sanders, Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, but we've also seen many party leaders reluctant to give their support, and that includes the Senate Minority Leader, Chuck Schumer, who is still not given an endorsement, and the top Democrat in the House, Hakeem Jeffries, who took a long time to do so. There's also been hesitance from many moderates in the party. Take a listen to Congressman Tom Suozzi when he was asked about the race.
I think that when looking at the two candidates head-to-head, that Andrew Cuomo would be much better for New York City because he has the experience of operating a multi-billion-dollar enterprise and getting things done in the complex environment of New York politics. And I think one very important thing is Andrew Cuomo will fight back against Donald Trump. We know that. Andrew Cuomo is no pushover. He will fight back if Donald Trump tries to hurt New York in any way, shape.
How is this guy even saying this at this point in the race when Trump has specifically endorsed Andrew Cuomo and Cuomo saying he wants to work with the Trump administration? What?
He's not throwing his support behind Curtis Sliwa, the Republican, in this race, saying that he wasn't ready for prime time, despite the fact that they are both in the same party. Earlier this week, Trump said that if he had to choose, he'd back Andrew Cuomo. Any word from the president today on this election day?
Yeah, we have heard from him on social media. I mean, look, he's shown a great interest in this race, criticizing Mamdani as a communist and extreme. And on Sunday, he took the remarkable step of endorsing Andrew Cuomo, as you were mentioning. Yes.
I wish Mamdani was a communist, let's be real. But we have to have marginal change in this country. He's barely winning as a democratic socialist. He's not even a socialist. He's by no means a communist, right? And it's funny how people call him radical. They say he's so extreme when all he's doing is trying to give a few crumbs back to poor working people in this country, right? He is simply trying to give us back a couple crumbs. He's trying to make the buses free. He's trying to make sure childcare is free and accessible. And just by giving us a sliver of hope, he has disrupted the system so much so that these billionaires and these corrupt politicians are doing everything at the last minute to try and stop him.
His remarks for tonight as we speak before possibly going back out and campaign in the final hours of this race. the former governor has really characterized this race as a fight for the future of the city and the Democratic Party, pitting it as a fight between moderates like himself and more progressive socialist members of the party like Zohran Mamdani, the Democratic nominee. He, in particular today, has been making that final pitch to Democrats and Republicans alike. He's hoping that going across the aisle will boost his results.
What's so sad about this is how he got his ass kicked in the primary and decided to stay around, and yes, has made it a closer situation here in the end, and nobody should take the polls for granted. I'm not convinced this is going to happen until we see it play out tonight, but he's really setting himself up for another ass kicking, another public embarrassment. I don't know why he feels the need to endure this. He's already been the governor. Why would you spend all this time as governor and now you want to be the mayor? You're going to take way less power and you're going to work under the governor of what you used to be, while risking just getting absolutely publicly humiliated for a second time, this time in a more national sense. You'll never come back from this.
It's different from the Democratic primary that he had months ago. Unlike his rivals, he is running as an independent. He has tried to move to appeal to those voters who have more conservative policy positions and values. Amid all of that, President Donald Trump last night also calling on his supporters to vote for the former governor, saying that they might not agree on many things, but he is the best person for the job. The former governor responded to this earlier today, and here's what he had to say.
It's an important message because it's a three-way race. It's myself, the Democratic Socialist, Mamdani, and there's a Republican named Curtis Lewa. And Curtis Lewa's a spoiler. There was no chance he can win, but he can make Mamdani a winner. So President Trump saying to the Republicans, don't vote for Sliwa, you're wasting your vote.
It's funny because had Cuomo dropped out, Sliwa could have potentially challenged Mamdani, because all the conservative voters who were taking on Cuomo might have flocked to Sliwa. And it's just so infuriating, the amount of people who have been slamming Sliwa, saying, Sliwa, you must drop out. You have to help Cuomo. When in reality, it's like, hey, Sliwa's the Republican and Zohran's the Democrat. You're the independent. You're the one who already lost the primary. So if people really wanted a better chance to beat Mamdani, they should have backed Sliwa.
That could be very helpful.
Now, I'm not saying like that's what I want. Obviously I support Mamdani, but I'm just analyzing it from a campaign perspective. They really messed up in so many ways.
Cuomo right there acknowledging that it would be helpful for him when it comes to those returns to get people to cross the aisle and vote for him. That calculated support coming from President last night. But we are hearing that Andrew Cuomo is expected to be in the Ziegfeld Ballroom after the polls close at 9 p.m. So we'll have to see how that goes. And who will show up, we'll have to also wait and see. We know he's gotten some high-profile endorsements, including from the former governor, Patterson, and even from Mayor Adams, as we heard, who said that he voted for the former governor. We'll have to see what faces we see in the crowd later tonight, Annika.
All right, let's go back and see what's happening in Virginia. I want to make sure that we are covering every state very evenly, especially because Virginia is going to close first. So I think there's a chance we'll get those results first out of Virginia. Let's take a look.
Right now, with the squeeze that they are facing in their everyday lives, with the cost of goods going up, their concerns about healthcare access, their concerns about housing, their concerns about just putting groceries on their table, right? Most people believe in this country, as you can see by your own exit polls, that things are not going in the right direction, that their lives actually haven't improved since Donald Trump was inaugurated. And as a result, you're going to see a big night for Democrats. And what this will send a message to folks around the country is that the reports of the death of the Democratic Party were greatly exaggerated. The Democratic Party is back, and I've got a message for Donald Trump and the Republicans. We're coming for you. We're going to put a big check on your power in 26.
Okay, so I hear you obviously drawing that line between what happens tonight and what happens next year, and obviously the super critical midterms. Is there a risk, Ken, of over-extrapolating the results from tonight? Do you worry about a sense of overconfidence if you do that?
No, look, I mean, one thing people know about me, and it's not why I never lost a statewide election in Minnesota, I never get overly confident. We don't believe the polls. We just get out there and we fight and we organize, and that's what we've been doing all year. I've been on the job for 9 months, and we've seen a historic overperformance across the country. We are winning elections up and down the ballot. Sure, some of that's anti-Trump sentiment, but it's also the candidates running under our banner who are actually focused on the issues that Americans care about. They are focused on an economic agenda that gives people hope that their better days are ahead of them, that they can actually climb the economic ladder and build a better life for their families, right? And they're not, they're not gravitating towards Republicans because Republicans are not offering solutions. In fact, they lied to them, right? Donald Trump is more focused, and the Republicans are more focused on gilded ballrooms and fancy Great Gatsby parties than actually helping anyone improve their lives. And certainly at a time when the government shut down, they've shown no interest in the lives of working people in this country. And so I think what you'll see tonight is an embrace.
He's hitting a good message. It's not all the way there yet, but I'll say this. I wish they would focus less on the fact that Trump's doing this ballroom, which is very symbolic. Visually, it's a very jarring image to see him doing this ballroom while people are struggling. But I think people need to be focusing more on the fact that they're neglecting the economic issues of Americans because they're spending all the money on immigration. They're spending all the money on this secret police, ICE, billions and billions of dollars. How about this inflated defense budget, the absurd amount of money that the Trump administration is pouring into the Pentagon, gearing up for more war? And then you have the unbelievable tax breaks and handouts to the ultra wealthy. Okay, so it's not them just doing nothing and then building this ballroom. It's the fact that their priorities are not Americans. Their priorities are ultra wealthy oligarchs.
Of the Democratic agenda, which is a working class economic agenda, giving hope to people's dreams.
To that point, Ken, and then I know you're limited on time, but to that point here, when you look at what we've seen in some of the exit polls so far, and again, it is early, we haven't even seen a smidgen of actual vote count data yet. We won't for another 40 minutes or so. But if you look at some of this, in Virginia and in New Jersey, when you ask how much was Donald Trump, was the president, a factor in your vote, almost half of voters in both of those states, Ken, said he was not a factor at all. And so I wonder, do Democrats, in your view, need to pull back on the anti-Trump messaging here when you look at the way that Mikey Sherrill, Abigail Spanberger have run their races and have put their messaging forward to get to the point that you're making on being a party for the working class?
Well, I think what you're going to see is Abigail Spanberger and Mikey Sherrill will win tonight. And the reason they're going to win is because they ran for something. They ran on a vision of how to actually bring down the cost and make it more easy for people to afford their lives and to
Thanks
actually
for being here,
get
everybody.
ahead,
Make sure you
to
subscribe.
have
Make
an
sure you like this
opportunity
video.
to
Make
have
sure
a shot at
you
the
share this video
American
with a
dream.
friend.
And that's
We're
why they're
covering
going to
every
win.
race tonight.
The
Thank you
through
for being
line
here.
between all of our candidates, candidate in New York City, Zohran Mamdani, Mikey Sherrill in New Jersey, Abigail Spanberger in Virginia, is that all of them are focused on affordability. All of them are running on a positive message, and they're running for something, not just against Trump. Of course, they're also talking about Trump because Trump has been a disaster. He hasn't delivered on anything he said he was going to do. But we're not just in that space. We're just not living in that space of attacking Trump. We are offering the American people a values proposition, and the value proposition is this: vote for Democrats, and we'll help you actually achieve the dreams that you want and build a better life for your families.
Just quickly before I let you go, and I promise I will, if in fact your prediction is borne out tonight, and by midnight or whenever we're going to know the results, it turns out that both of the Democratic candidates have won in these gubernatorial races, you suggested that that portends good things for Democrats come 2026. Do you think then that that it would be enough of a wave that you could flip both chambers in Congress next year? Is that your sense of things based on how tonight goes?
Well, it's certainly not impossible. I'm not going to make predictions right now on what 26 will look like in terms of both chambers. But remember,
could you imagine if they actually managed to control the House and the Senate, and they were able to not only impeach Trump, but convict him? That would be just the sweetest conclusion to all of this. It would be so much sweeter after all this time to finally see justice. It's wishful thinking, but based on how unbelievably unpopular this president is and how slim the margins are in both chambers, I wouldn't rule it out.
Only need 3 seats to win back the U.S. House. And the average swing in the congressional midterm election for the party that's out of power is 26 seats. And it spikes to 38 seats when you have a president sitting under 50%. And Donald Trump just hit the all-time low of his second term at 37% approval rating, right? And so the reality is things certainly don't bode well for Trump or the Republicans next year, which is why, by the way, they're trying to rig the map and change the rules of the game with this mid-cycle redistricting. So I say this, look, it's not impossible that we could win both chambers back. And I'll use 2005 as an example, right? George Bush comes in, he attacked Social Security, his numbers go into the toilet, and no one thought there was a prayer's chance in hell we were going to win back both chambers of Congress in 2006, and we did, right, with a huge, big wave election that year. I'm not going to predict that. I know what we're going to work towards that. We're going to roll up our...
Oh my God, this makes what George Bush was doing feel like a cakewalk. At least Dick Cheney's gone, though.
Sleeves and do everything we can to win both chambers. And it certainly tonight is a first step in doing that.
DNC Chair Ken Martin, thank you very much, Ken, for being back on the show. We're glad to have you, of course, on election night. Appreciate your time.
Thank you so much.
We've got to get to some non-election related big breaking news that's coming into us right now with word of a UP.
We'll skip ahead of this. All right, so anywho, we're going to cover every race that's taking place. First polls close at 7 p.m. Eastern. That's in Virginia between Abigail Spanberger and Winsome Earl Sears. Winsome Earl Sears, notably, is a right-wing extremist running for governor. She recently was talking about how same-sex marriage should not be legal. She's anti-choice. She's pro-ICE. She's pro-billionaire. And Spanberger is a progressive Democrat at best, but a much superior choice. Somebody that is going to represent the needs of people in Virginia, people who are struggling to afford their housing, their health care. She's going to try and protect access to Medicaid, access to SNAP, everything that we see getting trampled on by the biggest and most oppressive government this country has ever seen. So let's take a moment and just thank you all for being here. Thanks everybody for coming in early. I know the polls haven't closed yet and the big news isn't coming. So if you can, share this link with another person. Let them know if they want a place to watch election night coverage. This is the place to do it because we're going to give it to you raw. We're going to give it to you unapologetically authentic. And this is going to be a place where we're going to have a discussion. We're going to talk about the ramifications of everything that's happening. We're going to have breaking news right when it happens, and we'll be able to dissect all of it. So share this with a friend. Make sure you're subscribed. If you want to support my show, you can become a member here on YouTube, and you can become a Patreon member as well. That's linked in my description. You also can find my Substack, Instagram, TikTok, etc. It's all there. It's all there. I'm sure some of you already follow me on other channels. That's how you got here. Let's take a look at what Trump tweeted today, trying to sway people in this race. Take a look at this.
From here in New York as we're looking at races in Virginia, New Jersey, California, and beyond. And we're getting a gut check here on how voters are feeling about things like the economy, how their families' financials are doing ahead of those first poll closures, really just about 30 minutes from now, looking at the clock. You got President Trump saying today that if affordability is your issue, vote Republican. He goes on to suggest that energy...
Such a lazy effort from Trump, by the way. Completely silent all year about this. And then the day of the election, just spam tweeting. He's like tweeting every minute, like trying to play catch up. Dude, where were you? Where were you these past few weeks? Were you busy working for the American people? Oh, you were golfing? Oh, you were working on that ballroom? That's how you know he knows these races are not going in his favor. He didn't even weigh in at all. Now at the very end, he's doing a desperate last minute attempt, really overplaying his hand. He thinks he has way more influence than he actually does. He's like, oh, if I just tweet last minute, I'm going to sway a bunch of people to go out and vote. And if it doesn't go my way, I'm so powerful, it must be rigged. So he says, if affordability is your issue, vote Republican. Energy costs, as an example, are plummeting, getting close to $2 a gallon gasoline. When energy goes down, everything else falls, and it has. The audacity of this is ridiculous when you think about the fact that everything has gotten more expensive and he's telling you to stay with the MAGA movement. Unreal. Unreal. This type of lie worked before they took this second term because they were saying, oh, look how inflated everything is because of COVID, even though the Inflation Reduction Act hasn't even really kicked in and the American Rescue Plan hasn't really kicked in. And the Biden infrastructure bill, we're going to take credit for that as well. Vote MAGA. And of course, everything's gotten worse. And then, of course, now they're going to say, well, you got to vote Republican to make it better.
It's going to be two. It's going to be two. Well, a lot of the experts say it's going to continue to drift down. That is real savings. The stock market, the president uses this a lot as well. It is record highs in the stock market.
It's going gangbusters.
And it's up 40-some% just over the past year, up 95% in 5 years. That's fantastic. So why do in this polling and this exit polling, do people still feel like things aren't going in the right direction? It's because childcare costs are very high. Food prices. I mean, I wrote down a lot of these things. Shelter prices up 23% over the past 4 years. Car insurance up 56% over the past 4 years. Food, all the food categories are up, 19, 18, 20%. The S&P is up 40%. That's true, but it's those daily bills, I think, that accumulate against on how people feel.
Also, not everybody has a 401k. Not everyone is invested in this.
By the way, if at any moment anybody sees any breaking news that I somehow missed, that's another beautiful thing about this program. We have this interactive chat. Make sure you're chatting. Would love to hear if you saw something. The show where Charlie Kirk was assassinated, I was live, and I think somebody in the chat told me that he got shot, and that was what alerted me to go pull that up because we were talking about something completely different. Nobody had it on their radar that Charlie Kirk was going to get assassinated that day. Nobody had that on their radar at all. Oh, mind you, I didn't even tell people on Instagram that we're live, so expect a plethora of people to jump in now. How silly of me. How silly of me. Here comes a bunch of people. So, wow, we have less than 30 minutes until the first polls close in Virginia. Let me know in the chat if you are from Virginia or you're watching in Virginia. Please let me know. Also, New Jersey. Do we have any Jerseyans in here? Do we have any New Yorkers in here? If you're a New Yorker in here, I only am comfortable with you being in here if you voted. Really, that goes for everybody, actually. If you're in New Jersey, California, Virginia, Pennsylvania, or New York, you are not allowed to be on this program unless you have already voted, because otherwise you need to get your ass out there and quickly get to the polls. Hey, Oscar, fellow Angelino, glad to have you here. Thank you for being here. Go Dodgers. Even though I'm not a fan of the organization, it was a great series. Great series. The game was awesome. Wow, you're from West Virginia. Okay. So not the same governor's race, but, you're close by. You're close by. Looks like we're going to discuss Prop 50 on NBC soon. Let's see what else we can find across the other networks. Let's see what they're talking about in New York right now. Is anything interesting happening? We'll have this. This is a really cool feed that we'll show too, where we're going to have you'll be able to see later on. We'll cover if there's a victory speech from Mamdani. We'll watch that. God forbid there's a victory speech for Cuomo. I'm saying if Cuomo somehow wins the election in New York, it will have been so rigged. It will have been unbelievably rigged. And I hope New Yorkers respond. I would expect to see some type of demonstration in the streets of New York that makes January 6th look like a field trip. I seriously believe that. It would have been so rigged. Hey, another California viewer. Hey, what's up, Flagstaff, Arizona? Another LA viewer. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. Make sure you guys are all subscribed. Let's see what else we can show you before the polls close in Virginia. This is a really exciting evening. Who's excited? I'm fired up right now. I feel like this could be one of the most historic nights of this century, really, because the New York election is huge. It's huge. Yes, it's just the mayor, but it is a signal to not just the country, but the world that in the face of unbelievable racism and Islamophobia, anti-Muslim racism specifically, and in the face of unbelievable conspiracy theories and propaganda and misinformation about him being a communist, about him being a Marxist, a jihadist, Mamdani has a chance to not just defeat the Democratic establishment, but MAGA as well. He has become a target of the Democrats and the Republicans. Leah, thank you for following on Facebook. Thank you for being here this evening. We have 24 minutes until the first polls close, coming up on 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Polls will be closing in Virginia, and then the next polls will close really quickly in New York and New Jersey. And then, of course, where I am in California, our polls will be the final polls to close, but not that much later. I think it's only at I want to say 9 Eastern, maybe 10 Eastern. I'll have to look that up again. Hey, just got off work in San Diego. Welcome. Thanks for being here. Look, I'm sure a bunch of people are just getting off work right now. That's why I wanted to start early. And the polls still haven't closed yet. Even when they close, we won't have all the information right then and there, but we're going to start seeing the data. And it's going to be a lot faster to count these than it is to do the presidential election. So we should be able to know everything tonight. And I will be here to bring it all to you. How soon will we know the results in Virginia? Well, that poll closes in 23 minutes. And as soon as that closes, we'll have initial numbers. People are predicting that Democrat Spamberger is going to win by at least 10 points. It was less close than I thought, which, I am glad that we go into these thinking they're going to be close because nobody gets complacent. We have to still make sure people vote. But if it is truly a significant win, a big blowout, we should be able to know pretty quickly. Unless it's very close, there's no reason it needs to be counted all the way into the wee hours of the morning. They should be able to make a projection. Let's see if we can hear from the governor, Gavin Newsom. This is from the other day.
After sort of mount an opposition to Donald Trump. And it's incredibly impressive. So I will say this, though. Interestingly enough, I find that the governor is really, I would say, is catching his stride. And I've seen him most recently. He did the interview this past Sunday with Kristen.
That's right.
He clearly has caught his stride. I think he's feeling comfortable. He's definitely going to run. And he's increasing his appeal and really motivating the base and generating some energy among the base.
You're also smiling, I assume, for different reasons.
For different reasons.
Ashley.
All night we've been here, and my friend Ashley keeps talking about how the Democrats have to have something more than just going after Trump. And then when she talked about Gavin Newsom, all she talked about was him going after Donald Trump. What has this guy done to improve the lives of Californians, regardless of race, religion, color, or creed? How good is his state doing? That is going to matter on the national stage because typically...
The essence of his point makes sense. Yeah, we can't just go after Trump. We have to actually run on something that gets people excited to vote for Democrats, not voting against Trump. That's what Mamdani has done. How many times has Mamdani said, vote for me, you're voting against Trump? No, he's saying, vote for me because I'm going to help make your life better and do the things that Trump said he would do but isn't actually doing. Now, where this guy is a complete imbecile is, well, Gavin Newsom has actually done a lot to improve the lives of Californians, and Gavin Newsom receives a lot of blame for the unhoused population in California that has been ongoing for much of California's modern history. It's a crisis that no governor has been able to solve. Now, do I wish he does more to tackle it? Absolutely. However, I worked very closely on construction sites that were building massive affordable housing sites that were meant to bring in people from the streets. There's a lot of projects in the works right now. You can't just build these things overnight. He spent a lot of money building new projects to help increase housing. Just signed a new bill into law that's going to build massive urban housing areas around transit. So the BART system in the Bay Area, the metro in LA, expect new high rises by those areas with affordable housing so people can live by the metro, they can take it to work. This is going to increase public transit. This is going to increase housing. It's going to help hopefully bring down rent because there's going to be more availability. So there are a lot of things that he is doing right. Now, he just needs to message on those issues. He needs to talk about those issues. But he has to spend too much time pushing back on imbeciles like this guy.
governors use what they have done to run for president of the United States. Now, while he is the hot candidate right now, and thankfully he came out and said what everyone knew, which is, yeah, I'm thinking about 2028. It'd be disingenuous if I didn't talk about it. He still, by a large measure for the American people, is an abject failure in that state because it is a serious haven for crime, for homelessness, and high taxes, which people do not like.
Let me bring it back to the redistricting issue because there's another piece to this too. Because I said it and I mean it. If you don't live in California, this is still really interesting and important potentially if you care about what happens in Washington, and I think everybody does, which is the way that you're seeing some of these red states. President Trump wants this to happen, right? He has made these calls to try to get some of these states to redraw maps. But you're seeing in some of these states, and I think about Indiana, not all Republicans are jumping on board with that in a full-throated way, Hogan. And I wonder how you see that, because we don't often see pockets of resistance to President Trump inside the Republican Party. It's his party. He's made that super clear. He's the leader 100%. How do you see these sort of pockets of resistance and that playing out when it comes to these redistricting fights in some of these
20 minutes.
I mean, look, again,
Really
redistricting, dealing with these issues at the state level,
19
I
minutes.
think in large part the last census was problematic because when you take...
And just to explain, typically, obviously, we redraw congressional maps depending on the census, which comes out every 10 years. Here we are sort of mid-cycle, if you will. That's why this is so notable and different and unusual.
It's different in large part, too, because what people don't know is you count people in this country who are here illegally in the census. And that often determines the number of seats you get in some of these states. And so if you shift and change, raise or lower the number of seats someone gets in a given state, it can change the entire outlook, not just for the presidential, obviously, but for the congressional districts, too, and who has representation in Washington, D.C. So both parties have gerrymandered over decades. Both parties have done this for a long time. The question is who wins out and what does it do to the political landscape, changing the numbers?
Then you think those pockets of resistance go away? You don't think that? You think in a state like Indiana, the governor there is going to...
I don't know that it matters that much.
Okay, that's
this has been my theme tonight. I just don't know that it matters all that much.
Okay, well...
I know we have to talk about things that matter.
You got 7 more hours, bud, so I'd workshop
You have
that.
enough intensity and fire for the whole set this evening. We were just talking about how excited you were tonight.
But because it does have implications. I do think
This guy is such a moron, man. And by the way, nobody is here illegally, okay? People can't even get citizenship who are technically here legally. It's unbelievable. And we're like deporting people who are citizens. We're deporting people who are legal residents. This guy has no idea what he's talking about, and yet wants you to believe that there's a swath of undocumented persons in California that's causing the West Coast to implement its radical policies across the nation, when this guy is completely full of BS.
Can I just say, I think there's a risk that sometimes when we look, let's be honest, these are 4 blue states that we're looking at here in terms of these marquee races. Obviously, there's Pennsylvania and the state Supreme Court races there, retention races. But there is an implication potentially, especially when it comes to redistricting for people all across the country. Yep. There may be lessons, Ashley, right, for the Democratic Party. We just had Ken Martin on, the DNC chair. He's feeling real confident. I mean, he's predicting a win. He thinks this could be a wave come 2026. And I asked him, are you worried that maybe you're getting a little bit overconfident here? That there may be a risk, not tonight, but that when you look ahead to 2026, Democrats could over-extrapolate what tonight's results mean for the midterms, bringing up, Ashley, a point that we talked about an hour ago, which is that...
I know most of these races are polling to be big wins, but remember, we thought Hillary Clinton was going to win. We thought Kamala was going to win.
About 47% of voters in these states, about half of voters say Donald Trump is not a factor, and the messaging on the economy, perhaps for Democrats, needing to take precedence. And I wonder how you see that, and then we'll hear from voters in a second.
No, so as I was mentioning earlier, I met with Ken Martin, who's the head of the DNC, and he made the point that each one of these gubernatorial races are hyper-focused on the economy, that they're not talking about Donald Trump. Now,
they're talking a bit about Donald Trump.
They may have, right, but in the context of the economy, that they're not focused on democracy and corruption, all of these other issues that we know he's underwater on in the polls. And so although national Democrats might be talking incessantly about Donald Trump and leaning in, these 2 particular candidates are not doing that. And that's what you're seeing in the polls, where people are saying Donald.
By the way, just so everyone understands, Trump, Elon Musk, and other MAGA Republicans, they're already claiming that these election results are rigged and that it's a scam. Elon's tweeting about how the New York City election is a scam. They know they're going to lose. That's what that means.
Trump is not registering, but the economy actually is. It's because they've been hyper-focused on an affordability message.
One Democratic strategist put it to me this way: it's about what's happening in these states at your local mall and not on the national mall, which was perhaps a pithy way to put it. I'm going to ask both of you.
There aren't already malls anymore, though.
Gen Z's bringing them back, haven't you heard?
Good.
Want you two to stand by for a second. Thank you. We're going to have much more on election coverage, but we got to get back to that big breaking news we told you.
All right. Wow, that was quite a bit of debate there. But
in part because
we know that things are about to happen. We are going to have some results coming up in just a few minutes. We're not going to know the confirmed results, but we will get some numbers out of Virginia very shortly. So thank you for being patient. We have a long night ahead of us. Everybody knows how this goes. We got to wait for the polls to close. We got to talk about the results. But this is going to be awesome. Another thing I want to talk about is California. Today, I was watching some local news. They were interviewing people in LA, Bakersfield, Sacramento. Everybody is voting yes on Prop 50. So expect a landslide win for Prop 50. However, Trump is going to claim that it's rigged. He's going to say that it's fixed, that illegals were voting. And by the way, when I say that, it's because that's what he says, right? I don't support that rhetoric. I don't support that language. But I'm trying to expose the corruption and the hate that they're utilizing to try and steal elections. And when I say they steal elections, I mean they're trying to steal your brain. They're trying to trick you into thinking that the elections are not legit or what you see in this country isn't real and that they have the answers for you. So right now, we're just going to wait patiently until next 10 minutes. We're going to have results from Virginia. More and more people have been trickling into the stream. Thank you for being here. I want this to be the biggest show we've had so far. You can help by liking the video and subscribing. Even though it sounds silly, I remind you to do that because it is the way to help boost this video, and it helps me compete with the big networks because sooner or later they're going to be asking me how we do it. Right now, my YouTube show is my newest venture. This is a small program right now, but it's mighty. It's mighty. We're all here together. And enjoy it while it's small because I'm able to actually see every single person who chats. Later on, if we're going to have thousands of people in the chat, it's going to be impossible to look at everybody. That's when super chats come in handy and you can send a $5, $10 message. But I'm personally already being asked to attend these events. Like I went to meet with Governor Newsom the other day and they're asking us, how do you do it? How do you have an audience of hundreds of thousands? Everybody listens to you. You're the new CNN. You're the new Fox. You're the new NBC. And hopefully Friday night, I might actually be interviewed on CNN. And they're looking to us now. They're looking to us wondering, how come our networks are dying out? And it's you know, political creators online who are redefining what it means to handle the media. Well, there's no secret really. The truth is we're just speaking the truth. And nowadays, everybody has a phone, everybody has a camera, everybody has a computer. You don't need a studio backing you to be able to get the word out. You just need to be able to connect with people. And I think nobody really trusts a lot of the mainstream outlets, both because Trump has dissowed trust and because the Trump administration has compromised these outlets. These outlets aren't telling the truth because they're being paid by corporate interests that prevent them from telling the truth, and they're fearing the Trump administration, and they care more about money and profits, and they care more about pleasing Donald Trump than they do about telling you what's really happening. I don't care what Donald Trump thinks, though. In fact, if he wants to throw me in jail for telling you what's happening in the country, then at least I'll go out a hero. But this is bigger than just me. This is about our whole nation. And this is about my future children and grandchildren having a country to live in. Right now, I don't even have a country to live in, right? Rent, unbelievably expensive. Healthcare, about to triple. Food benefits for millions, gone. What about the fact that you can't even buy a house? if you're a person like myself. Unless you're making a ton of money, you'll be able to maybe buy a house by the time you're 35 or whatever. You know, some people will get their house, but in the richest country in the history of the world, we shouldn't have as many economic crises as we do. It's unfortunate, but let's take a look at how we can fight back and take control of some major states like Virginia. Virginia, which is teetering between becoming a MAGA state and a state that stands up for democracy.
And Republicans have been so scared to take him on that they have decimated our economy. Our GDP third quarter went from 6 to 1.7. 7 straight months of unemployment has gone up. It's a disgrace for the Republican and Donald Trump.
So then, Governor, if it goes the way you think it's going to go tonight, and there is a decisive win for Abigail Spanberger, let's say, and again, obviously we don't know yet, what do you think then the lesson would be? Is there one that's not an over-extrapolation for 2026 and the midterms for other Democrats in other places as well, who are looking to, replicate those results? Is it that you lash, the economy to President Trump? Like, how do you see that linkage, if there is one?
Yeah, good question. I think it's going to come down to the issue of affordability. I think Donald Trump ran on helping your life, and you've now seen grocery prices.
Nick, great question. Once we know about the Supreme Court measure in Pennsylvania, we will tell you. There's no official news one way or another yet.
Go up. You've seen energy prices go up. And now with that horrible bill that they passed, like just in Virginia, an average Virginian is going to see their health care costs go up by $2,000. Their energy prices are up. And I think for candidates out there talking about affordability and dealing with all the issues of the crazy Trump administration, we have a shutdown now, and I think it's a good message. But listen, every race is unique. Abigail's run a great campaign. I've known her well. She is a great member of Congress. She's going to focus on jobs. She's going to focus on affordability. And the Trump insanity, let's just take tariffs. In Virginia, our rural farmers, many of them are going bankrupt today. They can't sell their soybeans to China. China has not bought one soybean. They used to be our biggest buyer. And people who voted for Trump are now saying, listen, the gig's up. You've done nothing for us but hurt our lives. So I think we're going to have a good 26. I think we win the House. I think the Senate's in play. But this year we win both governors. I think the California proposition probably passes 2-1. I think it's going to be a good night for Democrats because we're focused on affordability issues.
The historical headwinds are behind Abigail Spanberger here. We've talked about how the candidate whose party controlled the White House has lost 11 of the last 12 governor races in Virginia. Yeah. They call it the Virginia curse. You know this because you were the exception to that, of course, when you won.
Who is the only one to break that curse?
It was you. What do you attribute that to?
There, now you're on message. Very good. But it's hard because we're so tied to the federal government.
That's right. That's right. And you look at that, and that gets us to some of these exit polls we're seeing. We showed, as you were talking about the economy, that Virginia voters, based on these early exits, and again, we'll have vote data in 7.5 minutes.
Keep chatting,
so
everybody. I want to know what you think of all this.
Starting to get vote data after polls close in 7.5 minutes. But when you look at the exits here, economy was a huge issue for Virginia voters. And then you look at some of the shutdown questions, or at least let me call them the federal government cuts questions. The exit polls did not specifically ask about the government shutdown. They did ask about those, the so-called RIFs, those layoffs, the federal government cuts, for example. And you saw that for some voters, it was a factor. In Northern Virginia, for example, I'm thinking of, over by Hampton Roads, et cetera. How do you see that nexus in a state like Virginia, which has 147,000 federal civilian employees, second most of any state in the country?
Yeah, and great question. And you can't. I live in Northern Virginia. You cannot go out and someone doesn't come up to you that I've been furloughed. I have no income. How am I going to pay my rent? How am I going to put groceries on the table? And that is the big issue as we go forward. And the big issue is going to be Republicans here in Virginia. Now, one Republican in our state.
5 more minutes.
Now, one elected official.
We got 5 more minutes till the polls close in Virginia. And we're going to find out some initial clues as to who is going to be the next governor of Virginia. And then I want to know what's going to happen next. I think it's going to be New Jersey. I'm pretty sure the New York polls don't close until 9 Eastern, actually. It's pretty late. But we'll be live, covering all of it. So don't go away. Stay here.
And we want elected officials who will stand up and do the right thing. Shame on the Republicans in Virginia, all of the statewide elected officials. and the members of Congress who have been so terrified of Donald Trump that they will not say, no, these cuts are wrong and you need to stop it. But they're terrified of him. And I think that's the message as we go forward into 2026. Who's willing to step up for their citizens and their voters and take on Donald Trump and say you're wrong? The tariffs are wrong. The cuts are wrong, the Doge cuts are wrong, and now government shutdown is wrong. And I think that's going to be the message going forward. I'm fighting for you. I'm not fighting for Donald Trump. I didn't run for Donald Trump. I ran for you. And that's the message for our party going forward in 2026.
Worth noting, too, though, that, Governor Youngkin, he's not unpopular in the state of Virginia, to the point that you're making here. Governor Terry McAuliffe, Gov, where are you going to be tonight? Where are you watching the results roll in? On NBC News, I assume.
I'm going to be up here.
I saw the news about the plane in Kentucky. I want to see what other coverage I can find on that too. Plus, the Trump administration saying they might close airspace across the country because they don't have enough money to keep paying these. Well, no, let's be real. The air traffic controllers, FAA, nobody's getting paid. They're not getting paid. And so people are not going to work and there's shortages. And now they're saying we have to close the airspace because we can't have flights safely right now. There's not enough people working. The government shut down and travel is going to be disrupted all over the country.
Just a sense of what it's like where you are.
Let me make sure I'm live.
Also arrived, and he said very boisterously to the group of assembled reporters that he sees a Democratic sweep across the board tonight, and that he is expecting to expand his margins in the House of Delegates, much of which you heard the former governor tell you as well. And that's been pretty consistent, Hallie, from the Democrats that I've talked to, not only publicly, but privately as well. They do remain cautiously optimistic, even, I would say, cautiously confident about the results here tonight. They feel as though
we got a lot of people,
the economic message that Spanberger has focused in on has really resonated.
Folks, just so everyone knows, in 3 minutes, the first polls are closing in Virginia. We're going to get some first results happening just a moment. And yeah, it's going to be big. We're going to be talking about Virginia, New Jersey, New York. Of course, we're going to be talking about Mamdani. And I'm here in California. Don't forget, we're going to talk about Prop 50. If you still don't know what Prop 50 is, it's the measure for Californians to stand up to Trump, push back against the radical right, draw their voting maps in a democratic, transparent, and temporary fashion. I met with Governor Newsom earlier this week, and if you go on my Instagram, if you go on my YouTube and TikTok, there is plenty of coverage that I personally filmed with the governor. So it was a really cool opportunity to do that. Okay, 2 more minutes, still polls closed. So let me just tell you a little bit more about this show and what we're going to do tonight. We're going to cover everything. If you're new here, again, please consider becoming a member on YouTube. You can support my show that way. $5 a month. I'm going to be posting exclusive content for my members. So that's a cool opportunity to get just extra material, analysis, political commentary, everything that I do for a living. And if you want to make sure you support my show, you could do so via Buy Me a Coffee. It's in the description. Somebody already sent $50. I really appreciate that. It's really important because I'm an independent creator, no sponsors, just doing this to help spread the truth. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thanks for being here. We are about to get the polls closing. Can we get a little drum roll, please, as the polls close? I'm going to also record this too to make sure that I have this recorded. Let me switch to my little vertical angle here. We'll have this recorded here. We're about to hear the polls close. Let me turn this back up real quick.
Trump has never really bought into it. And the fact that he would hold a rally and kind of rally, a tele-rally, and strongly get behind the other candidates on the ballot and not even mention her name speaks volumes. And it's something that Trump supporters would be keenly aware of.
Yeah.
And there's no doubt that it could impact the results here tonight.
Ryan Noble's live for us there in Richmond. Ryan, thank you. In the 30 seconds we have left, Hogan and Ashley, in a sentence here, what are you most watching for in the state of Virginia?
I'm looking to see some of Southern Virginia that actually does go for Republicans, how much they come out in support of Earl Sears, and I don't know.
I'm going to let people know right now. Watch the magic of my TikToking ability. Breaking news, the first polls are closing right now across the United States. In Virginia, we're about to get our first data out of the state of Virginia in the governor's race between Abigail Spanberger, the Democrat, versus right-wing extremist Republican Winsome Earl Sears. The polls are closing right now. I'm live on YouTube covering all of it, so go to the link in my bio or just search Josh the Progressive to tune in. We're going to be covering every single race, every single special election around the country, so I hope to see you there. Perfect. Here we go. Let's hear from
airport in Louisville. The video appearing to show the plane on fire moments before it explodes into a fireball, a massive plume of smoke shooting into the air, first responders rushing to the scene. Tom Costello has the late-breaking details.
That's insane. I do want to make sure we cover that, but I do want to make sure we keep it focused on the election right now. Doesn't mean we're not going to talk about that. But that was also a bit of a jump scare. I was not prepared to see the plane exploding. So give me a moment here as we pull up some election coverage. Stay tuned. Stay tuned, stay tuned, stay tuned. Okay, here we are. Is this guy live right now? Okay. It's like standing by. All right, that music's a little much. Let's wait until we get some information about whether they're going to bring the show back or if they're talking about the plane crash. But bear with me one moment. Did everybody like seeing that behind the scenes of me ripping a TikTok? Awesome. It's live. All right, let's see. Let's take a look. G. Martinez, Mac, the solution. Love that name. Hang on, bear with me. Get this fixed up for you, everybody. Wow, that's an insane plane crash. Wow. Hope everybody's okay. It doesn't look like it, though, unfortunately. All right, here we go. Here we go.
In person. Instead, he's been relying heavily on social media, as he does, and some town halls and rallies to get his message out there. And of course, stakes are high on the other side of the aisle as well for Democrats. This is a chance for them to test their strategy in opposing the president. As we barrel into the midterms, we'll learn a lot about the divisions in the party. So while none of these races are going to, change the grip that Donald Trump and Republicans have on Washington, it will certainly test both parties' momentum and give the nation a sense of where we're headed.
And Joe, I want to bring one of Mary's points to you in that while President Trump certainly looms large in these elections, he really hasn't spent a lot of time on the campaign trail with Chitterelli.
By the way, do me a favor. If you happen to leave at some point, if you need to go get dinner, if you have work to do, etc., I will be live throughout the evening. I'm going to be live for several hours covering all of this. So come on back. You'll just be able to find the same show. I'm going to be keeping this uninterrupted. So if you have to go, you'll be able to come back.
Just a 12
Democratic Party. They will try to portray everybody in the Democratic Party as a democratic socialist in the
I'm getting a report from one of my senior analysts, Greene. Does that sound familiar to you guys? He says the Virginia election is too early to call as polls close, according to NBC News. Yeah, true, Martinez. G. Martinez, Mac, the solution. There has not been any investigation whatsoever into that horrible DC plane crash that kicked off the Trump administration's tenure. That happened just as they fired all these FAA personnel. Unbelievably horrific event that took place.
But look, the bottom line is Donald Trump has not been out there campaigning for either Ciattarelli or Sears because he's calculated they are likely to lose. Whether or not that's right, we'll find out, but that's why you haven't seen him out there. And frankly, he wouldn't really be helping if he went to either of those states.
And Martha, let's bring you in here. Martha, what are you looking for in particular tonight?
Well, you know, I spent a little time in New Jersey this week, and I think what was interesting, it's exactly what everybody's saying. The voters I talked to, it's the economy, our prices are too high. There was one voter who had voted for President Trump, but now he's voting for Mikey Sherrill. He turned over to be an independent to vote for Mikey Sherrill. But there didn't seem to be a ton of enthusiasm up there, Lindsay, for Mikey Sherrill. Again, every side, the Republicans and the Democrats, care about the economy, how that hits home. That is such an echo of the 2024 race. But people are now saying, look, I don't think Donald Trump has delivered on this. Mikey Sherrill also did nothing but talk about Donald Trump. I kept asking her, you keep mentioning Donald Trump. She's really running against Donald Trump as well, but says she's a family woman. She cares about the middle class. He doesn't care about the middle class. And again, hammering home that line about I care about the middle class. I care about the economy. And remember that Mikey Sherrill, Abigail Spanberger, are both veterans, one from the CIA, one from the Navy, a Navy helicopter pilot, Mikey Sherrill. They are considered moderates, and people in these two states seem to like to hear that.
All
Lindsay?
right. Martha, thanks so much.
Yeah, by the way, it's very hard to pull some type of assessment of the Democratic Party out of this race because you have moderate Democrats in Virginia and New Jersey, and then you have what some would say a progressive Democrat in New York, although nobody in my circle actually believes Mamdani is some kind of radical, progressive. He's doing the bare minimum, and he's doing a better job than most Democrats by, like I said at the top of the show, offering some crumbs back to the people who are in need, trying to take something back from the billionaire class. He's by no means a radical, but I don't know how you can draw any major conclusions from this election because you have completely different types of Democrats winning. And I do believe that the Democratic Party is at civil war, just like the Republican Party is in a civil war right now.
Capping off a breakout campaign that could make the 34-year-old assemblyman the new mayor of New York.
He will be.
We are on the brink of making history in our city. On the brink of saying goodbye to a politics of the past.
Mr. Cuomo, how are you feeling today?
Feeling great.
His main challenger, former Governor Andrew Cuomo.
Governor, you're going to pull this off today?
Yes, we are. Cuomo warns that Mamdani, a self-described democratic socialist who would be New York's first Muslim mayor, would, quote, kill the city.
This is going to determine the future of the city of New York. May also determine the future of the Democratic Party.
At the 11th hour, Cuomo, who lost the Democratic primary to Mamdani and is running as an independent, endorsed by President Trump. The president telling New York Republicans the only way to defeat Mamdani is to vote for Cuomo and not the party's nominee, Curtis Sliwa. Mamdani calls Cuomo Trump's puppet.
Governor, what's the message to those who think that a vote for you is a vote for Trump? What do you say to those New Yorkers in the closing moments?
Nobody could say that. Nobody could say that who has half a brain. And if there's anyone who can protect New York against...
He literally just said the same thing that Trump said. Trump's like, if you're Jewish in New York, you're stupid if you're voting for Mamdani. And Cuomo's like, nobody could vote for me if they had half a brain. And they think that I'm going to be like Trump. In that exact statement, you're doing the exact same thing Trump does, man. You're just calling people stupid.
President Trump, it's me.
Trump has vowed to withhold federal funds from New York if Mamdani wins.
Any last-minute message for New Yorkers who may be concerned that the president will follow through on his threats if you win tonight?
I look forward to representing those New Yorkers and look forward to fighting for every single dollar this city is owed. I will not be intimidated by this president.
In neighboring New Jersey, Republican businessman Jack Ciattarelli is counting on Trump's support to help make him governor.
I'll tell you this, the future of our state hangs in the balance.
His Democratic rival, Congresswoman and Navy veteran Mikey Sherrill, says the president's policies are hurting her state.
This race has been about affordability, and that's because I speak to thousands and thousands of New Jerseyans sometimes a day.
In Virginia, voters are poised to elect the state's first woman governor.
Happy Election Day, everybody.
Pre-election day polls giving former Democratic Congresswoman Abigail Spanberger an edge over Republican Lieutenant Governor Winsome Earl Sears. In California tonight, a high-stakes ballot initiative asking voters to approve a new congressional map, which could help Democrats win as many as 5 House seats in the midterm elections. California's Democratic Governor Gavin Newsom championing the measure with support from former President Obama as a response to Republican efforts to redraw congressional maps in Texas, Missouri, Ohio, and North Carolina to boost Republicans.
And Aaron, pretend, Madge, we know that the Virginia race is too early to call right now, but we're going to start seeing some numbers shortly.
Tersky joins us now live from Zohran Mamdani's watch party in Brooklyn. And Aaron, we understand that the mayoral turnout for this race is higher than the last 6 New York City mayoral races. How is the Mamdani campaign feeling tonight?
There has been such energy in this race. A lot of it for Zohran Mamdani, some of it against him, but whatever it is, it's drawn New Yorkers to polling places all over the city. The early voting numbers set a record, and already the turnout is the largest for a mayoral election in at least a quarter century, and it's probably going to surpass the second highest turnout ever. That was back in 1993. And Mamdani said today that he's feeling good, that he's met New Yorkers where they are, and if the early exit polls are an indication, he may have succeeded. They're talking to our exit pollsters about their finances, about affordability, and that's the message that Zohran Mamdani has been trying to bring to New Yorkers. Andrew Cuomo says it's a brand of democratic socialism that does not fit in the heart of American capitalism.
We will see ultimately how New York City's decide. Aaron Katersky will be coming back to you as well. Thanks so much. Let's go now to Lauren Glassberg from our partner station WABC. She's live at
Andrew
Cuomo's head.
The Cuomo watch party, like, it's going to be so sad. This looks like a retirement home setup. Cuomo ready on day one. It's like they're going to check him into his little nursery home.
Quarters here in Manhattan. So, Lauren, President Trump backed Cuomo's campaign this weekend. How has that impacted the race? We've seen that Cuomo himself kind of tried to distance himself from that endorsement.
Correct. That is, of course, because this is certainly not a Trump-loving city, so he doesn't want to be connected directly with President Trump. He was saying that a vote, essentially, for Curtis Sliwa, who is the...
Yeah, Nick, I do remember that. And by the way, we are not agreeing with Marjorie Taylor Greene. Marjorie Taylor Greene is sometimes agreeing with us, okay? But we're not siding with Marjorie. She is sometimes coming across as though she agrees with us. And for everyone who doesn't understand, Nick says, remember when Marjorie Taylor Greene said she even sided with Mamdani because he was the only one on the debate that said he would stay in New York and wouldn't go to Israel. It was a very weird trap. They were setting him up in the first debate. They were asking each candidate where you would go as your first foreign visit. And many of them said Israel. And they get to Mamdani. He said, I'll stay here in New York because I just want to focus on working on New York's issues. I don't need to travel. And they're like, but would you go to Israel? And how come you wouldn't go to Israel? And they kept pressing him. They didn't ask Cuomo, would he go to Ukraine? They didn't ask anybody else any follow-up. It was a very targeted smear campaign.
Republican candidate would be a vote for Mamdani, and that would not be good for New York City. So in that, he agrees with President Trump. But I can tell you that Andrew Cuomo voted today on the East Side with his daughter, Michaela, and he joked. He was in good spirits. He said he has voted many times before, but this is the first time that he received a round of applause at a polling site. He said that he feels the momentum of the city behind him. But in truth, he has been trailing, according to all the polls, behind the front runner, the Democratic nominee, Zohran Mamdani, and in some of those polls, he's been behind by double digits. So in the last several weeks, he's been increasing his canvassing, pressing the flesh, getting connected with the voters. He's trying to tap into Republicans, moderates, Jewish voters, and black voters. This afternoon, he was in Harlem trying to make ground in these last few days.
I'm sure his daughters are fine people, and it's really sad. That's why I'm like, I wish he would just drop out, because I don't want them to see their father just humiliated this way. I mean, he's already a known sexual abuser. He abused 13 women, credible accusations of sexual harassment. And he's already disgrace for his failures as governor. I mean, he at first got the city through COVID, but then killed all these elderly people through sticking them into these senior centers that were becoming these hotbeds for COVID.
Very popular Zohran Mamdani. Lindsay.
All right, Lauren, thank you so much. And now we want to send it over to Stefan Kim from our partner station WABC.
Yeah, I mean, G. Martinez Mac, the solution, understand that, you know, it's a local news network. In those local mayoral debates, they had a lot more time to talk about specific random popcorn type questions like, oh, what's your favorite sports team? Where do you want to travel? And understand that mayors of major cities, like the mayor of New York, the mayor of LA, does get the opportunity to travel to places. You know, the mayor of LA, she travels to other countries sometimes. And it's partially on business. It's partially to represent the city of LA in other places, or represent the city of New York in other places. I'm sure Mamdani is going to travel. He might travel, you know, back to Africa where he's from, or he might travel to Europe. Maybe he visits, you know, people in Gaza. Who knows? But the emphasis on pressing him was a clear sign that there was a targeted effort to try and suppress him.
He's at Curtis Sliwa's watch party in Manhattan. Stefan, Sliwa's critics have called him a spoiler in this race, splitting the anti-Mamdani vote with Cuomo. What has he said about that?
Well, Lindsay, you said it. He says he's in this race to win it, of course, but the conventional wisdom is he is running in a city where there are 6 times as many registered Democratic voters and Republicans, so that is probably an unlikely outcome. That doesn't mean, though, they'll be looking closely at how these numbers break out tonight. The big question, as you mentioned, is will he be a spoiler candidate or a stronger than expected candidate, or perhaps a little bit of both? He's been under immense pressure to step out of this campaign, to drop out. As my colleague Lauren mentioned, even President Trump has endorsed Andrew Cuomo to prevent a Mamdani mayoralty. The conventional wisdom, of course, is that his candidacy splits that anti-Mamdani vote. But Curtis Sliwa has been running hard in this campaign until the very end. Lindsay?
Wow, so many people in here. Thanks for being here. Make sure you subscribe, like the video, consider becoming a member. Really appreciate you.
Now, really
Huge night
the
tonight.
central
Let's watch
nervous
these
system
results.
in here. We have Avery Harper and Rick Klein. Avery, let's start with you, just as far as what the most important issues were for voters tonight.
Right, we're getting from our preliminary exit poll numbers an insight into how voters were making their decisions at the ballot box. So when you look at the most important issues facing voters in Virginia, we see that 47% say it was the economy. No surprise there. We saw Abigail Spanberger really focus on affordability, lowering things like energy costs and healthcare costs as a part of her platform. We also saw Winsome Earl Sears talk a lot about tax cuts and budget cuts as a way to create some affordability in that state. Healthcare came in as number 2. What was really surprising to me is that immigration and education came in so low for some of those voters in Virginia. Education in particular.
It is sad. All these exit polls we're seeing have immigration way lower than you want to see. Yes, the economy is crucial. Yes, the economy is top of mind for a lot of people. But come on. Immigration is transforming the landscape of this country. It is not a place where you can walk around freely anymore. There's targeted attacks on every street corner, and Trump is turning our streets into militarized zones. So even if you're not an immigrant or you don't know anyone who is an immigrant, immigration should be higher in terms of priority. The Trump administration is forcing us to deal with these day-to-day threats instead of dealing with things that are more important for the future, like education, like healthcare, like climate change even.
Has been a focus of Winsome Earl Sears' campaign, particularly cultural issues around what's taught in the classroom. And then take a look at this. We will look at the effect of the federal government cuts on family finances in the Commonwealth of Virginia. Virginia, one of the states that is uniquely impacted by the ongoing government shutdown and some of those federal budgets.
Diana, yes, I'm in Los Angeles, and I can confirm that there were lines at polling sites that were unbelievable, and lines that you normally see in a midterm election or a presidential election. This is for a 2025 odd year election. Unreal.
Budget cuts that we saw earlier this year, the firings and the layoffs. 58% of voters in these preliminary exit poll data saying that they were affected, their family finances were affected, and 39% saying that they were not affected at all. That has also been a focus of Abigail Spanberger's campaign. So perhaps we're seeing seeing something there for her that she and her team could feel good about this evening. And then in terms of feelings on the direction of the country in Virginia, we're also seeing that folks seem to be dissatisfied and angry. 63% of voters seem to be dissatisfied and angry in comparison to 34% who say they are enthusiastic and satisfied. And I'll tell you, I mean, Democrats are hoping to be able to harness some of that discontent that's out there in the country in hopes to turn them into victories tonight.
And New Jersey, it seems like more of the same as well, with Cheryl and Chigarelli both saying the economy, with Cheryl even saying, look, I will try to freeze utility bills.
Right. Across all of the races that we're looking at tonight, affordability has been front and center.
All right, Rick, let's take a look at what you have. Virginia polls have already closed at this hour.
Yeah, just to give a sense of how the night's going to play out, we're getting our first results out of Virginia. Nothing significant yet, not enough to really say much meaningful about it. But then we're going to see every hour after that, essentially some big races starting to come into focus. We talked about New Jersey. Obviously, that's a very tight race. It's probably the best opportunity that Republicans have for having a big night tonight. New York and the mayor's race, and then closing out the night at 11 o'clock.
All right, so everyone understands this. Virginia closed. Pretty soon, New Jersey's going to close. New York will follow. And if you are down to stay up with me, I know we have a lot of Californians in the chat, but trust me, there's a lot of East Coast people too. Be awake. I need everybody to be up at 11 tonight because we will be here live still at 8 p.m. Pacific time covering the massive Prop 50. Hey, Italian Lover, if you're signing off, thank you, but hey, come back later. Please come back because I know we haven't gotten into the juicy stuff yet. I want everyone to be here when we start seeing some results, so be sure to come back. Anybody, if you ever have to take a break, take a break. Do me a favor, though, honestly, if you're leaving your computer, just leave the show on. Leave it on so you don't have to search it later, and it helps make sure my show has viewers too. And then come back because we'll be live throughout the night. Here we go.
O'clock Eastern, we're going to have the first results coming out of California with their big redistricting initiative pushed by Governor Gavin Newsom. And I want to focus on this a little bit from our latest post with the Washington Post and Ipsos. It's the president's approval rating. It's critical in understanding how midterm elections work. Almost always, it's a referendum on the president. The president came into office about a month in. His approval rating was 45%. It's now down to 41%. To give a sense of perspective, it was 37% at this time in his first term, and we remember how that worked out. We talked about how this is races today that are playing out mostly in blue states. I want to highlight this. This is the nationwide map of how votes shifted between 2020 and 2024. Almost every state and almost every county in every state actually moved to Donald Trump.
Even New York and New Jersey.
Exactly right. Even New York. You see this, even in New York City, how much more deep red there is there. It doesn't mean they voted for Trump. It means they were shifting. Same thing in Virginia.
We're going to help you.
We're focusing on tonight. Same thing in New Jersey.
Help you tonight.
So, and even in California, where the redistricting battle is happening. So that's the kind of backdrop for all of this.
Let's see what other
states,
what other coverage we can find too around the nation right now. See if there's anything new. To my senior correspondent analyst, Jordan, the progressive Greene, what results, you say you're finding the results in Virginia. Are you watching CNN? Because I'm not going to pull up CNN on here, unfortunately, unless they started a live that I can access on YouTube. But I want to see if we can just get straight into, looks like Virginia might be called, actually. Hang on. Let me see if I can make that official. I think it might be official. Hang on. It says it's too early to call still, but I'm seeing some people calling it for wow, so Aaron Barnes is already calling it for Spanberger because he says he's seen enough for him to be able to project her as the winner, which is absurd because it's still too early to call. Yeah, she'll probably win, but guys, it can't be a race to be the first outlet to say, oh, she wins. Like, I've seen enough. Yeah, she's dominating so far. Let's pull up the polls here. She's absolutely crushing the competition so far. I don't know why you're saying 3% in, Jordan Greene. It says 18% is in, according to the Kornacki cam. So where are you seeing 3%? I think CNN's website might be behind, or maybe this isn't fully accurate. I mean, I don't know. They wouldn't put 18% here if it wasn't fully accurate. But wow, that's a pretty big margin so far. I mean, I'll make a video soon. I'm gonna wait till it's a little more official. Again, you're saying 4%. I don't understand why then he's saying it's already at 18% in. Let me see what else I can find. Let me see if I can pull up the exact CNN polls we're looking at here. Where do you see the spam burger? I think the website is behind slightly compared to the live television, but hard to say. Okay, give me 1 second. All right, let's go back to this.
Jack Ciattarelli saying, hey, the Democrats have been in office now in this state for 8 years. They haven't made it any better. Mikey Sherrill is saying, well, Donald Trump is president. He's been president for 11 months, and things have not gotten better. So ultimately, to some degree, it comes down to who are you going to blame for things being
For some reason, on one NBC broadcast, it's saying there's 18% of the vote in, but according to this broadcast, CNN, et cetera, about 4% of the votes in.
Tom?
So anybody who's telling you that it's already been called is not to be taken seriously, unfortunately, because it's not official, and they're just trying to be the first person to break the news so they can steal, I guess, the attention. But I think it would be a better job as an independent journalist to wait. We can all be a little patient, but this is a good sign so far. Good sign so far. So that's very good to see. I'm very happy with what I'm seeing in the early going here. Let's see if there's any news out of New York right now. There's about 90 minutes till the polls close in New York City. That is so exciting for this finally to come to a conclusion. When Mamdani won the primary against Cuomo back in the summer, I thought that was it. I thought it was over. But they have somehow made it scary again, even though we all thought it was a lock. We all thought it was a done deal. We're going to have to make sure tonight that it's done. And really, you know, I've been personally worried that they were going to try and do something to him, like kill him. Okay? I know that sounds brutal, but we just saw Charlie Kirk get assassinated for much less. And Mamdani has become public enemy number one for Republicans in this country. They're saying he did 9/11. They're saying, how can we say never forget and then let this jihadist run our city? Even though he is, from what I know, not even a religious person. I mean, he seems like he's a very moderate Muslim, like the equivalent of most Muslims in America. He doesn't seem like he's a very orthodox person, and yet they're exploiting his culture, his heritage, whatever his religious beliefs may be, to try and suggest that he's a terrorist. It's really unfortunate. Really unfortunate. Let me get some more light in here, so hang tight for one second here. And we're back. We're back. As the show continues, the show must go on. Let's get back to some official coverage of this election.
as the independent who was endorsed by Donald Trump, the Republican, but Cuomo doesn't even want the endorsement. Meanwhile, the Republican, Curtis Sliwa, doesn't get the endorsement. Trump actually wanted him to drop out of the race, as he encouraged Eric Adams to drop out of the race. But then a number of Democrats see if their guy wins, the Democrat, it's actually a loss. People don't want to see a lot of, when we talk about the party leaders, they don't necessarily want to see Mamdani actually have a victory. I know you got a chance to talk to the governor of California about it.
I mean, looming over all this is Zohran Mamdani, who is just turned 34 a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
And he has electrified young voters in this city. I mean, you see this massive voter turnout. We're going to find out who people actually voted for. But one thing we know is they're voting in massive numbers. He has motivated people to get out. He's had a huge voter registration effort. His use of social media has been
6% is in.
Extremely effective and much more creative than we have seen from any other Democrat that I have seen, frankly.
We have 6% of the vote is in now. Oh, let's take a look at this. Here we go.
Friendly votes that we expect to see out of Chesterfield County now counted and now tallied up. Spamberger is leading by a wider margin.
Okay,
That's
so
about a 4 or 5 point improvement for Spamberger.
I see. So Jordan and to other people in the chat who are confused, when they were showing that 18% graphic, it was a results broadcast that wasn't active, and it was zoomed in on a specific county. So now they're showing Chesterfield County has 26% of the vote in. Let's see what he's saying.
We're going to look to see if that continues elsewhere. I'm just clicking to make sure I don't miss a big one right outside D.C. right now. I've been looking for Prince William County right here and Loudoun County right here. Well, that is Loudoun County. Let me just see if we got... Wow, there it is. Okay, 3/4 of the vote in Loudoun County. We just got all in one batch. This was the moment last year that the country said Trump had been elected president, when we got Loudoun County in. And let's put this in some perspective here, because this is the majority of the vote now in this giant county in Virginia. This is, again, one of the largest counties. This was a 16-point margin in last year's presidential election. That was a low margin for Democrats. That was an underperformance that got people's attention. One thing that happened here was Donald Trump did very well in Asian American neighborhoods and Hispanic neighborhoods in particular. This 25-point margin that you're seeing here, obviously a significant improvement for the Democrats from how
people just really didn't like Kamala Harris, it seems, and they thought inflation was high, Kamala's in charge, Trump, give him another chance. Maybe it was just COVID that caused the economy to go haywire, even though that's a completely simpleton way of looking at it. But clearly, once again, in an area that Trump did well, MAGA does poorly. And we're seeing a very similar pattern as to what we saw in 2018. The difference is, will the Democrats learn this time so we don't allow another version of Trump, whether it's J.D. Vance, whether it's Tucker Carlson, whether it's Marco Rubio, somebody else to do this again?
You had a suburb of D.C. here, right? You have the Doge cuts, you have the shutdown, and you have a Republican candidate that was not endorsed by the president. I mean, this was going to be a tough race for Republicans, for any Republican.
No, absolutely. Look, Winsome Earls here is certainly the underdog coming into this race, and I just wanted to go back there and make sure. I thought I heard a thing that we might have some more there. Yeah, she was certainly the underdog coming into this. One issue that Earl Sears leaned into and thought might get some traction for Republicans that they've had some political success with in Virginia, controversies with schools in Northern Virginia that have sort of become national news over the last few years. Controversies about transgender
Looks like she's
students
gonna
using
win.
bathrooms, controversies about
We're gonna know
testing
for sure
standards, these
pretty
sorts
soon,
of
I
things.
bet.
So I think there had been some hope on
Anybody in
the
Virginia
Earl
in the
Sears
chat, let me know.
campaign front that those local issues might resonate and deliver the kind of result that Republicans were able to get last year. But again,
I'm going to make a video here. I'm not going to project her as the winner, but I'm going to let people know kind of where the results are at and let people know that things are tracking well so far. So I want to see. Okay, here we go. We have some breaking news out of Virginia where things are looking good for Democrats. Abigail Spanberger is leading in a big way early on. I'm not going to yet project her as the winner of the governor's race against Winsome Earl Sears. It's too early to call. However, it's worth making this video because we're on track. Things are looking correct. Things are looking great for the country. We're not going to allow a MAGA extremist in Earl Sears to take power in Virginia. And this is the first sign of a very eventful, very historic night going well for real Americans and going poorly for Donald Trump. This is a major condemnation of the Trump administration. I'm live on YouTube right now broadcasting all of this. We'll be reacting to every election, every poll closing around the country. So come watch Josh the Progressive on YouTube. Let's go. All right. Let's take a look now. That's big.
The economy, the number one issue at 49%. Followed here, what else do we have here? 46%. This is a different graphic than we were talking about, but we should jump to the next one about the economy in the second question, but it's okay. Anyways, the economy was the reason people were voting. What can we draw from that with President Trump?
Well, I mean, what I'm looking and what I'm seeing is that this is a 5-alarm fire for the president. Not only are people in Virginia, but in New Jersey as well, saying that the economy is not only tanking and bad, but it's their driver for turnout. I mean, NBC's poll just recently showed that the president is down on every category, every issue from corruption to cost of living to tariffs to electricity cost. He's down across the board as it relates to the economy. Hogan and I were just arguing about this back and forth. Republicans usually beat Democrats on the issue of the economy. Now NBC's poll is showing that they're down 20 points. This is a problem for the president. And I will say, I won, I was on Obama's campaign in 2008, and we won Virginia for the first time then. The interesting thing about Virginia is 3 states in 1. So we now focus on Northern Virginia, which we expect Democrats to have very high turnout, which she did. But what we're seeing now, I'm hearing from the National Governors Association as well as from the campaign,
this is good news,
turnout
everybody.
is low in the Republican counties.
Reaction,
that part of
Josh
Virginia,
the,
the smaller part of Roanoke, those counties,
Tuscaloosa,
those
Alabama,
turnout there
welcome.
is low.
Never been out there,
and that
but
really,
I
to
hope
me,
it's cool.
signals a much larger problem for the president. Not only do you have people saying that the economy is bad, they're voting on the economy, but now he can't even keep his coalition together, and Republican voters are not turning out.
Maybe he couldn't motivate his base because he wasn't backing the top of the ticket in that case. Let's talk about New Jersey, though, because a lot of the points that Ashley just brought up, it's a different story in New Jersey. It's tightening in New Jersey, right? Republicans got the closest they had come in years. You have a tight race now. Both sides spending more than 100.
Kenneth, go teach. By the way, Kenneth, you never sent me the extra credit that your students did. I believe you told me your students, you were going to give them extra credit if they wrote about my show. Send me an email if they did that. I really want to see it, but no pressure if they didn't actually do it. Come back later, though, please. If anybody has to step out, just leave the show running for other people in your house to tune in. Maybe if it's on your TV, like instead of having the news on your TV, put this on your TV because you got the news, you got entertainment, and most importantly, you're getting factual, timely information and hard-hitting political analysis. That's what we do here.
Places like Essex County and places like Middlesex County, Mercer County, all Democratic counties, all Democratic cities. And you are seeing tremendous turnout in places where Donald Trump did not do so poorly last year. And to Ashley's point,
20 minutes
right
until,
now is a huge
22 minutes
blowback
until
against
the
the
New
president.
Jersey
There is no
polls
reason
close.
on earth
Let's
why
go.
Jack Ciattarelli would not
That's
be
gonna be a
governor
close
tonight
race.
if Donald Trump were not in the White House.
Krisha, speaking of President Trump, there were no huge rallies this time around. There were no convention halls.
Why did Trump just give up? It's because he knows he did nothing. Thank you, Kenneth. Yeah, just if you can email it to me, I would love to see that. Like, that would honestly make my whole week.
Sold out, and he had backed Ciattarelli in New Jersey. How come he didn't appear with him? I know there was virtual appearances, but that's not really the Trump style.
I would agree. It's
Pismo
not
Beach,
necessarily
love
Trump's
it.
style. Look, we all know Donald Trump is not on the ballot, and
Hope you
sometimes
have
his
some
influence
oysters
doesn't
tonight.
necessarily help the voting process, especially
So
in a
you think it was
state-
calculated?
He's always calculated. He knows exactly what he's doing. I think his endorsement of Jack Ciattarelli could not have been any stronger, at least what he put on Truth Social in that respect. But I think, despite the fact that he's not on the ballot,
who is this moron?
I am optimistic that this will be positive for the midterms for Republicans. Look, it's an off year. There's low propensity Republican voters who are not enticed to get out to the polls, but I still have a lot of hope for Ciattarelli.
Let's talk about New York City, Hogan. The president sort of putting his
Even after she said that, the look in her eyes was like she didn't even believe what she was saying.
thumb on the scale, at least trying to, in the last day of this campaign yesterday, saying, vote for Andrew Cuomo, trying to knock out Mamdani. Does he have any effect in this race, and could he have possibly hurt Cuomo by getting involved?
I don't think he hurts Cuomo because I think Cuomo hurts himself. He was a horrific governor. I mean, his basic campaign was, I'm here to kill old people and grab ass. He was all out of old people, so he had a big problem moving forward. When you run
I thought your boy Donald Trump endorsed Cuomo. You're not going with the plan, Gidley.
campaigns, it matters how you run them and it matters what issues you're running on. It is obvious that Mamdani is someone that has captivated the hearts and minds of the Democrat Party. It looks like that's which way the party is moving into that radical left,
go to
that Marxist
Dell's
space.
for some Italian.
That's what they're going to be moving forward. And while they all move and support him at this point, the question becomes, once he gets elected, and I do believe he is going to get elected, what happens moving forward? Does New York backlash after the failures and go back to like a Giuliani type, someone who can actually clean up the city? Or do they keep moving forward and doubling down on socialism and Marxism? So it's more, for me, not about tonight and more so about where the party, the Democrat Party, goes in a place like New York that is wildly Democratic. Of course, moving forward, what will his blowback be against the party should he continue to, should he fail?
When you see Mamdani, do you think he's the future of the party? I mean, I will remind you, I mean, it was just 2020 when Democrats had a reckoning with the term socialist and Bernie Sanders, and that was one of the reasons why Joe Biden won that nomination. Or do you think he has the kind of energy?
Could you imagine
and
if Bernie
he's talking
won?
about?
By the way, I am by no means an ageist. Like, yes, we absolutely need to make sure we have proper representation in our government, and there are not enough young people in office. It's a lot of older people. Bernie Sanders has been unbelievably sharp. Sharper than anybody of any age for decades. And we've seen the way that Biden and Trump have both slowed down in their mental capacity. And yet Bernie is as sharp as ever. And you can only wonder what would have happened if he won in 2016 or 2020. It's unfortunate.
Things, and he has the social media strategy to electrify Democrats.
No, I mean, I think there is a commonality between Bernie, who happens to be one of the most popular Democrats in the party right now. He's not actually in our party, but he's one of the most popular, well-known Democrats. And Mamdani is because they are hyper-focused on affordability. I'm not sure what is extremist and Marxist about being able to afford your rent.
That's crazy, Anthony, that your governor did that. I thought your governor was probably pretty Republican. It's interesting that you're saying even in Alabama, people are extremely fed up. And that's the reality, is that it's these Trump states, it's these ruby red states like Alabama, Mississippi, Tennessee that are on the programs that Trump is trying to defund. It's unfortunate.
The campus protests that happened last year across college campuses all across the country didn't help Democrats. And Mamdani sort of stumbled when it came to issues on Hamas and what was happening with the war in Gaza. He had to play cleanup a couple different times. Does that worry you that he's not ready for prime time?
I'm not concerned about that at all. I mean, the reality is people aren't hyper-focused on that issue now. What they're focused on is making ends meet. They're focused on surviving. And I think that's what he's tapped into. And in fact, it's almost a playbook from Donald Trump. And so the reality is it's a winning message, and we're seeing it play out right now.
But Linda Sarsour, for example, did come out and say, listen, we're holding this guy's feet to the fire. He said he wanted to dismantle the NYPD. We want that to happen. He said we want to take over a means of production. We want that to happen. If he doesn't do that, if he doesn't try to arrest Bibi Netanyahu when he comes to town. So this is where the party's headed, and it seems like the full-on embrace of that is occurred.
Let me just say this. You guys hang out with Nick Fuentes, so I really don't want to hear any lectures from Republicans.
We don't hang out with Nick Fuentes, and we have always condemned it. You guys
had dinner.
You guys endorsed
the president had dinner with Nick Fuentes, so don't tell me you don't hang out with him. Let me just say this. I will take that kind of advice from people that don't hang out with known anti-Semites like Nick Fuentes. What I will say is this. There is really not much difference between the affordability that Michael Sherrill is talking about, the affordability that Zohran Mamdani is talking about, the affordability that Abigail Spanberger is talking about, and the affordability that Donald Trump talked about last year. The difference is that he blew it. He was given a chance. And if you want to talk about socialism, let's talk about the $40 billion that we are bailing out your friends down in South America with. That's a big socialist bailout. Okay. The difference here is that you guys want to name call all you want, but you're not delivering on the promises that you made.
He calls himself a communist.
No, he doesn't. He does not call himself a communist. He barely calls himself a socialist.
Give us a sense of how Sherrill supporters are feeling tonight.
Let's tune in here.
Well, we've been talking to them all along, and they're feeling pretty good about tonight, especially when you heard the former governor, Chris Christie, talking about the turnout, the big numbers in this state. Of course, when a lot of people vote, it usually tends to be more on the Democrat.
Hey, we've got about 15 minutes till the next polls close in New Jersey. Want to take this moment. Thank you for being here. Make sure you're subscribed. Please make sure you're subscribed so you never miss a video. Subscribe on Substack as well so you can get on my email list. I do know what socialism is, by the way. I don't know who this new hater is in my chat, but I wouldn't have a show if I didn't know what I was talking about. By the way, there is also the opportunity to follow on Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook. If you want to become a member on YouTube, $5, you get exclusive perks. You get to become a mod in the chat. It's a pretty cool thing. It supports my show. If you want to just support the show directly, you could send $1, $2, $3 on Buy Me a Coffee. Somebody sent $50 earlier. Very thankful for that. I've had people send $100. A little too generous, but nonetheless very much appreciated. And last but not least, just share this with another friend because we're about to see all the results trickle in, and I want to make sure everybody tuned in so we can watch together. Let's listen back in.
Philadelphia. She's at Jack Ciattarelli's headquarters in Bridgewater, New Jersey. So, Annie, what's the feeling like there?
Everybody out here, Lindsay, is really excited. In fact, a short time ago, we talked to Jack Ciattarelli's brother, who's out here helping. He says that his brother continues to bring the hustle up until the very last minute, and their family is hoping that the third time is the charm. This is the third time that he is running for the seat of governor. If you remember back in 2021, he lost by only 3 percentage points to Governor Phil Murphy, who, of course, is term limited, so he is not running again. So he has been hungry for this for 3 years. And like everyone has been saying, affordability is the name of this campaign. Jack Ciattarelli really focusing on taxes. You heard Anthony just mention about property taxes.
Because he's a democratic socialist.
Focusing
he's
on
not
personal
a socialist.
And corporate.
I wish he was a socialist, but he's a democratic socialist. And if you don't know the difference, then I don't think you're in a position to be judging me on what I know. And really, I don't think you should be wasting anybody's energy or time in the chat until you go ahead and learn the difference. Democratic socialist is not a socialist. It's like being a social democrat. He merely wants to help expand public social safety nets so people in this country aren't starving, so people in this country actually have a roof over their head. And people say, oh, he's going to tax the rich so hard that the rich, they're going to flee New York City. He wants to raise the tax by 1%. 1%. And just raising it 1% will allow the budget to afford so many of the programs that he's trying to improve the entire city for. And by the way, all these millionaires are like, oh my God, hey, thank you for the $2, by the way. When am I going to be out there? Hey, the more campaign funding I can get, it'll help support my potential run. Although I'm not running yet, so I'm not going to ask for money like that. But just to finish my point on this, and I'll keep this going just so we can have the visual. But my point is this. People are saying, oh, the billionaires are going to flee New York because Mamdani is going to tax them 1% more. No. In fact, Mamdani is trying to improve the quality of life for the entire city. If you're a billionaire, why would you want to be in a city where there's people shooting up on the street and nobody can afford anything, and there's robbery and there's crime because things are unaffordable, because people are desperate, the city's dirty, etc.? You should want a government that is actually making the entire city better so that you don't have to live in your little bubble of a penthouse or a mansion and never go through the city. You should actually want the city you live in to be a place that everybody is thriving in. You really want things to be that uneven where you just want people to just live in trash on the street and you want people to be working all day long? No, you want a city where everybody's comfortable and happy, and maybe you're still rich, but at least everybody else around you is safe and comfortable and that people can have dignity. It's unreal. If I was a billionaire, I would want people in the city to be millionaires, potentially even billionaires. I want everything to be kind of on a more level playing field so that people can just exist and be happy. We all got to go someday anyway. We all got to go someday.
That have a large number of votes left. The bigger red dots are the places where we're waiting on expected Republican votes. But I want to highlight a couple of things here, Lindsay, because we've talked a lot about how voters shift over the years. I want to focus right now on Loudoun County. This is the Washington exurbs, the suburbs in the exurbs. This is outside of Washington, D.C. You talk about federal workers, federal contractors. This county is loaded with them. As you can see, Terry McAuliffe actually did pretty well in this county. It's a lighter shade of blue, though. He won by about 11 points, even though he lost the entire state. But if you go forward just into the next election? Well, Donald Trump, he actually fell back a little bit on it. And you can see as the shifts here, we saw this rightward shift. This county has been trending a little bit more to Republicans, even though it's heavily Democratic. Tonight, those numbers, plus 30 for Abigail Spanberger. So Spanberger is blowing her out right there. One smaller Republican county, just to mention, Westmoreland County, a more rural county. That's a place where Glenn Youngkin 4 years ago won by 21 points. Tonight, Winston-Murray Seals is only up by 8. So you're just not seeing the same kind of turnout that we did in the last time for a Republican to be successful. And I want to focus also on Virginia Beach. This is a heavily military-heavy part of the state. It is a lighter shade of blue, and it's an area where, frankly, a Democrat needs to start winning back. This is what happened in that county over the last couple elections. Joe Biden wins by about 5 points. Glenn Youngkin flips it all the way and wins by 8. Harris gets it back in the blue column. So far tonight, it's looking like it is in the column of Democrats in the neighborhood of 2 or 3 points. So that's Democrats righting the ship so far in a state that has trended blue in the last couple of decades, Lindsay.
All right.
Yeah, again, I don't know how much you can pull from these trends
because it feels Thanks so much.
more
We'll bring back in
candidate
ABC's
specific.
political director, Avery Harper. Avery, what are you able to glean from the independent voters in Virginia?
Right. We're getting a look at what some independent voters have responded to our poll. A third of the voters that we are looking at who responded to our poll identify as independent. 56% of them say that they voted for
MAGA.
Abigail Spanberger at the ballot box today,
maybe pull something
versus
for that.
41% who say they
Summer,
voted
thanks for being here.
Winsome
Make sure you're
Earl Sears,
subscribed.
a Republican in this race. And for
Thanks for supporting
comparison,
my
if
program.
we look back at 2021, for Glenn
Thanks
Youngkin,
again,
we saw independents
please,
support at a rate of 54%. So essentially, Abigail Spanberger doing as well as Glenn Youngkin did with independents back in 2021. As far as some of the most important issues that are facing the Commonwealth of Virginia, we do see that the economy ranks #1 by far. And that has been at the center of the emphasis of the election and the campaigns that we've seen from both of these candidates. For Abigail Spanberger, she's talked a lot about lowering the cost of healthcare. Healthcare also an issue that's very important. The lower issues that people cared about were immigration and education. And education, of course, an emphasis for Winsome Earl Sears.
All right, Avery Harper, thanks so much. And we are continuing to track Virginia results tonight as they come in. Stay with us.
All right, big stuff coming up. We have 10 minutes till the polls close in New Jersey. Wow, I can't believe this is all happening. Let's see what else is happening in Virginia.
Number inside of 10 points doesn't really change the broader dynamics that we've been discussing in terms of where Spanberger is overperforming. It just means a lot more of the sort of small rural areas that are very Republican have come in. There's still a ton of vote to come out of the Northern Virginia area and around Richmond. And one of the questions beyond the governor's race, I think, that's gotten national attention out of Virginia is the race for Attorney General. The Democrat there with those text messages from a couple years ago where he talked about the idea of killing children and terrible, terrible things. And so the idea of would he lose even if Spanberger's having a good night? Spanberger is having a good night right now. Take a look how many voters were willing to vote for Spanberger, but not for the Democratic candidate for Attorney General Jay Jones. Well, there certainly are some of them. That race now, Jones with a very narrow statewide lead over the incumbent, Jason Miyares, about a point right now. What's interesting is we're tracking around the state. Where is Jones running the closest with Spanberger, and where is the most separation? And a pattern's emerging, and it really has to do with the counties that we've been talking about. You're seeing the biggest gap between them. I can actually, instead of circling it, I can show it to you.
A lot of people online are calling the Virginia race official.
19-point margin here in the race for Attorney General. When you look at
a little unprofessional to do so. I mean, yeah, it's probably a wrap. It's just, it's like, why not just wait until it is official? It's not like it's gonna change, but it ruins the credibility if you say like, oh, she won. It's like, well, let's wait.
Populations of suburbanites, white-collar professionals. These are folks who are culturally liberal, have gravitated.
Steve, I'm going to interrupt you here. NBC News can now project the winner of the Virginia governor's race is Abigail Spanberger. News can now project the
culturally liberal, have
Steve,
gravitated.
I'm going to interrupt you here. NBC News can now project the winner of the Virginia governor's race is Abigail Spanberger. NBC News now projecting her as the winner of the Virginia governor's race. Steve, we were just talking about this throughout the night right now. All the momentum, all the voting, more Democrats coming out for her, especially
Earl Sears gets blown out by Spanberger.
Around those suburbs in D.C. You wonder how the Doge cuts, how the government shut down, how...
Some people predicted this was going to be close. They were like, maybe this is going to be a little bit of a toss-up, even though the polls were saying one thing. Wrong, over, landslide. Talk about a mandate. The people of Virginia are saying, we want a Democrat running our state now because whatever the hell is going on in this federal government is absolutely destroying our country. People don't have their SNAP benefits. People don't have health care. Nobody has an affordable life. Things suck right now. We don't like this Trump administration that promised that we would have cheaper gas, cheaper groceries, etc. Nothing was delivered. Everything happened in the opposite. Billionaires have gotten tax cuts. And this is what I said earlier at the top of this show, and this is what I'm going to say again now. Tonight is the beginning of a new America. This is the beginning of a change. Things are going to get slightly better in this country starting tonight. We still have 3 more years of this Trump regime. Yes, things could get a lot worse. But think of it this way. The country got a little better tonight. Things got a bit better in America for so many people tonight. And let's hope that stays the same with Mamdani. Let's hope that stays the same in New Jersey, Prop 50, Pennsylvania, Texas, Minnesota. But this is big. Let's see how they're reacting to this. Let's continue covering this.
That all affected the people that live around D.C. and how it affected their vote. And again, President Trump, he wasn't in this race. He didn't endorse Earl Sears. He didn't even mention her name. It was a very tough race for Republicans there. Too early to call in the Attorney General's race so far. And Steve, before you go, because I want to talk to 2 great political minds in about 30 seconds, explain to our viewers why we're just talking Virginia and we haven't talked about New Jersey or New York City or California yet.
Yeah, Tom, it's certainly not for lack of desire on my part, but in 6 minutes, the polls are going to close in New Jersey.
That's going to be big, too. We're going to be bringing you New Jersey. But understand this. Yes, New York has gotten a lot of attention. Yes, California has gotten a lot of attention. Virginia is crucial to preserving our democracy. We don't preserve democracy without Virginia. We need the people of Virginia. And that's a lot of D.C. folks, too, by the way. And a lot of people who are connected to the South as well. Virginia is crucial to returning this country back to a sense of normalcy, but then hopefully pushing the country in a better direction, right? We cannot just go to a pre-Trump world. That world was not working for everybody. Healthcare is still too expensive. Housing is unaffordable. The policies of the Democratic establishment have not been working. And that's why you see this schism right now between the old guard of people like Chuck Schumer versus this new wave of people like AOC, like Mamdani. The new wave is generating excitement. That's why you see Spanberger here winning in a landslide, because what did she focus on? She focused on affordability. She focused on affordability. She focused on the economy.
And this thing is going to start to light up like a Christmas tree at 11 p.m. Eastern. That's going to happen out in California. 9 p.m. That's going to happen in New York City. So, yeah, we got a storyline to follow here, the AG's race. But in a few minutes, that governor's race in New Jersey, which we expect to be the closer one and where Republicans think they have a chance, is going to take center stage.
Steve Kornacki, thank you.
That would be a very unfortunate turn of events if the Republicans do win in New Jersey, because there's no reason a Republican should win in New Jersey. And that goes to show what a ridiculous stronghold MAGA does have on some minds in this country.
3 minutes left. I got 2 of my favorites here. Moderator of Meet the Press, Kristen Welker, and NBC News senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson. Real quick, guys, what have we learned up to this point? Kristen.
A couple of things. Abigail Spanberger's message on the economy, affordability, clearly resonated. The Trump alliance, which included an increase in Latino voters of color, didn't necessarily hold. We saw that in counties like Loudoun.
And remember, Winsome Sears, I barely even remember her name, and we won't need to remember it because she's probably going to disappear now. She ran on hate. She ran on extremism, MAGA, white supremacy. Even though she's black, she's operating in this cult, and she's operating in this white Christian nationalist society that is trying to restore America back to the 1860s. Okay? It's like what Governor Newsom says so well. It's one of the things I like about what he says. He says this Trump administration is practicing rights regression. They claim to be the party of small government. They claim to be the party of states' rights, but they are trampling our rights. And so Winsome Sears says, oh, well, same-sex marriage shouldn't be legal. Let's leave it up to the states. And personally, I think it should be illegal. Really? In the big 2025, you're going to go after same-sex marriage at a time where it's still unacceptable for so many people to be trans, yet we're trying to push to a world post-homophobia, post-transphobia, where people can just be accepted for who they are. We still have neo-Nazis like this, Winsome Earl Sears, who want to demonize people for loving who they want to love. So screw you, Earl Sears. You lost badly. You got humiliated. Wasn't even close. This is projected with so much of the vote not even counted. So it's an absolute bloodbath, and it's good for the country.
County, Steve will break that down even
let me
more.
make my
And then
little
the
video
question.
too, and let's get live. Breaking news, Democrats win big in Virginia as the race for governor has been called in favor of Abigail Spanberger. She will be the next governor of Virginia, the first woman to be governor of Virginia, and right-wing extremist Winsome Earl Sears got absolutely destroyed. This was a landslide loss, a landslide win for Democrats, for the pro-democracy party against the extremist cult that is trying to undermine and overthrow our democracy with their Project 2025 white Christian nationalist rhetoric. Well, clearly, everything that's happening from the Trump administration is not popular with the American people. This race was called with so much of the vote still outstanding. A lot of people have called it already, and now I'm giving you the official word that major networks have called it in favor of the Democrats. The blue wave has begun. Things are getting better in the country tonight. We still have yet to see the results of New Jersey, New York, California. I'm covering it all live on my YouTube right now, Josh the Progressive. Tune in, link in my bio, or just search it. I hope to see you there. Perfect video. Perfect video.
From NBC News, Election Night, live from Rockefeller Center. Here now is Kristen Welker.
Welcome to NBC's special coverage of Election Night. It is a huge night with millions of voters making their voices heard all across the country for the first time since Donald Trump's return to the White House. And so far, voters tonight are signaling their frustration with the president based on NBC News exit polling. And just moments ago, the NBC News decision desk projecting that Democrat Abigail Spanberger is the winner of the Virginia governor's race. The government shutdown is looming large for the state, and at midnight, it will officially become the longest shutdown in American history. Take a look. These are live pictures from Spanberger election headquarters as her supporters celebrate the news. It is now just a few moments after 8 p.m. on the East Coast, and polls have just closed in other big governor's races tonight. New Jersey.
Victory!
Right now, that race is too early to call. Republicans are hoping they
Even
can
though
lock
I don't
in gains
personally
President
feel as though I
Trump
did
made
much
in
to
New
help
Jersey.
Virginia. I can't say the same about California and New York. I mean, New York, I made a ton of videos about Mamdani. You all know this. But specifically California, I do want to take credit for the fact that I was there on the very first day Newsom announced Prop 50. I was at the Democracy Center. They personally invited me as a political commentator, as a content creator, to be there, and I helped bring the issue to the forefront. So I played a role. I will say a humble role, but I played a role. Yet I still feel like, even though I didn't do much for Virginia, just everything that we are all doing, we are making an impact. The messaging is getting better. We are doing a better job at communicating to the American people. Hey, if you want working class solutions to your struggles, vote for the working class party. The Democratic Party is supposed to be the working class party. The Republican Party is the billionaire party. They're the pro-Israel party. They're the anti-Ukraine, pro-Russia party. And really, they're the anti-American party. They're the pro-Trump party. So, great win in Virginia. And we're about to see some initial results from New Jersey.
Sears. And again, this is sort of the standard Democratic victory model in New Jersey, excuse me, I'm getting ahead of myself here. The standard Democratic victory model in Virginia, except Spanberger is doing even better than Democrats have done lately in a lot of these places. Chiefly, here we go. All the vote is in now in Loudoun County up here. This is one of the biggies in the state. Spanberger's going to win this by 29 points.
Wow.
Big bedroom communities, suburban, exurban area just outside Washington, D.C. The key here, when you look at this statewide margin, statewide tally, and you ask about the margin, what we've seen happen in the last few minutes is all the red you see, sort of rural areas, Southwest Virginia, South Side, that have started to fill in. They've allowed Earl Sears to chip away a bit at that statewide lead. But I want you to keep in mind, so much of the population is right around here. And you go into a county like Prince William County, there's still 150,000 votes that are going to come out of this county. Look at Spanberger's lead right there. You can imagine what that's going to do to her statewide total. This is the biggest of the big. Fairfax County, we don't even have half the vote in here right now. And Abigail Spanberger, with a 50-point lead. So you expect her, I think, certainly to maintain and maybe even build on that lead a bit. And the suspense here in Virginia really is going to be, does she have a big enough pad that she can carry over the top the beleaguered Democratic candidate for Attorney General? And you can see that one is a squeaker right now. Jay Jones with those text messages, those inflammatory text messages that came to light. He's barely up right now in the statewide tally. So that one of the reasons why that Spanberger total becomes so important. And I just wanted to check in because the polls closed in New Jersey, and we did just get a whole bunch of votes here.
Wow, let's look at that.
Statewide.
6% in already.
200,000 votes
wow.
just came in. This is a big one. Now, this is interesting.
Oh,
so
whoa.
This is Hudson County. We're talking about directly across from New York City, the Hudson River. You're talking about a bunch of mid-sized, Jersey City's the biggest city here, and a bunch of mid-sized cities with very large Hispanic populations. Union City, New Jersey, West New York, North Bergen.
Immigration should be a big part of this.
This is significant because this is one of the counties, one of the biggest Trump surprises in the entire country in 2024 was in this county. He cut his margin. He still lost it, but he was closer than anybody thought they'd ever see a Republican come in this county. Well, you can see tonight with 40% of the vote now, we think this is the early and mail vote, so this is probably going to be more friendly, a little bit more friendly to Democrats than the same-day vote, but a 58-point margin here right off the bat for Mikey Sherrill. Again, you take a look here. This was 28 last year. This was an incredible performance for a Republican. One of the major questions in this race in New Jersey, and one of the major questions for American politics coming out of the 24 election was the Hispanic.
Look at the disparity here. Look at that. Let me do basic math. 16-point increase for Sherrill. Unbelievable. Wow.
Inroads that Donald Trump made. Could another Republican take them and replicate?
And mind you, there are so many factors for why Harris lost. She campaigned for 107 days. Trump had 4 years of a head start to make his case, right? And Harris's case was so tied to the failures of Biden to communicate and the overall failures of his presidency. I'm not saying his whole presidency was a failure. He's surely better than Trump. But what I am saying is they didn't do a good job communicating the things that they were doing well, like helping us get out of COVID, for example. I don't think Biden gets enough credit for that. When he entered office, we were still in the middle of a pandemic, and he helped get us back to work, back to school.
Them without Trump on the ballot. Here's a test tonight. Jack Ciattarelli in Hudson County. We got 40% of the vote. Again, I think a lot of this is going to be early vote and mail-in vote. So we'll see if the same day changes the complexion of this vote at all. But you're seeing a 58-point advantage here from Mikey Sherrill. So Ciattarelli not generating that Trump-level support here. Just taking a quick look. Bergen County, big classic suburban county here. This is.
By the way, everybody. The Democrats looks like they won the lieutenant governor's seat in Virginia as well. It's the first Muslim woman elected statewide. Wow.
One that we can show you, in fact, it come in. So let's see if he can.
I'm going to make a video talking about how New Jersey is looking very good for Democrats right now. Breaking news. The polls have just closed in New Jersey, and it is too early to call, but Democrats are looking really good right now. The margins are huge for Democrat Mikey Sherrill. She is absolutely blowing Jack Ciattarelli out of the water right now with these early numbers that are in. It's a bigger, I'm going to redo that. See, you guys are getting me live. When you record, you get to do it a couple times. Breaking news, the polls have just closed in the state of New Jersey, where a tough governor's race between Mikey Sherrill and Jack Ciattarelli is coming up blue right now. It's not official, it's too early to call, but things are looking very good for Democrats in New Jersey, as Sherrill is pulling way ahead of Ciattarelli with some of these early numbers coming in, winning multiple counties by huge margins. So we'll see once this is official, but Democrats are on track in New Jersey, just as they won Virginia in a landslide, bigger than what was polled, bigger than what people have predicted. Hopefully that goes the same way for New York and Prop 50 and these other critical races around the country as well. I'm live on YouTube right now covering New Jersey. We'll talk about New York. We'll talk about California, Pennsylvania, etc. Search Josh Progressive. I hope to see you there. Perfect. I do read the chat, by the way. So whoever just said, do you read the chat? I do.
On the ballot there. And it's the impact on the economy, which is still the number one issue for these voters that we're seeing in these exit
We'll talk about that more, too. I'm gonna do some walking here, Chris. I'm going to walk over to that wall and talk you through it.
Yeah. Walk on over. All right. While you're doing that, Hallie, let's go out to NBC's Ryan Nobles. He is at Democrat Abigail Spanberger's headquarters in Richmond, Virginia. Ryan, the celebrations must be beginning there.
You're absolutely right, Kristen. I've covered 5 Virginia gubernatorial elections. I've been in rooms where the candidate didn't win. I've been in rooms where the candidate has won. And you knew right from the start that Democrats felt like they were going to have a good night. The second the doors opened, people came pouring in. You can see behind me.
Make sure you subscribe. Make sure you like the video.
Crowd. And when NBC News first made that
make sure you
call,
share this with a friend.
That Abigail
Please
Spanberger
consider
was going to be
becoming a
elected
member.
the first female governor in Virginia history, the crowd absolutely erupted. Happy to have the governor's mansion back after 4 years of Republicans being in charge here in Virginia. Now, there's a long list of reasons why Democrats believe that they were successful in Virginia. I don't know if they thought they'd be this successful. Many of the Democratic operatives I talked to believe that the call could come early. Few of them thought that it would come before 8 o'clock. So that is just shows a sign of Spanberger's strengths. But over and over again, there were 2 issues that Democrats pointed to as to why they thought Spanberger was going to win here tonight. The first was that she's just a good candidate. She's someone that had a very strong personal story, a former law enforcement officer, a CIA officer, a very bipartisan and moderate member of Congress who served what was a very swing district for many years in Washington.
That's a huge upset.
And that she had a message, secondly,
yeah, she was pulling ahead, but
that really resonated with Virginia voters at a time where they wanted to hear it. Virginians have been very frustrated with the early days of the Trump administration, and in particular, the way that he has gone and worked to dismantle the federal government, which is acutely impactful in Virginia, which has one of the highest percentages of federal workers in the country. And it's not just direct federal workers, but it's those ancillary jobs connected to the federal government contractors, people that run diners outside of federal agencies. These were all people that were feeling the impacts, not just of the government shutdown, but the decisions made by the Trump administration to scale back the federal workforce leading into the government shutdown and the other decisions made by the Trump administration. So there are certainly some good takeaways that Democrats can take from what we saw here tonight in Virginia in terms of economic messaging, kitchen table issues, avoiding getting too far into the weeds in these cultural issues, which Spanberger's opponent, Winsome Sears Earle, really kind of made the hallmark of her campaign. But at the same time, it's not necessarily something that can be extrapolated out or duplicated across the country.
By the way, the polls, this is big, guys. The polls in New York close in 48 minutes. And I'm pretty sure, I think that's going to be the most exciting of them all. Because what a big race that is. Thanks for being here. I want to see what else we can pull up.
Joining me now is Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders. He has been a big supporter of the mayoral candidate here in New York City, Zohran Mamdani, a Democratic Socialist. Senator, thank you so much for joining me on this election night.
My pleasure.
So let's just set the scene.
Excited.
Polls close in just under an hour now in New York. How are you feeling? You think that Mr. Mamdani is going to pull it out tonight?
Well, as I understand it, the turnout is extraordinary.
I like how Mamdani is
and as
fighting
somebody
on an economic
who very
agenda
much
to help
believes in
New
democracy,
Yorkers
worries
afford
about the future
living in the city.
of American democracy, I am glad to see that the turnout, I think, is the largest in 30 or 40 years. So that's a good sign.
My question for you, Senator, if he is in fact successful tonight, what, if anything, can and should Democrats nationally take from his victory? We just called Virginia for Abigail Spanberger for the governor's race. These are very similar messages in some ways on the economy, that they want to make the life more affordable for their constituents, and yet very different visions for how to do that. What should Democrats take from it?
I think you're right. We will see what the election results are in New York City before I pontificate. But I think Mamdani has run an extraordinary campaign. And one lesson that must be learned is that if you have a message that speaks to working people, to ordinary people, that you are prepared to take on the oligarchs in New York City. They have spent millions and millions of dollars trying to defeat him. And what he is saying is that in New York, and in fact throughout the country, we need a government that represents working people, the middle class, who are having a hard time now being able to afford housing, childcare, transportation, health care. That we need a government that represents them and not the people on top. I think the message, if he does well, is that people are tired of establishment politics. They understand that in America, the people on top have never, ever had it so good, while 60% of us living paycheck to paycheck. They want real change and candidates with the courage to take on the big money interests.
Senator, it's Hallie Jackson. Thanks for being on with us tonight. Question for you, because to your point here on the working class and on Democrats appealing to them, we have seen voters today in New York City tell our exit pollers again and again they care about affordability. They think that the cost of their housing is a problem. The vast majority said that. But they also, based on these early exit polls, suggested more than half of voters in these early exit polls suggested that Mr. Mamdani's policies were not realistic. This has obviously been an attack line from Andrew Cuomo in this race. How does Zohran Mamdani combat that perception that he is putting out some of these pie-in-the-sky ideas and doesn't have a realistic way to back that up? How does he combat that if he does do well?
To make sure that people in New York, and in my view, all over the country, in the richest country in the history of the world, can afford housing. That is not a radical idea. What is a radical idea, if I may say so, is Trump giving $1 trillion in tax breaks to the 1% and throwing 15 million people off the health care they have. That is a radical idea. Thinking that climate change is a hoax is a radical idea. We cannot become accustomed to a nation in which one guy on top, Mr. Musk, owns more wealth than the bottom 52% of American society. So I don't agree with you. It is not radical to say that we should have the best child care system in the world if we believe in our kids and if we believe in the future of this country. It's not radical to say that we should have efficient and fast and free bus service. These are not radical ideas. What is radical is that we have more income and wealth inequality than we've ever had. That's got to change.
Senator Kristen,
so
again, quick question.
How many times has he said the same exact thing for the past 30, 40 years, and nobody listens to him?
You raise President Trump. He has threatened to pull federal funding from New York City if Mr. Mamdani is elected. Does that concern you? Do you think that that's a realistic threat? And do you think he may have shaken up this race with that last-minute endorsement of Andrew Cuomo?
We will find out. Look, it's not just New York. He's threatening not to fund programs in Vermont and California. For the first time in the history of this country, you have a president who's acting so illegally, so unconstitutionally. It is insane. What this guy is saying is, oh, you voted against me, therefore you can't get federal funds. Is that really the United States of America? Is that really the way a president should behave? No president, not Republican or Democrat before this, has ever suggested that.
Senator, if in fact Mr. Mamdani is successful, I wonder what you would like him to work on day one. What should his day one priority be? As Hallie was just noting, he has laid out a long
what does day
agenda,
one look
which
like?
includes free public transportation, government supermarkets, government child care. What should be issue one for him?
Well, look, this guy has run a brilliant campaign, and I have every reason to believe he's going to do a great job as mayor if he wins. So I'll let him decide what his priorities are. But I would simply say that right now in Vermont, New York City, all over this country, we have a child care system which is absolutely broken at a time when psychologists tell us that the years 0 through 4, Kristen, are the most important for intellectual and emotional development for human beings. So making sure that every kid in this country, in New York City, gets the proper early childhood care that they need, to me, is enormously important. And New York can set the example for the rest of the country.
All right, Senator Bernie Sanders, thank you so much for being with us on this election night. We will continue to watch the returns. We really appreciate your perspective, Senator. Thank you. We do want to get out to New Jersey now, where those polls just closed. NBC's
Let's see what news we have out of New Jersey.
Mikey Sherrill's headquarters in New Brunswick, and NBC's Julie Sirkin is at Jack Ciattarelli's headquarters in Bridgewater. Thank you both for being here. Stephanie, let me start with you. What is the mood there? How optimistic are they?
Kristen, the mood's good. I mean, you saw those numbers coming in. People here are getting very excited. You know, it's interesting listening to Bernie Sanders talk about Zohran Mamdani and then compare that just over the Hudson River to the candidate for governor for the Democratic Party here in this state, Mikey Sherrill, former Navy pilot, federal prosecutor, moderate Democrat who flipped a red county in 2018 to go to Congress. She is a very different kind of candidate. I had a chance to talk to her today, and I said, so which brand is it? Is it the Mamdani brand, or is it the Mikey Sherrill brand? And she said that one of the things you may be able to take away from this election is which brand works better. But one of the things they are watching very closely here, and they have reason.
I don't think that's the takeaway. I think the takeaway is this: the Democrats or Republicans. And maybe some Democrats are still kind of moderate, like Spamberger, but at least we're not talking about extremists that are trying to destroy the country. Seriously, at least we're the pro-democracy, pro-constitution party. Now, the similarity is both of these people ran on affordability, but we'll see how their differences in ideas surrounding affordability will play out. Who's going to be more pragmatic? Whose ideas actually benefit more people? Personally, I believe Mamdani, but we'll see what Spamberger, and Sherrill has to say about that.
To feel good about it right now is turnout and enthusiasm. And second to that is what is driving people to the polls. And there's a number that you should focus on in the exit polls, that 38% of people said they came to the polls because they were opposing Trump. Now that's important because Mikey Sherrill has tied this campaign and her criticism of her Republican opponent, Jack Ciattarelli, to Donald Trump, accusing Donald Trump of making the affordability so difficult in this state. That's the principal issue for people in New Jersey. On the flip side, you're the Republican candidate saying, well, hang on, there's been a Democrat at the governor's office in this state for 8 years, and Donald Trump has been in office for 11. So they really do believe in a lot of ways that their success tonight hinges on whether people believe that the lack of affordability in this state is because of Donald Trump and because Jack Ciattarelli is attached to him, that they should vote for Mikey Sherrill, Kristen.
Well, and Steph, you take me perfectly over to Julie, who's at Jack Ciattarelli's campaign headquarters, because this has been the challenge for Jack Ciattarelli.
Landslide
he
looking
has,
right now.
in some instances, embraced
People were saying
President
this would be
Trump.
like a 3-point race, and she's up almost 30% right now. Wow.
They might have to move because they can't afford to live here. Sherrill has promised to freeze electricity prices. A Republican voter today telling me what good does that do? The prices are already so high. But certainly Ciattarelli feels...
Cheryl's up 30% right now. with 22% of the voted.
Trump was able to really eat into the margins as far as blue states goes in New Jersey, probably the most of any. You see the energy in the room behind me. The polls just closed. They just started letting people in here. There are a lot of MAGA hats. There are a lot of Make New Jersey Great Again hats. Chitterelli's campaign feeling positive, but today is all about turnout for him. Not only in Somerset County, where I am right now, also in Ocean County, a red county, as you heard Steve talking about there, but also Passaic. That's where I was yesterday, talking to primarily Latino voters, where Chitterelli has focused a large portion of his time during this campaign, knowing that he needs to win over those voters, just like the president did in November, in order to have a shot at winning this race. One of the advantages that Chitterelli has here, similar to Spanberger in Virginia, he can present himself as the change candidate. Phil Murphy has been in office for 2 terms. Chitterelli can say that Cheryl will be a continuation of that, and hopefully in his mind he'll win tonight because of it.
All right, Julie Sirkin, thank you so much. We'll continue to check back in with you throughout the night. Let's get back to NBC News Chief Data Analyst Steve Kornacki, who has some new insights into the results so far in New Jersey, and Republican Jack Chitterelli. What do you have, Steve?
Okay, so what we have, Kristen, is a quarter of the vote statewide, and you're looking at this and you're saying, wow, Mikey Sherrill is absolutely clobbering Jack Chitterelli. Well, what we don't have yet anywhere in the state are the returns for votes that were cast today at the polls, which we expect to be more Republican friendly than the votes that were cast by mail or that were cast early in the early voting process. So what's been reported out in these counties is some combination of the vote by mail, which we know to be generally a very Democratic favorable type of vote, and early in person. So essentially what you're seeing here is the best it's going to be for Mikey Sherrill in the counties that have reported so far. So
does it mean if all Democrats win? Well, it still means we have 3 more years of Trump, but it does mean that the country gets a bit better tonight, that the people in this country are really fed up, and they're voicing that. They say the Trump election in 2024 was a mandate. No, this is a mandate. Trump barely beat Kamala Harris, let's be real. I mean, he won the swing states, but in tiny margins each time. And he won against a candidate that had 100 days to prepare, that was a very unpopular incumbent candidate, and really would have lost to anybody else. But because of the circumstances, because of the economy, because of the incumbent, he took advantage of that. He lied to people. But there was no mandate. This is what a mandate looks like.
Down here, this is Burlington County. So you're talking about, it's geographically big, but a lot of the population is sort of along the Delaware River in here, outside of Philadelphia's suburbs, bedroom communities. Okay, so about half the vote is in, and Cheryl's winning this by 31 points. That is mail vote, that is early in-person vote. What's now going to happen is the rest of the vote's going to fill in. It's going to be the vote that was cast today, Election Day. What does Chitterelli need to do here? He probably doesn't need to win Burlington County, but I can show you. This was 17 points last year, and it was 7 points when Jack Chitterelli nearly won the governorship 4 years ago. So the same day vote, Chitterelli, you can see, is going to have to win it by a very big margin, and he's got to get it down at least to this level where it was 4 years ago. So we're going to be keeping an eye. What does that same day vote look like when it comes in Burlington County? Is Chitterelli winning it by a wide margin? You're going to see that up here in Bergen County. We have all the early vote. We have the vote by mail-in Bergen County. That's a massive lead for Mikey Sherrill. That lead is going to come down as the same day vote comes in. How far? Well, it was a 3-point race in the presidential race last year. This is a county, if Jack Chitterelli is going to have a chance tonight, I think he wants this county to be red by the end of the night. So again, as that same day vote comes in, he's got to win it by a big margin, and I think that's the benchmark for him right there. We're seeing it, look, this is a small county right here, but this should be by the end of the night for Chitterelli. If he's going to have a chance, this should be a double-digit Republican county. Again, this is the vote by mail. This is the early vote. This is as good as it gets for Sherrill. The story of the rest of the night in Hunterdon and all of these other counties where you're seeing vote so far is going to be Chitterelli-friendly vote.
Hey,
how friendly is that vote?
Over 100 people here right now. Thank you for making this one of our biggest shows so far. Please support the show by subscribing, become a member. You can send a super chat, buy me a coffee, etc. Help support me as an independent creator. And if you're new here, definitely make sure you're subscribed. And I'm on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, Substack, Threads, you name it. Any social media, you'll find me. I post every single day, weekends included, around the clock, 24/7, to keep you informed, to spread the truth about what's happening. I don't just give you the news. There's other news creators. My job as a political commentator is to talk through the news, to cut through the BS and get through to the truth of what's happening. like what we see on election night. Let's turn this back up.
County, Somerset County, Morris County, places like this. Chitterelli was getting big improvements over Trump,
this country.
and then Trump fell way, the bottom fell
We
out
have
for Trump
the
last
power.
year. Trump made his gains in the urban,
everybody else in here
non-white
right
parts
now.
of
We
New Jersey.
have the
Between
power.
those two coalitions,
This is
the
called
suburbs
democracy.
where Chitterelli did well, and the cities where Trump did well. There's a winning coalition for Republicans if you can combine them. That is elusive. That's been elusive for Republicans in modern times. If Chitterelli could pull that off tonight, he would win.
All right, we will check back in with you in just a few minutes, Steve. But now we do want to turn to our next guest. Joining me now is New York Representative and House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. Leader Jeffries, thank you so much for joining us on this election night.
Good evening. Great to be with you.
It's great to have you. I'm here with my colleague, Hallie Jackson. We've got a couple of questions for you. We have to start in your home city right here of New York. You did, in the home stretch, endorse the Democratic nominee, Zohran Mamdani. As you know, President Trump endorsed Andrew Cuomo overnight. Governor Cuomo telling me today he thinks, yes, that's going to earn him a few more of the Curtis Sliwa votes. Do you think that Mamdani...
You're the most liberal guy I've seen on TikTok. How do you cut through the BS and say the truth? I find that to be an insult, personally, because I'm not a liberal. I'm a progressive. And Hakeem Jeffries, he's a liberal. I don't necessarily agree with the liberal wing of the party. So for you calling me a liberal, you're actually saying I'm more conservative than what I am. I think you're trying to say that I'm too far left for you, which is true. But I'm not a liberal.
And have a victory tonight.
Yes, Zohran's going to be the next mayor of the city of New York. He's run a relentlessly focused campaign on affordability. The cost of living is way too high in New York City in the communities that I represent.
Why does Hakeem Jeffries even do these interviews? Every single time it just makes him look so bad when they just get him with a gotcha question about Mamdani.
And all across the city of New York. That, in fact, is the case we know throughout the country. And, of course, Donald Trump hasn't kept his promise to lower costs. In fact, he said he was going to lower costs on day one. Costs aren't going down. They're going up all across the country. Grocery prices up, housing costs up, childcare costs up, utility prices through the roof. And now, as we've been working our way through this Trump shutdown in Washington, D.C., Republicans want to increase health care premiums on tens of millions of Americans because of their refusal to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credit. So I think Zohran's going to win, and it's going to be incumbent upon all of us in the city of New York to make sure that he is as successful a mayor as he can possibly be.
So, Leader Jeffries, it's Hallie Jackson, by the way. Thanks for being with us. Let me ask you this, because you've also suggested that Zohran Mamdani is not the face of the future of the Democratic Party. And there are those around him who think you're wrong on that, who think he potentially has real appeal beyond simply New York City. We could talk all day about how special and unique New York is. I get it. It's not a place where you necessarily will extrapolate nationally if you're a Democrat. But can you talk a little bit more about that piece of it and what through lines you see now that you might be talking with your conference about come 2026 ahead of the midterms? If, you've seen already Abigail Spanberger sail to a win, if Mamdani comes out big in New York, if Mikey Sherrill's able to pull it out in Jersey.
Well, it's my expectation that Mikey Sherrill is going to be the next governor of the state of New Jersey, that we're going to win the statewide races in Pennsylvania. We're going to crush it in California. We've seen Democrats actually win statewide in Georgia. And, of course, Abigail Spanberger coasted to victory. And it looks like every single Democrat on the statewide ticket in the Commonwealth of Virginia is also going to win. This is a rout for Democrats all across the country. Now, as House Democrats, what we've said from the very beginning of this year is that we need to relentlessly focus on driving down the high cost of living and fixing our broken healthcare system that Donald Trump and Republicans are making worse by the day. And as long as we stay on these kitchen table pocketbook issues, while of course addressing the extremism that Donald Trump and Republicans continue to unleash on the American people, what we're seeing tonight is going to be replicated a year from now when Democrats take back control of the House of Representatives.
You think they could do the Senate as well? You just called it a rout tonight. It sounds like you think they'll flip the House. You think they could do the same for the Senate?
I think the Senate is going to be a big surprise a year from now, particularly if the trend lines continue to move in our direction. Keep in mind, listen, we've won every statewide race that has been held this year, starting with the Wisconsin State Supreme Court race in April. We've won all of the high-profile special elections, beginning in a state Senate seat in Iowa in January that Donald Trump had just won a few months prior by 21 points. And so what we're seeing tonight is the culmination of something that has
Cheryl's
been building
dominating Chitterelli right
since
now.
the very beginning of the Trump presidency,
20%.
which has been a complete and total failure of Republican control of government.
Leader Jeffries, let me ask you, because, of course, this election night occurring against the backdrop of what is poised to be the longest government shutdown now in U.S. history. There has been some discussion that lawmakers, the Senate in particular, getting closer to a potential off-ramp. At this hour, are you optimistic that you will be able to end this government shutdown this week?
Well, we've said from the very beginning, listen, we want to sit down with Republicans, and we're willing to do so anytime, any place, in order to reopen the government, in order to enact a spending agreement that actually makes life better for the American people. But at the same time, we have to decisively address the Republican health care crisis. We've also said as House Democrats that we will evaluate in good faith anything that is bipartisan that emerges from the Senate. Part of the problem that we've confronted over the last 35 days, Donald Trump has spent more time on the golf course than he has in talking with Democrats who represent half the country. He's completely and totally disinterested in reopening the government that he shut down. In fact, he's trying to weaponize starvation, breaking the law, withholding SNAP benefits, can't find a dime to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits, while at the same period of time can find $40 billion
folks, they're
to
projecting
bail out
Mikey
a right-wing wannabe dictator in Argentina. This is extraordinary stuff. And the American people
I'll make a video about that. And then when the news brings it up too, we can all celebrate, but I'm going to tell everybody on social media right now. Do a little side video for you guys. Breaking news, Democrats win big in New Jersey. Whoops. Oh, Spamberger is going to speak too. Okay, let me be quick. Breaking news, Democrats win big in New Jersey as Mikey Sherrill is projected to become the next mayor. Breaking news, Democrats win big in New Jersey as Mikey Sherrill is projected to become the next governor of New Jersey, defeating Jack Ciattarelli in a landslide victory for the Democrats, a landslide loss for Donald Trump's hand-picked candidate in Ciattarelli. Another example of a mandate coming from the American people, absolutely disputing the Trump administration's policies for the country. All around the country, we're seeing Democrats win big. We just saw the Virginia governor's race go to Democrat Abigail Spanberger. This is another landslide victory, and we're still 30 minutes from polls closing in New York, an hour and a half from polls closing in California, but this is set to be a historic night. America is getting better tonight. Not all of our problems are solved, and we cannot go back to a pre-Trump status quo world, but we are pushing the country in a better direction tonight. Things are getting slightly better for people around the country. Let's celebrate these victories. I'm live on YouTube right now, Josh the Progressive. Link is in my bio, covering every single election result. We're about to look at New York. We're about to look at California. So come watch. Let's celebrate together. Fantastic video from me, by the way. All right, here we go.
Thank you all so much. My fellow Virginians.
Wow. Oh, her family looks so happy. I'm assuming these are her family members.
Tonight, we sent a message.
Yeah, we did. That's what's up. I'm pretty libbed up right now, I will say.
We sent a message to every corner of the Commonwealth. A message to our neighbors and our fellow Americans across the country. We sent a message to the whole world that in 2025, Virginia chose pragmatism over partisanship. We chose our Commonwealth over chaos.
Earl Sears, chaos agent.
You all chose leadership that will focus relentlessly on what matters most. Lowering costs, keeping our communities safe, and strengthening our economy for every Virginian. Leadership that will focus on problem solving, not stoking division. We chose leadership that will always put Virginia first.
Let's go. Folks, 20 minutes until the New York polls close.
And Virginia, I cannot wait to get to work for you.
Let me go get some like
Tonight we turned a page. We turned that page by listening to our neighbors, focusing on practical results, laying out a clear agenda, and leading with decency and determination. To everyone who helped us achieve this win, from the bottom of my heart, I thank you. I thank you for the trust that you have placed in me, and it is the honor of my lifetime to be elected the 75th governor of the Commonwealth.
That's amazing. Hopefully she's good.
I would like to thank my opponent for a hard-fought race.
People are done with this. There's nothing to thank this hateful preacher for.
The Lieutenant Governor's story, her military service, and her years of service here in Virginia deserve our respect and our gratitude, and I ask that you join me in wishing her and her family well.
Very respectful, though, I will say. MAGA would never do that. Remember when Trump loses and he's like, they're scum, they're the enemy within. And by the way, this is less about her trying to win. She's already won, but it's more about now she has to make sure that the people who voted for Earl Sears come around and support her.
I also know that those who were supporting my opponent are disappointed today. And to those Virginians who did not vote for me, I want you to know that my goal and my intent is to serve all Virginians. And that means that I will listen to you, I will work for you and with you. That is the approach that I've taken throughout my entire career. I have worked with anyone and everyone,
over 11 points
regardless
as of now,
of political party, to deliver results for the people that I serve. And that's because I believe in this idea that there is so much more that unites us as Virginians and as Americans than divides us.
That's right.
And I know in my heart that we can unite for Virginia's future, and we can set an example for the rest of the nation.
Yeah.
Our founders understood this from the very beginning. They didn't choose to call Virginia a Commonwealth. by accident. They chose it to signify that our government would be based on the power of the people united for a common good. Party, not for a president, not for a monarch, but for a common good, together. And tonight, Virginia proved that that tradition is alive and well. We are still a commonwealth in every sense of the word. Woo. We are built on the things we share, not the things that pull us apart. And I am proud that our campaign earned votes from Democrats, Republicans, independents, and everyone in between.
Woo. I'm just enjoying this.
That's the Virginia I know, that's
like
the Virginia
right
I love, and that's the Virginia I will have the honor.
And even if, let's say, she's a little moderate for my taste, let's say Cheryl's a little moderate, to see the Trump administration spiral, I cannot wait to see Caroline Leavitt's press conference this week. They're probably at the White House like, man, we really suck. People hate us. Ugh. We need to cheat more and send more ICE out.
Of serving as your next governor.
Somebody said they wanted to run for president.
So many people for the support that they have given to our campaign. Thank you for your work. Thank you for your support. To our tireless volunteers, to those who believed in me, thank you. Thank you for devoting your time, your energy, and your conviction to this campaign. Thank you for braving the weather, the heat, and then the cold, and then the rain, and then the sun. It's Virginia after all.
Hey, Kenneth, ads are tailored towards
Thank you for talking to your neighbors about the importance of this race. If it's something inappropriate, it might be something that you've been looking up. Thank you for recognizing that when we went person to person engaging, that we could bring people not just into supporting our campaign, but into engaging in our democracy.
If you get ads on YouTube, it's usually tailored towards YouTube knowing what you've been looking up. So if you, let's say you've been looking up surfing or you've been looking up golf, you'll probably get more golf ads. But also this is a political show, so you might get political ads. Who knows? Let's continue listening in.
Every single member of our team, every single one of you, you work tirelessly for the change, the progress, the policies, the connection, and the respect that you want to see in our communities. Thank you for working so hard. Thank you for giving people hope.
This is so
Thank
exciting.
you for knocking on doors in the sweltering heat. Thank you for showing kindness. Thank you for showing up in every corner of Virginia. Thank you for diving deep on policy. Yes. Thank you for capturing moments and the essence of our campaign. Thank you for reaching voters everywhere. And thank you for believing that Virginia could and would send a hopeful and joyful message tonight.
We got this.
Thank you for giving everything.
Wow, they hit you with a
everything to this
ad?
campaign
That's
and then
crazy.
some.
It's funny because they just lost.
Family. To my husband, Adam.
Woo! I don't know this guy. I'm just enjoying the phone right now.
My partner in everything.
Tower defense. Oh, that doesn't sound that inappropriate. He's talking about getting through the tower.
I'm grateful for you.
You're trying to make it
very strange
more
to
of an
declare my
innuendo
love for
than
you
it
in front
is.
of millions of people. But every adventure we have ever been on has been worth it because you have been by my side. I love you. I'm grateful for you. And I cannot wait to see what the next couple of years bring.
Governor-elect Abigail Spanberger, the first.
All right, folks, we are just 13 minutes away from polls closing in New York City. New York, New York, bum, ba-na-na-na. Start spreading the news. I'm leaving today. I want to be a part of it. New York, New York. These vagabond, was it blues? Vagabond blues. Or is it shoes? Let's tune in.
Showing that some of that may have paid off because he appears to be winning by wide margins with first-time voters, with relative newcomers to the city, blowing them out, in fact, where Andrew Cuomo has a narrower margin with voters who are native New Yorkers who own property here. And really the story of this race may be the changing dynamics of the city, Lindsay. It appears that Zohran Mamdani, again, according to a preliminary look at the exit polls, is going to lose voters who identify as Jewish, voters who identify as Catholic, and is still poised to perhaps become the next mayor of New York. That would have been unheard of a decade or two ago, Lindsay.
And let's talk about the idea that if he does win, he would be New York City's first Muslim mayor.
He would, and that is astonishing in a city where the memory of 9/11 still looms large over the city's politics. And the next mayor of New York will preside over the 25th anniversary commemoration of the 9/11 attacks. And for the first time, that could be a Muslim mayor. Zohran Mamdani's main opponent, Andrew Cuomo, made that a personal attack line. He even laughed with a radio host during the campaign who suggested that Mamdani would have been cheering on the terrorists. It got a bit ugly. But in the closing weeks of the campaign, Lindsay, Mamdani gave an impassioned speech about Muslims living in the shadows in the city. And he says part of the reason that he ran for mayor was so they did not have to live in the shadows anymore.
All right, Aaron Katursky for us. Thanks so much, Aaron. Now I want to bring in ABC News political director Avery Harper. And give us a sense, when we're talking about New York City voters, what are the biggest issues here?
Right, when we look at some of that preliminary exit poll data that we're getting in, and you look at the issues important to New Yorkers, it's no surprise that the cost of living is far outpacing any of the other issues that we measured. 56% of voters saying the cost of living is the most important issue facing New York City. And of course, affordability and those cost of living issues were at the center of Zohran Mamdani's campaign. He talked about things like free childcare, city-run groceries, freezing rent, making buses free are some of the things that he has proposed. Also, crime is coming in at number 2 here. Of course, Curtis Sliwa, the Republican candidate in this race, has talked a lot about crime. Also, Andrew Cuomo has talked about public safety as well throughout this race. Immigration also coming in as a top 3 issue. Let's delve more into the economy. Take a look at this. When we ask New Yorkers to describe the economy, only 32% say that it's excellent or good. 65% say not so good or poor. And again, I think that is really reflective of the fact that there are many folks across the 5 boroughs of New York City struggling to make ends meet. The cost of living, affordability at the center of what motivated them to come out to the polls today.
And Avery, thank you so much. Rick, I want to bring you back in here. I know you have the polls leading up to this election. Give us a sense of that.
Yeah, it's just remarkable, the rise of Zohran Mamdani, because I'm just looking here. This is the polls where they are right now, right going into Election Day. Mamdani leading. These are major figures in New York and sometimes nationally. Eric Adams, who started the campaign running, he was running as an incumbent mayor. He's the current mayor of New York. Curtis Sliwa, he's well known in New York as with the Guardian Angels. And Andrew Cuomo, the former governor, the son of the former governor. These are big figures. Who's Zohran Mamdani? Well, he was basically nobody back when the polling that we have on this chart started back in March. He is not even in double digits when this race essentially starts. Then you just see this meteoric rise that rises right through his victory in the Democratic primary. all the way where it is today. Then Mayor Adams drops out of the race, and there's some thinking, okay, maybe this consolidates all the support that wasn't from Mamdani around Andrew Cuomo. Cuomo gets a little bit of a bump, but Curtis Lee, with the Republican, is still there, and Mamdani even gets some bumps along the way. So wherever he lands tonight, if he ends up winning this race, it is going to be a remarkable, remarkable journey from someone who is literally unknown. He ran in the New York City Marathon
7
a year
minutes
ago,
to go.
Lindsay, and
until a big story takes place in New York. Everything is about to go down. Let me see what else is happening around the country. Tell a friend to tell a friend that we're about to get some major results coming in right now. So if there was ever a time to watch, this is a great time. I wish I had like a nice Ring camera or something. That'd be great. I think that's what I'll order soon. Oh, wow. This is going to be crazy. We're about to find out. Everybody having fun so far? Because things are going according to plan. You can't deny that. Things are going according to plan.
Started coming in about 15, 20 minutes ago. The room is not quite packed yet. And I did speak to a number of the supporters who showed up early. And some of the things they told me are optimistic at large. One person said he was feeling tense. Another person said he's definitely going to win it. I believe in him. So that is a sense of how supporters, and some of them are volunteers, are feeling. I spoke to one volunteer who said that he believes one of the more recent polls was more predictive in favor of Cuomo, and he thinks there's a lot of momentum in the last 24 hours, and that when voters were entering those polling places today, they realized perhaps that experience trumps any sort of idealism that Zohran Mamdani has been projecting. Of course, he has a lot of fanfare, as you mentioned, but also he has captivated the younger voters.
You're going to like this one, everybody. Get ready. Hair's getting a little messed up, though. We have some major breaking news out of Pennsylvania, where Democrats have retained all 3 state Supreme Court justices in another major win for democracy and the Constitution, a major win for the United States of America, a huge loss for Trump and the MAGA extremist movement that caters only to the billionaires and the oligarchs. You see, what was happening in Pennsylvania is simple. Billionaires were pouring money into this special election to try and prevent the 3 Democratic state Supreme Court justices from remaining in power. But unfortunately for them, and fortunately for the American people, the 5-2 Democratic majority in the Pennsylvania State Supreme Court will remain the same for the next few years. This is big because Pennsylvania is a crucial swing state. We do not preserve our democracy without Pennsylvania, and so this is going to help support our efforts in the midterm elections and beyond. Huge props to everybody in Pennsylvania who got out and voted yes to retain these justices. Now all eyes are on New York, Texas, Minneapolis, California. Let's continue paying attention. I'm live on YouTube right now covering it all. Come tune in. Another flawless video, by the way. It's a commercial. We're not showing other people's commercials. Let me post this real quick. This is great. Posting that. That's good news. Yes! We're 3 for 3. 3 for 3. Really, we're more than that, but in the big races that I've been covering, we are 3 for 3. 3 for 3. 3 for 3. Let me get 3 American flags in the chat because we are 3 for 3. 3 for 3. Who's ready to go 4 for 4? This is a big one. Who's ready for 4 for 4? I'm most excited for what's about to go down. And then we got a long time to wait until the California one, but we will be live still. We will still be live. Three for 3. Well, yep, there's the 3 American flags. Thanks for dropping them. Corey Bowman, the half-brother of J.D. Vance, has lost. Cincinnati mayor is Democratic. Wow, that's a race that I kind of forgot about, honestly, that a lot of people are not paying attention to. That's good to know. That's very good to know. I don't know why some of these networks are not calling the Virginia Attorney General race for Jones, even though that's been confirmed. Here we go. Here we go. It's happening now. 1 minute.
Yeah, there's a real feeling of disappointment from the folks that I've talked to here at the watch party. It's sort of dwindling. Folks are drinking, folks are eating. But yeah, this is a race that they thought they could pull out, and that is because of this big scandal with Jay Jones. But if you look at the vote, it is a very close race right now. People are not just going down the ballot and clicking all the Democrats today. That is clearly not what happened, because there's hundreds of thousands of people who did not vote for Jay Jones, but did vote for Abigail Spanberger, and that is because of the text message scandal from 2022. And there's a conversation to be had here about the implicit approval of that kind of dangerous rhetoric from the more than 1 million people that did vote for Jay Jones across the Commonwealth of Virginia. And then, of course, the larger issue here of the vetting of Democratic candidates. I spoke to DNC Chair Ken Martin this week, and he said he understands they do need to do a better job of vetting candidates like Jay Jones, like Graham Plattner up in Maine, to see what kind of night this is going to be. It's going to be a positive night for Democrats, it looks like, across the board. But clearly there's work to do behind the scenes here, Kristen.
All right, Gary, thank you so much. We'll continue to watch that race very closely. As you say, it is too close to call at this point. And it is now just after 9 p.m. Eastern, and polls have just closed in the race for New York City mayor. The NBC Decision Desk characterizing that contest as too early to call. This race has thrust 34-year-old Democratic socialist Zohran Mamdani into the national spotlight after he ran a fiercely anti-Trump campaign that also focused on economic issues and affordability. President Trump has threatened to cut off funding to the city if Mamdani wins. Moving to Virginia, NBC News can project that Democrat Abigail Spanberger has won the governor's race, flipping the governor's mansion back to Democrats. We just heard from the governor-elect as she delivered a victory address before an electric crowd of supporters. Take a listen.
It is the honor of my lifetime to be elected the 75th governor of the
Again, over 100 people here. Thanks for being here.
Fired up crowd there. We are also watching the returns in New Jersey's governor race. That race
$3 tip on Buy Me a Coffee. We're 3 for 3 right now. That'll help me get some dinner later, because I'll be streaming until probably midnight.
Steve Kornacki is at the big board.
Probably gonna be live for another
coming in from
3-4 hours.
New Jersey. Steve, we are watching some of these hotly contested counties, particularly.
This is exciting, folks. This is really something special.
Suburbs. What do you got?
Yeah, we're at a pivot point in New Jersey right now with a third of the vote in statewide. Cheryl continuing to lead the tally here. But again, what you are almost entirely seeing right now are votes that were cast by mail or votes that were cast in the early voting period. So these are the most Democratic-friendly votes in these counties. The question now is, how Republican-friendly? How much does Chitterelli get out of the vote that was cast today, the Election Day vote? Because he's going to need it to be extremely Republican friendly. Democrats have been talking for the last few weeks in New Jersey about being very encouraged by the early voting numbers and statistics that they were seeing, and that has certainly borne out in the results that we're seeing so far. I'll give you an example because we do have some of the same day, and this is Gloucester County here. This is blue-collar, middle class. This is south of Philadelphia here. Now, about half the vote is in Gloucester County. You see Cheryl leads the tally by 15 points. Gloucester County, 4 years ago, when Jack Ciattarelli nearly won the governorship, was one of the big surprises in New Jersey. In fact, there was talk that there was a red wave in South Jersey in 2021. If it had extended further to North Jersey, Ciattarelli would have won in 2021. Well, Gloucester County, in many ways, was the epicenter of that red wave. He won it by double digits. That was a big surprise. He's down 15 in the tally right now. And why that's important is because we have gotten a little. I don't want to say it's a ton, but it's one of the few places where we do have some of that same-day vote that has now been tallied up. And Ciattarelli is doing better in the same-day vote, although with the same-day vote that we've gotten so far, it's not at the kind of margin that it needs to be better. The same-day vote that we've seen so far from Gloucester County is pro-Ciattarelli, but it would not, if it becomes the trend, be pro-Ciattarelli enough to lift him past Cheryl, let alone to the 10-point margin that he got out of this county. So again, let's see. There'll be more same-day vote to come there, but it's going to have to get a lot more pro-Ciattarelli. And we're seeing that in counties, around the state. Here you go. Monmouth County. I mean, this is a big one. There's a big debate. Do you believe Central Jersey is a place or not? Well, if there is, Monmouth County is the capital of Central Jersey. About half the voters in. And again, most of this is early same-day. But to give you a sense of the scale of the challenge for Ciattarelli, he leads by about 3 points. He wants to win this county by 20. He won this county by 19 points 4 years ago, and it was a near miss statewide. So this won't do. He is going to have to absolutely romp in the same-day vote. Those are the kinds of margins Democrats have amassed in that early.
Let's see what else is happening right now. I want to see if we can get some more information out of New York. New York! Here's New York 1. This is some more local
on
coverage.
social media, but then people noticed that most of the shots seem to have been recorded from within a 2-block radius of his apartment. And so he did, that's the other thing with social media. There is an opportunity to get some backlash if something doesn't quite land as positively as one might have hoped. And another ad that got a lot of backlash is when Andrew Cuomo tried to use artificial intelligence to create these different Andrew Cuomos doing different jobs. Look, New York City, there's a lot of actors. There are a lot of people who take, artistry very, very personally. And so using an AI Andrew Cuomo when you had access to the real Andrew Cuomo didn't go over too well for a lot of people.
Yeah, it's interesting. I kind of got slammed. I mentioned that, Cuomo was running a better campaign now than he had during the primary, which I think is just objectively true, right?
Yes.
He kind of hit his rhythm. He's getting in the streets.
Michelle Wu has won re-election as mayor of Boston. She's one of the best mayors in the country. I didn't realize she was even running for re-election because I guess it was just such a landslide, but more good news for sure. She's great. She's very progressive. It could be more progressive, but she's progressive.
Already, Bobby.
These just popped up in the last few seconds, so I'm just taking it in as we all are. 51.5% for Zohran Mamdani in this early going. Now remember, we were getting a big tranche of data right off the bat. This was going to be all of the early vote, which we saw.
I'm going to talk about this right now. This is great. Breaking news, the polls have just closed in New York City and some early voting data is in. Zohran Mamdani is off to a huge lead. He has over 50% of the vote so far. Cuomo trailing pretty far behind, and Sliwa is in the dust. This is going as predicted, as hoped, as expected so far. Obviously, we got to count more of the votes before anything is official. I am not projecting this race by any means. I'm not in a position to do that, but I'm simply looking at what's available now to the public. This is looking good. It's looking good for Mamdani, and we've seen other races go landslide for Democratic candidates, for pro-democracy, pro-constitution candidates who have all run on affordability agendas, some different than Mamdani. But Mamdani is clearly off to a good lead. You'd rather he be in a big lead than be trailing. So great news so far. Let's see how this plays out. Share this video so people are aware that the polls have closed. Numbers are looking good. and I'm live on YouTube now covering it. We'll react as soon as this race is called one way or another, and of course we'll be covering what happens in California and the rest of the country as well. Come tune in. All right. Wow, here we go.
As early votes, including mailed-in early votes, and those have all just been released all at once. There'll be a short lag, and then we'll find out more about what today's vote adds to it. But again, for math purposes, we know that there are over 2 million votes cast, and based on the first 819,000 of them, this is what it looks like. Zohran Mamdani with a little over 51%, Andrew Cuomo with just under 40%, Curtis Sliwa with about 8%. And Ayanna, one of the things that strikes me here is a dramatic underperformance by Curtis Sliwa compared with the last 3 Republican candidates for mayor.
That is precisely what I am looking at as well. And in recent days, we have heard Andrew Cuomo repeatedly try to go after Republican voters. In fact, he has been on Fox News several times within the last few days. He spent time in conservative neighborhoods on Staten Island. He also campaigned with Republican council member Ina Vernikoff. So he's been directly going after Republicans, conservative voters, and he's had a message for them. Don't vote for Curtis Sliwa. He's not a relevant candidate. And if you vote for Curtis Sliwa, you'll only be helping Zohran Mamdani to win. So it might seem like that argument from Andrew Cuomo worked, or perhaps, we don't know, maybe Republican voters didn't go out and vote early, and maybe they're waiting to vote more on election day. So
It's so funny. He didn't just beat him once. He might beat him twice. What an ass kicking.
Be a little early to know that. I do know that traditionally Republicans do tend to vote on election day as opposed to voting.
I want to see if other, oh, wow. Look at this.
Most conservative, and you can expect this to be a Cuomo jurisdiction tonight. But let's take a look here in Manhattan. And Mamdani lead. Okay, Mamdani leading here by 8 points. About 40% of the vote counted. Cuomo.
I'm going to make a video about that too. Breaking news out of New York, where more than 2 million New Yorkers cast their votes in the NYC mayoral race between Mamdani, Cuomo, and Sliwa. That's the most people since 1969 participating in a New York City mayoral election. And let's be honest, that's a great sign for Mamdani. He has completely energized the city's young voter base that often doesn't vote in mayoral elections, let alone any elections that aren't presidential. And he's activated a voting base of New Yorkers from all across the city. Every religion, every background, different professions, rich, poor, and even some wealthy New Yorkers are supporting Mamdani. I don't want to say it like that. That's not exactly the right way to say that. Let me redo that. Breaking news out of New York, where 2 million people have cast their votes in the mayoral election. That's the most since 1969. Huge, huge historic news. And that bodes very well for Mamdani, who is counting on millions of young people to come out and vote. He's counting on the entire city to voice their support for Mamdani against the household name Andrew Cuomo, who already lost in the primary election, but is doing everything he can to smear Mamdani, to spread propaganda, anti-Muslim hate against Mamdani. People are doing everything in this desperate last minute to stop Mamdani because they know he threatens the status quo. They know that he wants to just give a little bit of hope back to the people of New York who have been disenfranchised by the billionaires, by capital owners. And so we're seeing a great early lead for Mamdani. Nothing's official yet, but the fact that this many people came out to vote is a great sign that our democracy is alive and well, and it's a great sign that Mamdani is poised for a potential big victory. That's how I wanted to say it. What did you miss? What you missed is we're getting some numbers out of New York, and it's looking good. Let's listen.
The vote starting to come in. Mamdani has this early lead, but too early to call right now. The mood at the campaign, how are they feeling, particularly given that President Trump had that overnight endorsement of Andrew Cuomo?
The mood right now, Kristen, is upbeat. It's optimistic. You don't see this entire room filled behind me, though it's starting to get that way for the simple fact that polls didn't close until 9 o'clock. To Steve's point a second ago about that vote line right around the age of 45 and what was it consisted of in the early vote, the median age for the early vote was 51, which theoretically would trend toward Cuomo, and yet that big dump still showed about an 11 or 12% advantage for Mamdani, although I know it's tightened a little bit since then. I'm going to hit you with a couple of other data points, and it's important to note this comes before President Trump's endorsement of Andrew Cuomo at the 11th hour, or like at the 6 or 7 o'clock hour last night, which is that when you dig into a lot of these polls, they show incredible enthusiasm for Zohran Mamdani. I'm thinking of the Quinnipiac poll right now. The voters were asked, how enthusiastic, really excited are you about the candidate? More than 90% were enthusiastic about Mamdani. Under 70% were enthusiastic about Cuomo. For favorability, Mamdani was about a +5, +10. Cuomo was underwater at a -20. If I gave you all that information, Kristen, and then I told you that the New York City Board of Elections just reported 2 million votes cast so far in this, which is a figure that has not been seen in a mayoral race since the 1960s, when like 80-some-odd% of people were actually going out to vote. So it's virtually unprecedented in modern times. And all the energy appeared to be more so on one side of the equation, in this case, Zohran Mamdani. You would think that would be a good night for the campaign. We'll wait and we'll see. One thing, though, that is clear, you and Hallie have been talking about this all night, some of these exit polls are showing that New Yorkers, specifically describing the cost and housing, 72% said that housing and the cost of it is a major problem for them. That speaks directly to the vein of the Mamdani campaign that really singled in a real tangible form, right? Whether it's talking to cab drivers in the middle of the night, those that are manning halal carts on why they pay thousands of dollars when they should be paying hundreds just for the right to sell food. Talking to working class families really is keyed in on the idea that housing and healthcare is way too expensive. Childcare has been one of his big initiatives, universal childcare, which would cost, by the way, somewhere in the neighborhood of $6 billion. But for those worried that your taxes are going to go up and this is going to cause wealthy New Yorkers to just leave New York City as we know it, I think there's some important context to deliver. To be able to generate that kind of money, Mr. Mamdani has talked about raising taxes on millionaires 2%, and also making the New York City corporate tax rate
2%. By the way, that's incorrect. He wants to raise it from 1% to 2%. To 2%. It's not official yet, but Mamdani's off to a big lead, Kenneth.
Wealth redistribution, even as we have conversations with folks who say they're just stunned by the level of discrepancy between the haves and the have-nots in New York City, and it's an issue that clearly has resonated with Americans across the country. Mamdani cannot come in assuming he wins on day one and just change the tax rates in New York City. It's impossible. I would also add to you, and you haven't really discussed it much tonight that I've heard so far, a big part of his appeal here in New York has been sort of the empathy he's described toward the Palestinian solidarity movement. You are talking about a city that has more than a million Muslims thereabout, about 1 million plus Jewish Americans too, right? These are massive populations fractured on what's going on abroad. Mamdani has come in with extremely strong language toward Israel, calling what has been enacted there by the Israeli government genocide in his words, and refusing to acknowledge Israel as a Jewish state, which has been described as anti-Zionism. But he has also been extremely emphatic that he wants to combat anti-Semitism by any means necessary. This is such a delicate issue, and it really has permeated communities all over New York City. So I would say if the umbrella of his campaign is affordability and reaching people where they are, the idea of PEP, Progressive Accept Palestine, has really struck a nerve here in New York, and it's almost the soul of what he's doing. Those two things are what I would be keeping an eye on in the days ahead. But right now, there is obviously a ton of optimism here that Mr. Mamdani is going to be the next mayor of New York City.
And Sam, quickly before I go to Rahima, that has been a thorny issue for him. He's had to answer a number of questions, in some instances had to clarify some of his remarks as it relates to what's happening in the Middle East, right?
I'm so sorry, Kristen. I think you're asking about clarifying remarks. It's been a little bit loud here. I will say that at one point, Mr. Mamdani received a lot of criticism for condoning use of the phrase globalize the intifada, which for many Jews is a call to violence against the Jewish community. He said he's had conversations with rabbis and Jewish leaders throughout New York City and has come to the understanding that it had a very visceral tone, and he's since backed off of that. There are other positions that Mamdani has moderated when it comes to this conversation. But one thing that he will not change is the idea that Israel should not exist as a Jewish state. It gets to the cornerstone of Jewish identity. That is the fracture line, right? There's also comments that surfaced from 2023, which he said at a national convention for the DSA, when the boot of the NYPD is on your neck, it's laced with the IDF. Not exactly clear what he meant by that. This was tape that surfaced and has since been confirmed, but he has been asked about it, hasn't really offered much other than I'm looking forward to working with people all over New York City and concentrating on a platform of affordability. He has stuck to those talking points. But this is big picture, such a major issue. And by the way, another component of this race, the Islamophobia as well. Kristen, there have been ads run by anti-Mamdani super PACs that have shown him in front of the World Trade Center towers being struck on 9/11. As you know, we won't even show that video when we're talking about the anniversary, let alone so flippantly in the middle of a political campaign. So the sensitivities around this issue are super elevated moving forward.
Absolutely, Sam. Thanks for that reporting and for powering through when I know it is really loud there. I really appreciate it. We'll come back to you soon. Rahima,
right now, it
says
he
turn to you.
50%.
Sam talks about the fact that, yes, Mamdani's views on the Middle East.
Oh, you're saying 43% of the vote is in. Thank you. Well,
as has
good.
his message
if
on
he is at 43%,
Governor
that would be a
Cuomo
little alarming.
He is
He's still up 10 points right now.
in what he is promising. Governor Cuomo saying he has the experience to lead, and yet, of course, he has an incredibly complicated history as well, having resigned amid a series of scandals that loomed large over his entire campaign. And the question, can President Trump's 11th hour endorsement shake up this race? What's the vibe there? What are folks saying to you?
This room has just filled up in the last 16 or 17 minutes or so, Kristen, when the polls closed here in New York. There is sort of a subdued optimism here. I was just talking to folks. They said that they are excited, but a little worried, but they are powering through with the hope and the expectation from their vantage point that they can pull out a victory here. According to the candidate just a few days ago, he said we're closing the gap fast between himself and with Mamdani. He said at this rate, we will win. We have to keep going strong. The point that they are making in all of this is that the number of people coming out, going to the polls, has gone through numbers that people had not expected. In fact, we're looking at a number that officially passed, as Sam was saying, the 2 million votes cast, and it's the first time in a mayoral election that number has passed since 1969. And we know that some people were still standing in line to cast their votes at 9 o'clock, so there may be some additional numbers added to that. But the optimism is here. And to the point of how does Cuomo speak to the remarks that Mamdani makes about him and what Mamdani says he will provide for this city in terms of free buses, freezing the rent, and free universal child care. The words from Cuomo are, and this is his words, quoting, he calls it BS. And he has been campaigning, telling voters that that's not something that a mayor can do, that you need a state legislature in order to make any of these kinds of things come true. So Cuomo's attempt to appeal to voters was to say, understand what Cuomo's record has been. He was the Secretary of Housing and Urban Development under Clinton. He was a former Attorney General. He was a governor of New York until 4 years ago, as you point out, when he resigned in disgrace with some allegations of sexual harassment against him, of which he has denied all of that. So he's saying that he's the guy who could get into the job and in the office and start doing work at the very beginning. But some wonder about whether that's true, and they also wonder whether his record of past accomplishments makes any difference in this particular race that he's in. And will those numbers of the accelerated folks who are out and who are voting in this particular race, where are those numbers going to fall? Are they going to be the younger numbers going for Mamdani, or will it be some other voters? While Cuomo is running as an independent, will he also get Democrats voting for him? Kristen?
All right, well, we're going to watch all of those questions very closely. Rahima Ellis.
I'm calling it. I'm saying he wins. Everybody online already has said he won. This video, the lighting's getting worse and worse as the hour gets late. Let me see where there's some good lighting. Can we get some good lighting in this house? Breaking news, Zohran Mamdani is projected to be the next mayor of New York City. As the votes trickle in, he is dominating Andrew Cuomo and Curtis Sliwa, and it is projected that Zohran Mamdani will be elected as the next mayor of New York City. This is a huge, huge victory for the American people, because right now we're sending a clear message, not just to New York, not just to the rest of the country, but the world. We do not stand for what the Trump administration is doing to our country. In fact, we don't even stand for what the Democratic establishment is allowing to take place in this country. Mamdani represents a return to working class values. He wants New York City to be more affordable for the people that live there. That should be a message that every politician around this country takes to heart, because he ran a flawless campaign, won in a landslide in the primary, and has now cemented his legacy with a major win. Let's hope that on day one, he has no trouble implementing his policies in swift fashion, because I know the people of New York need the help right now from a government that actually works for the people. Congratulations to everybody in New York. Congratulations to everybody on the campaign. This has been an exciting time. It's the best I could do right now. I mean, it's honestly hard to put it in words.
Remember, New York City is very specific. There's a lot of nuance that is very New York City specific that may not be extrapolatable, if you will, to other places. You heard Leader Jeffries talk about that when he was on with us just a couple of minutes ago, Kristen. So that's a dynamic at play here. But I do think those two nuggets are pretty interesting from the exits tonight.
Absolutely. And that word change, of course, has been such a big part of every election that we've covered practically for the past decade. So that's a very good point. Steve Kornacki, let me go back to you, because speaking of, you are getting more vote coming into New York. What can you tell us?
Yeah, New York and New Jersey. We got a lot of flying here at once, but we've been saying New Jersey. Look, the story is Chitterelli needs to have this huge same day. So we're getting close now to complete in some counties. And I want to show you Monmouth County. We just set this one up a few minutes ago. This is a big county, and this should be a core Republican county. Now, 90% of the vote is in. Jack Chitterelli is going to win Monmouth County. Yeah, he didn't win it by enough.
He scared me for a second.
And we do have NBC News can project now that Mikey Sherrill is the projected winner of New Jersey, the governor-elect of New Jersey. Mikey Sherrill, who ran on a message of affordability of the economy, promising to lower property taxes against Jack Chitterelli. This is his third time running for governor. He was endorsed by President Trump, but in this case, it did not make enough of a difference. Steve Kornacki, let me go back to you very quickly before I go to the panel. What are you seeing? How did Mikey Sherrill pull off this win? Yeah, look, I mean, Democrats, they were excited about how they did in the early voting, and that certainly held up. And, you know, again, the same day is just, I put this up a minute ago, but at 9 points, Republicans want this to be a 20-point county, maybe even more than a 20-point county. So Sherrill's certainly doing well relative for how you'd expect Democrats to do here. Bergen County, we're still waiting a bit on. But she is overperforming everywhere that we've got results. Gloucester County, this is another one. We set this one up a little while ago. Sherrill continues to lead in Gloucester County. Now, more than 80% of the vote.
I want to jump just right over to New York now, because this is the
the fact that they feel seen. They believe that if indeed it is Mamdani to become the next mayor of New York City, that these are, New Yorkers who finally feel like that they're having their moment, that this is historic for them, that to have possibly the first Muslim mayor. You can hear all of the chanting behind me at this point. I can't hear you in the control room, but certainly you can feel the enthusiasm that's in this room with so many of Mamdani's supporters in his district. So a lot of excitement, but again, with caution. It's still early. The votes are still coming in, but these people behind me, these folks, Errol, they're feeling confident.
Okay, thank you, Nora Lane. A lot of energy there, and it's not just the caffeine. We've got a handful of citywide races to call at this point. New York One is projecting that Jumaane Williams has won re-election to remain the city's public advocate. New York One is also projecting that Mark Levine has won the general election for city comptroller. That's the two.
We'll go back to some national news here.
Then that is probably got to be about an 8-10 point spread for Cuomo. So he's not currently trending at the level he needs to. He'd have to pick that up, but it is enough here for him to pull us within 8 points. That's 60%. And again, Sliwa, we talked about those voters kind of abandoning him for Cuomo. Clearly, that is something that happened here in New York City.
Okay, well, it's getting more dynamic in New York City. Steve, stand by. We're going to check back in with you in just a moment. I do want to head out to Stephanie Gosk. She is at Mikey Sherrill's headquarters in New Brunswick, where, Steph, the celebrations have begun. We can hear them behind you, waiting now for the candidate, the governor-elect, to come out and deliver her victory speech.
Yeah.
Well, that should be happening probably pretty soon. You know, it's interesting, Kristen, because some people are saying that this race was going to be really tight, that it could be going into the wee hours of the morning, and it is not even 9:30 yet, and we have a winner. That sounds like a demonstrative win. People in this room are realizing that right now. The feeling here is electric, and at this point, when you look at those numbers, you have to start wondering whether that referendum on Donald Trump that Mikey Sherrill was trying to have in this election, attaching her competitor to Donald Trump.
Cheddarelli got crushed.
And if it
People said this race was actually going to be close. Some people were saying it was going to be a 3-point race.
So that this
lost by
result
15
tonight
points.
Is the bellwether that some people thought it might be.
Well, it could be closer when
as
they
you
count
look
the remaining
forward
chunk,
to the
but
midterm
it's
elections.
over.
I don't want to overstate it, and I know it's too soon to make that kind of analysis completely, but people in this room are starting to talk about that, and you can really feel the energy and the excitement for what's happened here in New Jersey today.
All right, Stephanie Gosk, thank you so much for that. We'll come back to you when she takes the podium and delivers her acceptance speech. We really appreciate it. Joining me now is former Republican governor of New Jersey, Christine Todd Whitman, who has endorsed Mikey Sherrill. Governor, thank you for joining me. Your reaction to the big news we just called this race.
I am delighted. It's been a great night for women across the board, in Virginia as well, and several other races. But this is terrific for New Jersey. It really is. It means we're going to have a governor who's going to care about New Jersey, not care about what the president wants. And that's what people want. They want someone who's going to focus on their issues, not try to please someone in Washington.
Thanks for being here. Make sure you subscribe.
And I'm just delighted. And it finally means that
we'll
stop introducing me as the first and only female.
I'm an independent creator. If you want to contribute,
you have a little bit of company
now. You can send me a small donation on Buy Me a Coffee, $1, $5.
For sure.
I try to respond to
Governor
everybody
Whitman,
who does
let me ask you one of the big questions of the night. New Jersey's obviously a blue state. It's also a state where President Trump made some significant gains in the last elections, in part by driving out Latino voters. And one of the big questions hovering over this evening was, could Mikey Sherrill, could other Democrats start to win back that coalition? Democrats potentially could draw too many lessons from these races, but what, if anything, do you think the lessons are here in this race?
Well, I mean, it's clear that Mikey had the message that people wanted to hear, because she's been outperforming in almost every county. Everywhere you look, she's been outperforming what was expected of her and what's happened in the past for Democrats or previous gubernatorial candidates. And conversely, Jack has been underperforming, and this is his third time around. So if Republicans are going to lock in the Hispanic vote, they should have done it by now. And I think it shows that Mikey, people who are in the center can reach out to everybody. And that's what people want. I mean, that's why we have the Forward Party that Andrew Yang and I have.
So next time, hopefully you're watching the show.
To offer people a choice of representatives who can really represent them, elected officials.
Let's see if we can find more information out of New York right now.
Who dedicated her life to rescuing animals in distress.
He's a funny guy.
Some of the most powerful people in the world made fun of Nancy and me for what we do. To care for animals, to care for people, that's the humanitarian thing to do. That's not political. That's what people should be doing for other people.
Right on.
So the most powerful people in the world turned others against us. In this time where we could have saved the city, we will continue our mission.
That's right.
That's right. Yes. Yes. Even if Florida or Georgia or North Carolina or South Carolina, Texas or Tennessee, we stay, we fight for what we know is right. Never surrender. This movement continues on. In the subways, in the streets, in the neighborhoods. And tonight, those people who think they're powerful and think we're powerless will understand that the people have spoken. One person, one vote.
This guy cared more about sinking Andrew Cuomo than he did about defeating Mamdani. In fact, he supports Mamdani's mission in the sense that it's one person, one vote. And I think he's honestly glad that the corporate interests lost and Mamdani won, even though he doesn't agree with Mamdani's policies.
Now we will hold the mayor-elect to make sure that he serves all the people and that socialism does not replace capitalism. Law and order must be imposed to keep our city safe and secure. We want everybody to know if you're young or old, you can stay in New York, you can prosper, you can live the American dream. I swear to all of you, on behalf of my wife Nancy, myself, and everybody who made this effort possible, we will continue on.
Yeah! Such a cult figure.
We will prevail in
yeah, they're projecting Mamdani wins.
The tradition of America grow and prevail and prosper, and it will be we the people who will be successful. My campaign team, it has been magnificent.
Curtis Sliwa basically conceding defeat.
Here, let's
He
see. I think
seems to
NBC
be
is projecting something big.
Cuomo versus.
Ooh, let's go back. Here we go.
But the polls win. That was a.
Off what is going.
Get ready. I'm going to show you something big, everybody. And we're going to react like we just found out, but we all know what it is.
Decisions that are hurting, not just on the president, though, but on
We
this
all know.
dysfunctional Congress. I mean, the House hasn't been back in session for 6 weeks, and we're paying them.
Governor Whitman, I hate to do this. I have to interrupt you. I have to thank you for joining us, but we do have another call
here we go.
that we want to make, which is that NBC News can now project the Democratic Socialist Zohran Mamdani is the projected winner, the mayor-elect of New York City, the first Muslim to hold that distinction. He came from near obscurity, an assemblyman, soared to the.
I started doing this over a year ago. A lot of people are like, wow, you've only been doing this for a year. Look, I've always cared about politics, but I made a career change because after Trump got shot, I knew I wouldn't sleep at night if I didn't do everything in my power to stop him from destroying this country. And I was really down on myself when Kamala lost to Trump because I felt like I gave so much and there was still nothing I could do to stop Donald Trump. And obviously, you know, I'm one person. There's nothing I could have done to stop that freight train from happening. But at least this time around, I felt like I played a humble, small, microscopic role in teaching people that Mamdani is not a radical, Marxist, jihadist, whatever propaganda, anti-Muslim racism you want to pull up right now. He simply wants to give some crumbs back to the working class people of New York. Take some cookies back from the billionaires who are stealing everything from us and just instill a little bit of hope in the American people that we do not have to fall for the cynicism and the nihilism that capital owners, corporate billionaires want us to believe. We can actually rise up in the streets and deliver on an agenda that Mamdani ran on. And So many people did so much. I'm so glad that I got to meet people who worked on the campaign. I was on a Zoom call with him at one point, which was really exciting for me. And it feels good. It feels like we actually did something. We contributed. And hey, to the hundreds of people watching this show right now, we are a movement, okay? And this could become something much bigger where, let's say in the midterm elections or the presidential elections, we actually have the influence to change people's minds. Let's say there's a moderate Democrat and a progressive candidate that actually wants to expand public social safety nets, give people a life with dignity, not just enable the status quo of yesteryear. That's what Mamdani has done, and that's what we will continue to strive for on this program and across this entire community that we have built together. Let's listen into this historic news.
Top of the list in the primary, Governor Cuomo was beaten there and then ran as an independent, and now
he got beaten twice.
Declared victory.
He got his ass beat twice.
Again.
2 times.
Steve, take us to the big board. How did he pull this off? How did he pull off what is going to be an historic win?
Yeah, well, it's probably going to be closer, too, than his primary win. That was a 12-point margin he had in the primary. I mean, clearly, I said the polls were all over the place, but the polls that showed the closest margin here ended up being the accurate ones here, in part because that Curtis Sliwa vote, that is, 10 points, maybe 15 points lower than he was at in some of the polls, and it just looks like it really did consolidate behind Andrew Cuomo. One thing to look at as the vote continues to come in is, will Mamdani end up clearing 50%? Will he be able to say he got a majority? Now, in terms of where the remaining vote is coming in, the one thing Mamdani, besides the fact that he just won the race, if he wants to crack 50, the one thing he has going in his favor is disproportionately, there's a little more vote to come out of Brooklyn than the other boroughs, just in terms of the proportion of it, and that is Mamdani's best part of the city.
Look, understand this. Cuomo had all this time to continue chipping away at Mamdani's margin. And throughout the past few months, the closer we've gotten to this day, the rhetoric has gotten more extreme. The rhetoric has gotten more violent. They're lying to people. They're telling people that Mamdani's going to evoke another 9/11. They're saying Mamdani did 9/11 even though he was 9 years old when 9/11 happened. And just because he is Muslim, he somehow did 9/11, or that his ancestors are responsible for 9/11. But this is exactly what's happened. Trump told all the Republicans to jump ship from Sliwa and vote for Cuomo. A lot of people in the last minute went to Cuomo. Cuomo shifted way to the right. He was channeling extremist right-wing voters, so they went to Cuomo. But Mamdani still triumphed because his agenda is that much more popular.
Right now, and where there is the least amount of vote to come in is Staten Island, and that is obviously Mamdani's worst part of the city. So the opportunity is there for Mamdani to get over 50%. We'll see. Could he make this a double-digit win over Cuomo? We'll see. But again, you think about this. This is the Democratic nominee in one of the most strongly Democratic cities in the United States. And in the general election, you're looking at maybe, a 10-point win, maybe a high single-digit win. So there ended up being a lot of folks in the city who were not willing to vote for Zohran Mamdani, even though he is with the Democrats, and even though the Democrats typically win New York City elections, by open lane.
Yes, but that's not exactly an accurate thing when you consider the fact that Andrew Cuomo was the Democratic governor, ran as a Democrat, and is still channeling 500,000 Democratic voters. He's still trying to poll Democrats, right? No matter how extreme he got near the end. So that's an unfair assessment. I don't think that's very professional at all.
Thanks. So there was consolidation here. I think it's noteworthy as well. In our exit poll, we asked folks if it was just a two-person race, Cuomo versus Mamdani, and it was basically dead even in our exit poll there. So if you're the Cuomo campaign, you're seeing this consolidation. One thing you're probably thinking of is, geez, hey, Eric, they got Eric.
It was already basically a two-person race, Mamdani versus Cuomo, in the primary. Yes, there were other people involved. But in that ranked choice election, Mamdani dominated Cuomo. So we already saw that play out. I don't know what this revisionist history is. He's basically giving Democrats and Republicans the script to say, oh, well, Mamdani shouldn't become the face of the Democratic Party because in the most liberal city of New York, he still barely squeaked by. No, he won by almost double digits. It could be more. We'll see how it counts. And he won despite unbelievable Islamophobia, extremism, fake news. He triumphed all of that. So really, I see him as like a 20% winner.
Eric Adams, the incumbent mayor, to drop out and get behind Cuomo. What if they could have actually gotten Curtis Sliwa out of this race and gotten full consolidation? This thing would be, in fact, a real nail biter right now. And just, one final point as we watch the final results come in with Cuomo losing. Probably going to be a lot of talk that this is the end of that Cuomo dynasty, that goes back generations, it goes back decades, I should say, with his father.
Dynasty.
His father, almost 50 years ago, ran for mayor of New York City, lost the Democratic primary, continued his candidacy as a third-party candidate in the general election, just like his son. And Mario Cuomo lost that election to Ed Koch, 50 to 41%, and that might be exactly where this thing lands tonight.
Unbelievable. Well, they do say history repeats itself. Thank you, Steve. Keep us posted. We're going to come back to you with any other big updates. But this is fascinating. Hallie, 34 years old. Politically speaking, this is to some extent an earthquake, what he has just pulled off. He's a Democratic socialist.
It's amazing.
He has promised a range of socialist policies that Andrew Cuomo says
Trump's
are
now going to say it's rigged, I bet.
unrealistic. But he convinced New York voters that he
It's
was the
all
right
rigged.
person for this
Everything
job
was
at age
rigged.
34.
A year ago,
And
were
I'm
you
still
talking
the
about
Epstein
Zohran
files.
Mamdani?
No.
Nobody was, right? I mean, this is somebody who came onto the scene. Obviously, he was somebody who was known to locals there in the area. It is an incredible story. Now the mayor of the biggest city in the country, 8 million plus people here. And so it is a night to take that in. I'm so curious to see the reaction from campaign headquarters. I'm sure he will come out and be speaking at some point tonight, and we'll be listening into that. The other sort of interesting piece to this here, too, and there's so much to say, right, about the nuances of New York City in particular, about his laser focus to the point that it kind of became a meme, right, on affordability, on the cost of living, pivoting every question to talk about this and how critical this was for New Yorkers and how that resonated with so many people, obviously in New York.
Celebrate Mamdani, come on! It's a celebration. All the people in New York are celebrating Mamdani. He's a socialist. Socialism! That's pretty funny.
And so many people who had some concerns, as Steve has just laid out here, who did not back Mamdani here, despite the fact that he is, of course, the projected mayor. The other interesting component to this, and obviously we're national political journalist hat on here, but Donald Trump, President Trump, now has a foil.
Yes, he does.
In Mayor-elect Mamdani here, to the degree that Mamdani has talked about, looking to find areas where he can work together with them, but not so much, right? I mean, this is not an Andrew Cuomo situation here. So I think that's another interesting dynamic to watch. And the generation, the age gap piece of it. I mean, if Steve Kornacki tells you he gasps when he sees a statistic, then you know that that's really attention-getting. And that's been so striking anecdotally in the data to see the way the young people have turned out for him. A really sort of generational candidate here, Kristen.
And I think, Leanne, Democrats are scratching their heads and will try to figure out what exactly this all means. But what lessons do they take from a Zohran Mamdani victory and an Abigail Spanberger victory? Both messages on affordability, but two very different approaches. And to Hallie's point, President Trump getting ready to wrap the entire
Let me see what else I can find.
On part that's been shared from Mamdani's supporters. People that say, listen, I like his ideas for fast and free buses, for raising taxes on the wealthy to contribute to other programs like universal child care, expanding that. People have worried that maybe he might have, his eyes might be too big for what he's promising. So there's a lot of pressure on Mamdani and the relationships that he's already forged to deliver and put people in place. And it'll be interesting to see what his managing style is as an executive. Right now, he's a state legislator. He's one of 150 people, part of an over 200-person legislature. Just one voice amongst many. He only passed 3 bills in Albany, more of a fringe member, to be honest with you, as a Democratic socialist. But now, inheriting an over $100 billion budget and having it directly line to Governor Kathy Hochul. He already has a direct line to Governor Kathy Hochul, but the question now is, Errol, will he be able to deliver on those promises and pressure more moderate Democrats like Hochul to help him achieve what he wants? Again, the tax question is going to be a big one. The state legislature has always supported, and when I say the whole thing, the state Senate and the Assembly, they've always supported raising taxes on the wealthy, and Governor Hochul has held a hard line saying that she doesn't want to do that. She's also up for re-election. Now the big question will be, will they find a way to raise taxes in other areas, like corporate tax or pied-à-terre, tax on a second home? So we'll see how successful Mamdani's policies will be being made into a reality. Errol?
We're going to leave it there for
there.
now. We've got more coverage ahead, and of course, we'll be here for the speeches as they come in, both from Andrew Cuomo and, of course, from Zohran Mamdani. I see Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, the member of Congress, there at the big victory party.
He's excited.
I should mention, as we come back to the studio for a little bit of analysis, we've got some news out of New Jersey, where Mikey Sherrill, the Democratic candidate, has won the governor's race in New Jersey. And so I guess, Ayanna, as far as national analysis goes, the headlines tomorrow will be Democrats won Virginia, Democrats won New Jersey, Democrats won in New York City.
Yeah, and these are the three big races that have been watched around the country because there's so much at stake for Democrats and Republicans right now, particularly as we sit in the middle of a government shutdown. And one of the looming questions has been, who will Americans blame for this shutdown, Democrats or Republicans? Who will Americans turn to as the best party to lead the country forward? Democrats.
It's so funny. An hour or like 4 hours ago, Trump tweeted, "I just heard that 32,000 Orthodox Jews in New Jersey showed up big for Jack Ciattarelli." It's so funny. They got crushed. They got crushed. Celebration. Thank you, De Espinoza, for the kind words. Thank you to everybody who has become a member tonight here on YouTube. You could do so for $5. You can also become a member on Substack for $5. That's how you sign up to my paid newsletter, where you get exclusive articles, exclusive videos. I do stuff every week for my paid subscribers. And it helps support my show, and it helps support my work, so I appreciate it. And hey, if you're new here, make sure you're subscribed, like the show, and share this with someone else so we can spread the word and combat these corporate networks. This is local news, though. I'm not going to be so mean to them. Let's see what else we can find. Celebration.
Saying how inspired they were by his messaging. So I know a second ago you were describing comments about whether or not people perceive him as authentic or inauthentic. When it comes to the empathy and the care about people, as he says, the human dignity component of being a democratic socialist, feeling that did resonate, right? He's approaching right now, and I haven't checked the latest numbers, it looks like on your screen around 50%. Okay, that was not where Zohran was for most of his campaign. Even the most optimistic polls generally had him at 46, 47, Cuomo in the mid to high 30s.
He did it.
So he might be overperforming here, or perhaps Sliwa is underperforming after Trump's endorsement. Either way, he's close to 50%. It is a new day and age in New York City because this is a democratic socialist platform, although let's be very clear, Mr. Mamdani has distanced himself from the national DSA on some issues, and it is going to be fascinating to see how they work through that dynamic.
More socialist than
because
the
while
DSA
he has
on other
absolutely talked about using wealth redistribution through taxation on wealthier New Yorkers, he has said, I'm not completely convinced I have to do that, especially if Governor Hochul isn't going to go along with it. The DSA platform at its core, part of that is about taxing wealthier Americans to provide services to others. We'll see how that plays out. As far as what he's actually proposed, the biggest linchpin is going to be his universal child care. It's got a $6 billion estimated price tag, Kristen, but so many Americans and New Yorkers have been paying tens of thousands.
They just did that in New Mexico. Literally this week, New Mexico announced that there will be free childcare.
About the fact that he meets Americans where they are, that was one of the keys to former President Barack Obama's victory, who, of course, called him to offer to be a sounding board to him in the final days of this campaign. Sam Brock, fantastic reporting there. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. Let's head back to Rahema, who is at the headquarters of Andrew Cuomo. Rahema, look, Andrew Cuomo thought perhaps that last-minute overnight endorsement by President Trump could help him peel away some of Curtis Sliwa's supporters. He did, in fact, but it just wasn't enough to get him over the finish line.
Imagine how mad MAGA is right now. They're like, Trump came in on the last day. Like, maybe had he come in a week before, there would have been more time for the Sliwa voters to jump ship. This is another example of Trump being completely incompetent. He's not even good at his own fascist agenda.
He, by his own acknowledgement, was a flawed
folks,
candidate.
Don't go away, because we still have a California election
you
to
should
look
hear
at
the music. I don't know if you can, but the song is "Don't Go Breaking My Heart." The mood here is kind of heartbreaking. The people are not. It's not a jovial mood here at all. When they saw on the screens that Mamdani is chosen as the next mayor of New York City, this is the music that came up
watch this for a second.
on the
I'll be right
loudspeakers.
back.
This was a time when there's so many people who were thinking that Cuomo might be able to pull this thing out, because there was when Curtis Sliwa came up on the big screens and he was talking, the entire room that's filled with people, they booed in disagreement with Sliwa and even the fact that he was on that screen. And then there was a moment when the numbers came in about how Cuomo was doing in terms of New York City, and it looked like he was up. A roar of cheer went up in this room. They were hopeful. Their expectations was that maybe he could pull it out. As a former governor of New York said that he thought that the polls were closing. And one of the things that may have prevented it is that Curtis Sliwa did not drop out, as Eric Adams did in terms of mayor, and endorse him. But what will happen now, I think that people are still lingering here, thinking that their candidate will come out and address them. What he will say to them certainly is yet to be determined about the support that he got from this crowd. He had tried to do this. This was a moment for Andrew Cuomo to try and reinvigorate his political career after he had left the office of governor in disgrace only 4 years ago. He was campaigning on the same kind of issues that Mamdani was, and that was affordability, that was about safety, and he was saying that he had a record of doing those things and creating affordable housing, hiring more police. It resonated with the people who were filling this room tonight, but apparently it did not resonate with all of the New Yorkers, and the majority of them who went out to the polls and cast their ballots. So it was an effort that he said he thought he could win at the rate that the polls were closing. We talked before about how the numbers of people who turned out is history making in the city in terms of the numbers who turned out for a mayoral race, but it was not enough for Andrew Cuomo to turn around his political fortunes.
It certainly was not. Rahima Ellis, thank you so much for being there for us tonight. We really appreciate it. Appreciate your reporting. Joining me now is Faz Shakur, political advisor to Senator Bernie Sanders and founder of More Perfect Union. Thank you so much for joining me, Faz. Really appreciate it. Want to start off by getting your reaction to this win by Zohran Mamdani. What are the broader implications and lessons you think Democrats should take from tonight?
Well, overjoyed for Zohran. It's a huge win. He made the case and then demonstrated that he could expand the electorate and draw people in who didn't vote in 2024 and who sat out previous elections. So I think that's a great win. I think he comes in with a mandate to govern. That said, I will be honest with you, Chris, and I harbor some anger and resentment towards the billionaire class who decided to relitigate the primary. I mean, he won by 12 points in the primary. They spent $30 million plus against him. Then they go into the general. I think he's coasting really to a place of 75, 80% support in the city to win with a huge mandate. And they say, let's go spend another $15 million. Let's go get more billionaire support. Let's go drag this through another primary. You see essentially the relitigation and result of it all over again. But I do think that at the end of the day, Zohran's win is a huge mandate for him and in a hopefully an argument to a lot of Democrats who campaign on aspirational vision. And try to demonstrate that there are certain solution orientations, not just merely being opposed to Trump.
Mike Ditka died.
And how does Mamdani put his proposals into action? There will be a lot of pressure for him to show that these are realistic proposals because, as you know, Andrew Cuomo ran a campaign saying that he was offering pie-in-the-sky proposals.
He ran it twice, Kristen, and he ran it with a bunch of billionaire backing. I mean, there was no Andrew Cuomo campaign without a bunch of billionaires, whether it's Bloomberg or Ackman or whomever else, spending a ton of money on the outside.
Damn, that kind of ruined the whole mood.
The
Also,
argument that
nobody
Zohran
minds my
Mamdani
evil
has both positive
snack.
solutions
We got a lot more to go.
addressing New Yorkers' needs. And I think one of the things that got lost in the fact that Zohran, when he's offering his ideas, whether it's fast and free buses or the municipal grocery stores or freezing the rent, or taxing the wealthy, that each of them is tied directly to mayoral authority, that he had looked at what are the possibilities that the mayor could enact. Some of these ideas obviously will require the support and assistance of others within the state, but they're not pie in the sky. They're just simply authorities that most prior mayors had not wanted to use. They did not want to take on the wealthy class, did not want to take real estate developers on. And here comes Zohran saying, you can and we will. And I think the integrity that he showed during the campaign should hopefully build confidence in people that he will do it. He will build more support and he will be able to accomplish many of the things he talked about.
Hey, Faz, it's Hallie. Good to see you, and thanks for being on. So when you talk about like stepping back and pulling back out of just New York for a second here, when you look at Mamdani and this victory that's projected by NBC News, you know, you look at, for example, first-time voters. 17% based on the exit polls of the electorate in New York City said they were voting for the very first time. And of those first-time voters, you can see it here on screen, 6 in 10 went from Mamdani. I
can't wait to hear his
So
victory
he
speech,
was able
though.
to pull out a lot of these, not just pull out first-time voters, but get them to break for him. With that data point, with the other data points that we've seen on affordability, on the messaging here, is there, and I think this is risky, right? Is there a lesson that Democrats can learn more broadly beyond New York City? Because New York City, people who live in New York City will tell you it's a real special place, right? And so how do you think about that as you're looking ahead to next year?
Allie, one of the ways you might want to think about, and we all should think about what happened tonight in New York City, is it turned out to be a primary within the Democratic Party. And it gives you a sense of where are Democratic voters when given choices, in my view, a choice of a corrupt kind of pro-billionaire establishment candidate in Andrew Cuomo. And then politics doesn't sell well, it's naive, it's pie in the sky. Obviously, lots of billions are spent to try to send that message. And yet, mandate of majorities of Democrats, strong majorities of Democrats saying, that's it. Give me more of that kind of politics. And I think if you're in a different part of the country, whether Nebraska or California or Arizona, I hope you're taking away, let's be aspirational with specific, concrete, affirmative visions to address cost of living. It doesn't have to be exactly what Mamdani did in New York. It has to be some vision that tries to aspire to the same specific objectives of giving people concreteness about the ways we can address their problems.
Faz, we have about a minute left here. President Trump has threatened to cut federal funding to New York. What are the implications of that? Would that complicate Mr. Mamdani, Mayor-elect Mamdani's tenure?
There is, for now Mayor-elect Mamdani, I think some lessons to learn from Trump, which are that every day President Trump comes in with a ball of fire and it's a whirlwind of action. You know this better than most, Kristen. Just every day there's 4, 5, 6 things that this administration is doing, and it keeps you off kilter. And I think there's a way to do this in a positive, affirmative way. If you're Zohran Mamdani, you don't get sucked into the places where Donald Trump wants to be, troll you and say you're going to react to everything he does. Stay on your front foot and be a positive, action-oriented Democrat who shows that we can do things on housing. We can do things on setting up grocery stores. I think you could think culturally, standing up compelling musical concerts in Central Park, be community-oriented, make this a place of a destination again that international travelers want to come to. Tell people New York is open for business. Please come back. So many people have decided not to come to New York City because of the tariffs and all of the immigration actions. I think he can send a different message.
Faz Shakur, thank you so much for joining us. We do want to go to Mikey Sherrill's headquarters, where the governor-elect of New Jersey is about to address her supporters who are cheering and celebrating her victory over Jack Ciattarelli. The third time Ciattarelli has run and made a play for the governorship. Tonight was Mikey Sherrill's night. She ran on a message of affordability, on a message of bringing down people's property taxes, and she becomes the second woman governor of New Jersey tonight. And there you see her waving to the crowd. Let's listen in to Mikey Sherrill.
go! Victory!
And people around the country have heard you.
People around the country hate Donald Trump.
I hear you too. This was a tough fight, and this is a tough state. But I know you, New Jersey, and I love you. I've fought for you. I've spoken with thousands of you over this last year. I know your struggles.
What a great day. There's only one thing I'm still
hopes.
worried about is Prop 50.
I know your dreams.
Let's be real. Not
So
much to worry about.
serving you is worth any tough fight I have to take on, and I am incredibly honored to be your next governor. When I was 18, I raised my hand and I swore to defend the Constitution. And that moment defines me. It taught me that leadership means carrying the weight of other people's hopes, standing firm when it's easier to bend, and always putting the common good above personal gain. And I know how hard it can be to serve in these times. And I just got a call from Jack Chitterelli, and I want to recognize him for stepping up.
This is how you know things are changing too. Like in the past, everybody would be so respectful, but they know these MAGA freaks always are calling us the traitors, Antifa, whatever. You hear the boos now. Like nobody wants to support this guy.
And all of you know, I love our history. And our state motto has always stuck with me. In 1777, New Jersey was one of the first states to choose a motto. Anybody? Liberty and prosperity. I'm going to get some more civics education going. We'll get that known by all. But it was a demand for freedom from oppression and a commitment to creating better opportunity and a better future. That idea has defined us for almost 250 years. We fought for liberty at the crossroads of the American Revolution, turning the tide for our young nation at the battles of Trenton and Princeton. We offered prosperity as we built the nation during the Industrial Revolution.
I'm eating peanut butter pretzels,
the cradle
but
of scientific discovery.
I'm gonna have to order some DoorDash. If somebody can send me a super chat, $10, something. I'm starving, and I can't cook tonight. But no pressure, no pressure. I'm only half joking.
From this ideal, cutting SNAP, ripping away health care, terminating Gateway.
Ooh.
We here in New Jersey are bound to fight for a different future for our children. We see how clearly important liberty is. We know that no one in our great state is safe when our neighbors are targeted, ignoring the law and the Constitution. But prosperity is equally essential. Liberty alone is not enough if the government makes it impossible for you to feed your family, to get a good education, or to get a good job. So in this country, that shouldn't be too much to ask. But right now, all of it seems at risk. Governors have never mattered more.
True. Yeah, send me your cookbook. I cook a lot.
And in this state, I am determined to build prosperity for all of our citizens.
I'll try to order something healthy now.
And I've heard from thousands of you about what liberty and prosperity mean to you, what it's going to take for your family to thrive. So I hear you, Newark. I'm going to work with communities from the ground up so all of our neighbors thrive. I hear you, Sham, so I'm going to declare a state of emergency on day one to drive down your utility costs.
Nice. Great move.
I hear you, Westfield, so I'm going to make sure our kids are safe online and schools have the resources they need to address the mental health crisis. I hear you, Jersey City, so I'm going to hold government accountable, balancing individual liberty with collective responsibility, ensuring people are safe, healthy, educated, and free to pursue their dreams.
Good.
I hear you, New Jersey. Good government doesn't just manage problems, it solves them.
1 hour till the big one. Top 50.
So I'm going to continue to listen and work with you to move our state forward, because I have learned so much as I've traveled our state. Our innovations, our businesses, our inventors and entrepreneurs have amazed me, but it's the people that have left the biggest mark, especially those who are fighting for prosperity for their entire communities. I was moved during my block walk in Trenton with Shanique as she spoke so passionately about the promise of her city and her neighbors despite the challenges. I love the group of young men from Monroe who've been hard at work on this campaign. They want a seat at the table and they're ready to fight for their future. The little girls who come up to me to say that they're going to be a governor or they're going to be a president. It reminds me of my own belief that anything was possible.
I just
Akeem's
saw
team,
super chats.
who worked their butts off.
Thank you, Mandy, for the $10 super chat. Thank you so much. And Masood Ferozi, thank you so much for the $19.99 super chat. Really appreciate it. Thank you for your support. Wow, I really appreciate you guys. And look, we have more wins tonight. We're not done yet. So let's keep celebrating because we have another big poll closing at the top of the hour. At 8 p.m. Pacific time, which is where I'm broadcasting from, 11 p.m. Eastern, we will see polls close in California, and hopefully we'll have answers about that very quickly because all these races have been called rather quickly. And if Prop 50 passes in a landslide, well, then we should be able to know pretty quickly as well. So don't go away. If you happen to leave, come back in the next 40, 50 minutes because we will have breaking news on Prop 50 in California. That's the big one where Gavin Newsom is going after Trump directly. Let's listen back to Mikey Sherrill, the next governor of New Jersey.
Families everywhere, so everyone has a shot. So thank you. Thank you to each and every person here tonight and across the state who's worked hard over the last year.
Thank you.
Thanks
again
to the
super
thousands of
chats.
volunteers who made millions of calls, texts, and canvases. To everyone who's ready to stand and demand a better future for our kids and our families.
Woo-hoo.
To my running mate, Dr. Dale Caldwell. You've already served our state so well, and I'm proud to have you by my side as we
Who's the running mate of a
embark
governor? That's kind of a stupid question for me to ask, but what does that
upon
mean?
this new chapter for New Jersey. To my team, who put together a campaign the likes of this state has never seen, and helped in our efforts to create a great...
You have been listening to Governor-elect of New Jersey, Mikey Sherrill, deliver her victory speech. Hallie focused on her platform of the economy, affordability, making New Jersey safer, bringing property taxes down. This is a former Navy helicopter pilot. She's a former prosecutor. She's a member of Congress.
Former roommate of
That's
Abigail
right.
Spanberger.
Former roommate of
fact,
Abigail
yeah.
Spanberger. And tonight, both of them making history.
That's right. That's right. Both governors-elect in their respective states, if you will. And let me go back to that conversation. You and I started this night talking about what our key takeaways that we were looking for would be, right? Our biggest questions. And one of them for us was the margins, right? If Democrats did as they were, as the polling suggested they may do and pull out victories in New Jersey, in Virginia, in New York, as we have now projected tonight, what do those margins look like? And what's so interesting here as we listen to Governor-elect Sherrill speak there, are the numbers that we're starting to see, and I defer to King Kornacki over there at the big board when it comes to where the margins are here, but it's super interesting because in my conversations prior to election night with strategists on both sides of the aisle, a good night for Democrats would be her winning, +7 they would feel great about. She's certainly on track to do that, if not way exceed that, Steve.
Yeah, I mean, look, we've got 83% of the vote in right now. Cheryl's.
See where the lighting is good right now. Breaking news, we are not done yet tonight as there is still major polls closing in California at the top of the hour, 11 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Pacific. I'm going to redo that. Hang on, listen to this. Ready? Watch this. Breaking news, we are not done with election night because I'm reporting live from Los Angeles, California, where at the top of the hour, 8 p.m. Pacific time, 11 p.m. Eastern, polls are closing in the state of California surrounding Prop 50. We are hoping everybody votes yes on Prop 50. That would give Californians the opportunity to allow their state's redistricting voting maps to reflect those of what... One more try. It's getting late, and I'm going crazy. Breaking news, we have another historic election coming up in California. I'm reporting live from Los Angeles right now. We're at the top of the hour, 8 p.m. Pacific, 11 p.m. Eastern. Polls are closing in California surrounding Prop 50. We're hoping everybody votes yes on 50 and that it passes in landslide fashion. This would give Californians a temporary and transparent voting map in an emergency manner to counter what Trump and Republicans are doing across the country to try and rig the midterm elections. This is huge because Donald Trump knows his policies are unpopular. There's a blue wave happening right now, and Democrats are coming up big in every single election, from Mamdani winning in New York, Mikey Sherrill in New Jersey, Abigail Spanberger in Virginia. And now, of course, we want Prop 50 to pass so that Donald Trump can't cheat on the upcoming midterm election. So join me live. We'll be covering it on my YouTube, Josh the Progressive, because we want to make sure this passes in a big way. Don't let New York have all the fun. We need a huge celebration for yes on 50. That was a good video. Bro needs a light ring. I do need a light ring. Paul, what's up? You got to go to work now? Anthony, it's pretty late for work. That's crazy, man. But hey, if you can tune back in for the California polls closing, I encourage it. But if not, you'll catch the recap tomorrow, I'm sure. Hey, Josh, I'm from Canada. Keep up the good work. 100% behind these damn whims. I've been following daily the events since Trump moved in. I hope the fascists moved in. What part of Canada are you from? I went to Vancouver recently, and I absolutely love it. But yeah. Don't let New York have all the fun. That's what I'm saying. Thanks, Anthony.
Nearly to the degree that Ciattarelli wanted it to. So again, put this in some perspective. Trump outright won Passaic County. Again, you're talking 40% Hispanic Passaic County. This is where the city of Patterson is. You know, Passaic really is. It's Patterson. It's the city of Passaic. These are two heavily Hispanic cities. You got a bunch of sort of big blue-collar, middle-class towns, places like Wayne, New Jersey, if you know it well. And there's some rural areas, actually, believe it or not, up here. But anyway, it's a mix of those things. Trump was able to win it, and no Republican in a presidential race had won Passaic County in decades when he pulled this off. Now, there were some signs when Ciattarelli was running in 2021 of Republican life here. This was a decent performance for Ciattarelli to come close and miss, but Trump outright won this. And again, I expect this to get closer tonight, but based on what we're seeing around the rest of the state, I think Passaic's likely to go back to the blue side tonight.
All right, Steve, thank you for that deep dive. Hogan, let me turn to you because I have a Republican strategist reaching out to me saying, what's surprising about New Jersey are the margins. That, as Hallie was setting up, the hope was that they would be able to keep this to single digits, maybe
yes,
6, maybe
both.
5 points.
Hey,
that would be
those who sent the super
night
chats,
for
I might put that
Republicans
towards
if
the
they
ring
couldn't
light.
have an outright win. I know that you're saying, look, this is a blue state, so let's not overread what happened here.
Sure.
At the same time, are there some lessons for Republicans as you turn your sights toward the midterms.
There are always lessons to be learned in campaigns, especially when you lose them. What could you have done differently? Listen, I don't know how strong that coalition was for other people. I know how strong it is and was for Donald Trump.
So is that the key?
So I think Trump being on the ballot obviously drives turnout. And I'll tell you, I have long said if the RNC, the NRCC, and all these Republican groups don't work to capitalize on what Donald Trump was able to accomplish by himself, it's going to be very difficult moving forward because no one is able to turn out voters on the Republican side and, quite frankly, somewhat on the Democrat side as Donald Trump is. And when he's not on the ballot, you see a way different margin of turnout across all of these demographics. So the why, I think, is important, but Donald Trump not being at the top of the ticket matters.
Can I just ask a question, though, as we're talking about the Republican messaging here? Because I'm thinking back to a conversation that I had, was it today? Yes, very recently, right, about these races here. And I had a smart Republican, very involved in Republican politics, whose name was not Hogan Gidley. Say, listen, if this is, in fact, if these are smashes by Democrats, if we are seeing like big, muscular victories by Democrats, if Jay Jones, wins the Attorney General race in Virginia, like if this is a huge, big night for Democrats, which by all accounts, it's shaping up to be that way, then perhaps, and if these affordability, economics, cost of living messages were effective, then perhaps President Trump would need to think about pivoting how he is talking about the economy, would need to be pivoting his own messaging on the economy. And I wonder, do you agree with that? Do you think this is something that the White House should
step in here for a sec? I have some reporting from a couple days ago that I reported, talking to someone close to the White House, that the White House is planning to repivot on the economy toward the end of the year, beginning of the year, really focusing on these cost issues. They're extremely confident that next year the economy is going to turn around. They're going to get some of these costs under control. We'll see how that plays out, but the White House is aware of this. And these plans are supposed to come about food, potentially even healthcare, even though we all know that's a meme now since it's been 10 years. But also, there's the question of energy prices, home energy prices. We know that gas prices are low, but home energy prices have skyrocketed. And then there's the housing issue too. $10. And so, one of the things about the Donald Trump of it all and all of this, when you compare it to someone like Jay Jones, who did have a scandal with these text messages, one Republican texted me to say, maybe we all need to recalibrate how much people are willing to be okay with, considering what is acceptable to voters these days and who they still elect, regardless of what is in their background.
And I will say the last poll I saw showed 67% of Americans did not know that the largest tax cut in history was in the One Big Beautiful Bill.
2/3 of Americans also say President Trump is failing them on
If they don't know that, that's going to be a problem for a lot of reasons. And of course, I think the White House is keenly aware of this. If anyone is in tune with the American people, it's been Donald Trump, and I expect them to recalibrate and message this much differently in the new year.
Ashley, very, very quickly, could we see what happened tonight push Republicans, push Democrats to the table to end the government shutdown?
I mean, that's my question right now. I think that's a solid, fair question. I think Democrats are definitely going to try to use this to their advantage to make the point to Donald Trump and the Republican Party. You lost big, not just among Democrats, but among independents. That coalition that Trump built, it's now weakened. It's now bottomed out. And so I think they're going to use that as much as they can to gain leverage on the president. But I've also said that he's the outlier. I'm not so sure that he wants to open up the government again. He continues to weaponize the shutdown. Even just today, he's going to defy the courts and say that he's not going to feed 42 million people and 16 million kids that are on SNAP benefits.
Sorry, I was just texting some people.
I think Democrats are going to use it, but the question is how Trump's going to respond to it.
Hogan, the fact that a majority of Americans are pointing the finger at Republicans, blaming them for the shutdown, is tonight one more data point? And could they wind up giving some concessions? Do you anticipate there will be some concessions?
There are some conversations going on Capitol Hill, as you've talked about and reported as well, on the Senate side for sure. I don't know what Republicans will do with the Freedom Caucus and other things. A lot of plans, though, I think will be kicked around in the next 24 hours, and you're going to hear a lot of movement.
All right, guys, I want to pause this for one moment. I want to go out to
Let's go
Sam
out.
Brock, who is at the headquarters of Zohran Mamdani. And Sam,
us
you
there.
are joined by Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, one of the biggest names to
Wow, look at her.
endorse Zohran Mamdani.
Let's
What is
watch.
the Congresswoman saying? What's her reaction tonight?
For sure. So let's start right there. Congresswoman, thank you so much. Kristen just said you were one of the biggest names to step out and to support Zohran early on in his political career. First of all, he becomes the youngest mayor in 100 years plus in New York. Are you surprised by the reality of the situation?
You know, I have to say that I'm not. I think that people across this country are really hungry for public servants that are going to put them first.
Really hungry they're really hungry. People are starving right now because of SNAP.
For public servants that answer to them above special interests and who are laser focused on making life affordable for everyone.
We spoke with a member of the National DSA, Greene, who said it's not radical to expect people to have a roof over their head and to be able to pay for groceries. This doesn't sound like a transformational idea, and yet it is connected with so many people. What do you think Mr. Mamdani's ability was to sort of relay that message, and why is it developed in a city like New York?
Well, I think it speaks to how far everyday people have been pushed in this economy and in this environment. We have record high levels of young people that are unemployed, of people who are unemployed who are being paid very low wages and can't afford life. And so I think people are receptive to a new path and a new story, and I think Zohran Mamdani really spoke to that and organized for it.
Congresswoman, it's no secret the Democratic Party has struggled in recent years to attract voters, whether it's first-generation immigrants, younger voters, educated Asian voters. I mean, these broader coalitions that we've seen attracted to Mr. Mamdani's campaign. How does that potentially provide a blueprint for other Democratic candidates?
Well, I think what we're seeing in tonight's results and in many of the communities that turned out for Zohran Mamdani tonight were many of the same communities that Donald Trump won against Democrats in November. And so this shows that there is more than one path to win and persuade independents and Trump voters. And it's not just by running in a more conservative fashion, but it can also be through a different and new message.
It's so interesting to hear you compare it to Trump in that sense, right? That brand of populism almost inverted. Do you see parallels between the basis of what drove out voters for Trump back in 2016 and what we're witnessing right now?
Well, I think we are laser focused on the working class. We don't take voters for granted. We don't take Latinos. We don't take young people. We don't take many of the communities that are historically taken for granted in our political system.
The bar is now high, right? Because he has promised voters he's going to work on free buses and rent freezes and universal child care, which we know is the most expensive part of that platform and would likely require the cooperation of the New York State legislature to raise tax revenues. How high is the bar, I guess? Do you see that becoming something that will manifest?
I think people are mobilized by this vision, and what is so important is that I think New Yorkers are pragmatic. I think New Yorkers
She's going to be the next senator in New York.
I don't
That's
think
right,
they
Jordan.
expect that we're going to come in on January 1st and press a button. But I do think that New Yorkers are very motivated to vote for someone who has those goals and wants to move in that direction, as opposed to no direction at all.
Well, so that's another thing that Mamdani has said, is there wasn't an affirmative message for Democrats. What's the takeaway, right? People around the country are looking at this race and saying a Democratic socialist, just one office, sure, that could work in New York City. It's never going to work in other places around the country. To them, you say what?
Well, you know, I have to say, so I'm a millennial. I'm 36 years old. And people my age, my first election was for Barack Obama when I was 18 years old. And we've been hearing Democrats be called socialists our entire voting lives. I think that as time goes on, this is not a threat that is really resonating with the majority and large pluralities of the electorate, and that this kind of name-calling doesn't really have the weight that results do have.
Can I ask you, because that's an important point, what does it mean to be a Democratic socialist? Because I realize there are so many nuances with the national organization and the local chapters and who they'll endorse and who they won't endorse and what issues are driving those decisions. What do you see as the definition of a Democratic socialist?
I mean, to me, it's this radical idea that working people have economic rights. And when you read the Constitution of this country, we have beautiful, incredible freedoms of speech and we have so many liberties and due processes. But should we not also have the right to housing, the right to a livable wage, the right to attempt to provide health care and
30 minutes
childcare
till Prop 50
to
closes
the best that we are
California.
able
Hope
and
everyone's
capable
still
of
watching. I know
providing in
a
this
couple people
country?
trickled off.
I would have the right to stay in
Getting late on
communities
these
where
posts,
you've lived
but-
for years.
Wow,
Because
so dozens
the
of people here.
expectation now
Pretty cool.
is that President Trump has sort of forecast
There's
what he's
huge
going to
lines
do
in
in New York
California
City
today
as
for
it
Prop 50.
concerns potentially
Gonna send a
National Guard
message.
troops, more ICE raids. How do you see this playing out in the months ahead?
Well, we know that President Trump operates through threats. He operates through criminality. He has been convicted on 34 different criminal counts of felony. The Supreme Court has essentially authorized through their rulings his ability to commit crimes in office. And so we know that he will step outside the bounds of what is acceptable to
True.
society. But I think that our choice is, are we going to respond with fear, or are we going to respond with unity and courage?
What does that look like? I know he said he's going to be withholding funds from New York City, which I'm not even clear if he has the constitutional authority to do that. But what does the resistance look like under the administration?
I mean, of course, President Trump doesn't have the authority, but that's not something that he really cares about. But let's just say that New York City is not a place that gets pushed around, and that we have our own cards up our sleeve as well.
What is your lasting message, I guess, as we look around and we see however many hundreds of people here right now, but
Don't worry.
millions that are watching around the country? What are the takeaways
not
from
been tweeting.
Zohran
I think he's probably
Mamdani's
throwing,
ascendance
McDonald's
from someone no one had heard
Hello
of
right now.
as of about January to winning the primary and now the next mayor of New York?
That as dark as this time is, as challenging as this moment can be, anything is still possible in America.
We appreciate your enthusiasm and your optimism and your time. Thank you so much, Congresswoman. It was great to talk with you. Enjoy the rest of the evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Kristen, I'm going to send it back to you. And of course, I think, again, the working class themes here, right? The Congresswoman really sort of drilled upon that. These aren't crazy ideas necessarily to provide people with a base level of services, making them actionable in cities where there might be resistance, and what the cost structure of that is going to look like is very much at the heart of conversations right now around the country. But it was interesting very much to hear her take.
Well, Sam, it was also interesting when she said that we've been called socialists our entire lives. She said she's a
Vance's
millennial
brother
too.
lost the election to be mayor of Cincinnati, Ohio, in a landslide. That's pretty funny. Just another loss for the Vance family.
Here at the table, Hogan, let me start with you, because you heard her lay out the argument about affordability, but also the argument about reaching voters. She said we didn't take any voters for granted. And I'm a millennial. I've been called a socialist my whole life. That doesn't scare us, basically.
Yeah, I think one of the things when Biden was in office and they was passing that big bill they were trying to do, I know that we were calling it a socialist bill. Polling didn't move the needle on that topic or that title at all, because no one really cared about the socialism. You had big government socialism and everybody freaked out and the thing went into an 80% negative. What you just saw and what you just witnessed is the front runner, I believe, for 2028 on
Polls
Democrat
don't
side
necessarily bear that up right now.
for president. I am telling you, she is as charismatic as anybody else in that party, and she, just going to her tonight, proves to me this.
That's crazy though, that this like very moderate Republican is like putting his chips in on AOC.
Is the party of Mamdani. It is the party of AOC. They're the ones leading the torch, and you see people like Bernie Sanders doing interviews with her, kind of giving her the go-ahead to be that person on their side. So I expect to see a whole lot more of her. Her messaging is something that I think resonates with the Democrat base. I, for one, think it's a disaster, but I also want more of it. I want her to keep going.
Ashley, is this the party of Mamdani and AOC? Does Hogan have a point? And do you see her? I mean, she's obviously gotten a lot of buzz. Could she be a Senate candidate? Could she be a presidential candidate?
No, I wouldn't say the Democratic Party belongs to any one particular candidate or elected official. I don't believe that. I think what AOC's been saying is a consistent message she's saying since she showed up on the scene, which is that, again, life is unaffordable for too many people. And that is the part that's resonating. But each one of these candidates, run to their local districts or to their local state. You look at somebody like Spanberger. Spanberger is not anywhere close to AOC. And so one could argue, as well as she performed tonight, it could be a Spamberger party. I mean, like, why wouldn't it be? So I just think that, the party is as diverse as it is. The question, though, I think where Republicans are going to have to start examining is why did they lose those Latino voters?
Anybody find anything from Trump yet, or is he
counties?
just silent?
Is it the immigration issue? Is it the deportation? I mean, they've got to start to unpack why they're losing that coalition.
Well, Hallie, you have the first post from President Trump.
Don't you set him with hot reporting. It's a truth social.
It's a
That's
truth
all I'm
social.
social. That's publicly out.
He's got his own take, though. He
has an answer to that.
He has an answer to that question.
His thoughts on this. The president has posted online now, to your point here, Kristen, which you're totally right about. And he thinks that the president has suggested there's two reasons, Ashley, to your point, as to why Republicans didn't do better. Number one, because his name was not on the ballot. And number two, because of the government shutdown. And so, that as I think insight into where the president's head is at here, he was not on the ballot. And I understand the president's always on the ballot. Physically, his name is not on the ballot. This isn't a presidential year. And this has been exactly to the point that we're talking about.
Him tweeting that kind of validates the fact that he knows he's fucking up, though.
If his name is not on the ballot, watching, which was about what our poll showed on the Democratic brand, only about a third of Democrats view socialism favorably. Now, fewer view it negatively than they did last year, but 35% is not an overwhelming majority of the party that views socialism favorably. So I just think this is all sort of part and parcel of the context. And can I be sort of like, whatever for a second? I think this goes back to the point that we've all been making, which is like, maybe there's not one crystal clear takeaway from tonight, right?
Yeah.
Like maybe nuance exists.
And there's a lot of nuance. I think you're right about that.
Well, that's kind of the overarching question that I have, and that is, everyone talked about the political realignment that has been happening over the past few years under Donald Trump that was crystallized in the 2024 elections. So what happened to that political realignment? Is it not a permanent realignment? Yeah. Do all those Democratic autopsies that started coming out last week that are going to start continue to come out over the next few weeks about the last election in 2024, do those mean anything? Do they throw those out the door? Or have they figured out what the path is, and that's just affordability, don't talk about cultural issues, healthcare, the things that they think that they can win on in this current environment. But, the Trump voter is the one that mystifies Republicans and Democrats, because Republicans need them to come out when Trump's name is not on the ballot.
Yep.
And Republicans haven't been able to figure out how to get them to the polls when his name is not.
It's a really important point. I do want to head out to NBC's Julie Sirkin, who joins us from the Chitterelli headquarters, where, Julie, you actually have some reporting about what people are starting to say about the campaign that was run by Jack Chitterelli. What are your sources telling you?
Yeah, well, all night long, people have been crowding around our little screen here because there was no other monitor in this room. One woman told me it's because they know that he's not doing well right after the polls close at 8 o'clock. I was struck by a conversation I had with a voter yesterday, but first let me tell you what I got from the room today. And that is, I spoke to a couple of voters who voted for President Trump who said that they are not hot on the job that he's been doing. And they told me that they think Chitterelli has been doing a good job walking a line between his support of the president, of course, trying to ride his coattails, if you will, of the margins that the president was able.
You did not do a good job. You lost by almost 20%.
To eat into in New Jersey in November, but at the same time realizing that Mikey Sherrill, his Democratic opponent and now the governor-elect, made all of her campaign, almost all of it, all of her ads were about painting Chitterelli as very closely tied to Trump, as being ultra MAGA. And that voter here tonight told me that that seemed to work in Sherrill's favor. Yesterday, I was struck by a woman I spoke to in Passaic County, a Latino voter who voted for President Trump in November. She told me almost instantly did she regret her vote, as did most of the people that she knows. Why? Because of immigration, because of those deportations, the ICE raids, and that is the community that Chitterelli needed to turn out for him today. The numbers I'm just struck by. This race was not close at all, as we've been talking about, and the turnout for Chitterelli was not there. Perhaps they were less excited to come out and vote for him than they were excited about his opponent, Mikey Sherrill. But all in all here, I think there's a takeaway from voters that perhaps his alignment to the president, even if he tried to distance himself yesterday, including in our interview, didn't work in his favor. Kristen?
Great reporting. Julie Sirkin, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. From the headquarters of Jack Ciattarelli, I do want to go back now to NBC News Chief Data Analyst Steve Kornacki, who's been following all of the key races tonight. Steve, I've been texting with some of my sources who make the point this is a big night for Democrats, not just because they're sweeping these races, but because of what we've been talking about, the margins.
The margins, yeah, and I think we were talking a few minutes ago in New Jersey about these voters who were available to Republicans like Jack Ciattarelli when Trump wasn't president and clearly are not now that Trump is back as president. And I think you look ahead to 2026, and I understand, that these are blue states, but there's going to be congressional districts that are up in 2026, competitive districts, Republican districts that Democrats are trying to flip. And I think that type of voter looms large in a lot of potential battlegrounds next year. So I think,
and I love how they were talking about how this was close because it wasn't a 20-point swing like they thought it would be. He still won by almost 10 points.
This is fascinating from that standpoint. And also, we said from the standpoint of this was something that the polling was suggesting was going to be a problem or a challenge for Ciattarelli, winning over the level of support from Hispanic voters or anything approaching that Trump was able to last year. By the way, we're saying this in New Jersey. We took a look in Virginia as well. You look at the most heavily Hispanic areas where Trump made some inroads, Prince William County, Loudoun County, even, Manassas Park. It's small, but it's the most Hispanic by population city in Virginia. All of those gains from Trump undone tonight in this gubernatorial election. One other thing I did want to show, too, just talking about New York City. I had mentioned this before, but just check in because most of the vote is in, and it is hovering at about that 50 to 41, 50 to 42 range. Mamdani, just a touch over 50% right now with these returns. We'll see if he finishes on the north or south side of that. But I think I'd mentioned it earlier, and I wanted to make sure to show it to you. We did ask this question in our exit poll of New York City voters. If this were a two-way race, just Mamdani and Cuomo, how would you vote? And this is what we found. 47 for Mamdani, 44 for Cuomo, 6 not sure. So, again, one thing that struck me looking at these results tonight was...
He still wins. I don't understand that this is not relevant. And it's like this was the primary and he won.
How much the voters sort of decided. There were voters who clearly were not going to vote for Mamdani and really did seem to decide at scale that Curtis Sliwa was not a viable candidate, and they did end up breaking to Cuomo and bringing him, looks like about an 8-9 point loss for him. He was staring at some much deeper gaps in polls. All of those polls that had him with those much deeper gaps had Sliwa getting a much bigger share of the vote. So again, I just think, maybe there was no circumstance that Curtis Sliwa was going to drop out of this race. I know there was a lot of pressure on him from folks to do that. Maybe there was no circumstance, but I think if you're Cuomo and you're looking at this, boy, that one might haunt you a little bit. If there was any way you could have pulled it off, any more gestures you could have made or something, because a two-way race here, we got a lot of evidence here, would have been a barn burner in New York City.
It would have been an absolute game changer. Steve, let's go back to Virginia since we haven't talked about it in a little while. Just
this is some bullshit
remind
from
folks
NBC.
of the margins.
Honestly, come on. Yeah, sure, the race would have been closer, but that's what the primary race was. It was between Cuomo and Mamdani, and Mamdani still destroyed him. And the only reason Cuomo chipped away is because of all the fear-mongering and the Islamophobia and the extremist rhetoric, the violent rhetoric. I'm surprised Mamdani didn't get killed. Let's be real.
In that race, with Abigail Spanberger becoming the first woman governor-elect of Virginia, and the margin hugely significant there.
Yeah, I mean, when you looked at, we talked about Virginia in 2024 as being a state. It was still a blue state, but Donald Trump had made some real gains in Virginia last year. He got the margin down to 6 points. He lost it by double digits in 2020. So he made gains in Virginia. The story for Trump's gains in Virginia was it was a story up here. A lot of it was up here. A lot of it was in Northern Virginia. A lot of it was in these very blue parts of Northern Virginia where they stayed blue, but Trump did a lot better than he had done, a lot better than Republicans had been doing. Had that continued across the rest of the state, Trump might have actually put Virginia in play in 2024. It actually didn't around the rest of the state. So take a look at what's happening tonight. You mentioned Loudoun County.
20 more minutes until the polls close in California.
a matter of fact, you might say this is overperformance even for Spanberger. Does raise the question of the shutdown of federal employees, the importance of the federal government to the economy of Northern Virginia. It does raise the question if that played a role here. And then the other thing that happened for Spanberger, now again, she did represent this area in Congress, but I want to show you Chesterfield because this is big, growing suburban county right outside of Richmond. Now, this is a county last year. This was one of the few big counties in the United States of America that, as the whole country pretty much was becoming more red, became more blue. And that trend continued tonight. So Kamala Harris won this by 9 points last year. Abigail Spanberger wins it by 13 tonight. You take a look. When Glenn Youngkin, the Republican, got elected 4 years ago, he was able to win this county. Again, we're talking about suburban voters who were comfortable voting for a Republican when Donald Trump wasn't president, who aren't comfortable voting for Republicans with Trump back on the scene. So again, the Democratic trend just continuing there.
All right, Steve, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Let's head out to the headquarters of Andrew Cuomo. He is about to address his supporters. Let's take a listen.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. You're taking my time. You're taking my time. First, I love you too. I love you too. Let me acknowledge part of my special campaign team. We have from the right, Telef Lundaval, the new son-in-law, husband of Mariah. We have Mariah, Cara, Michaela. I want to thank our campaign chairman, Bill Mulrow, our great campaign manager, Greg Goldner. I want to thank Mayor Adams, who stepped out of the race to make us more competitive, and that was a very gracious thing to do. I want to thank Mayor Bloomberg, who gave us his support, Governor David Patterson, all the unions. And I am blessed. Status Cuomo. I am blessed to have the people in this room. You have been a phenomenal team, great friends. You are superstars. Even more, you are New York patriots. And I am proud of you. This campaign was the right fight to wage. And I am proud of what we did and what we did together. This campaign was to contest the philosophies that are shaping the Democratic Party, the future of this city, and the future of this country.
And you lost. It's shame. You lost and you were a sore loser.
And this coalition transcended normal partisan politics. It brought together Democrats and Republicans and independents, joined by the simple fact that their first allegiance is as citizens of New York City.
Steve.
2 million voters, the largest number in modern political history, cared enough to show up in a municipal election. And 42% voted for us on an independent line. That is the highest percentage in modern history.
Okay, you don't get any trophies for second place, though.
It is just higher than when Mario Cuomo got 40% on an independent line against Ed Koch in 1977.
You didn't get a trophy for second place.
It's also important to note that almost half of New Yorkers did not vote to support a government agenda that makes promises that we know cannot be met.
This is unbelievably divisive rhetoric.
You've been listening to former Governor Andrew Cuomo deliver his concession speech after NBC News has projected that Zohran Mamdani is now the mayor-elect of New York City. Leanne Caldwell this is someone who has served decades in public service. Of course, he did resign as governor amid a swirl of various scandals, quite frankly, that he just could not shake in this campaign. So yes, Zohran Mamdani had a message of affordability. Yes, he had an incredibly robust social media campaign, tried to reach voters, younger voters, where they are. And yet, Governor Cuomo struggled with all of those challenges.
Yeah, he absolutely did. I think that a broader theme throughout this election.
Hey, thanks for being here. Thanks to everybody who sent a super chat earlier. We saw $10, $20, $10. You can even send $5 if you want. Thank you for subscribing so you never miss another show ever again. And thank you for just being the best progressive community in this country. This is super exciting that we are all doing this together. Just tons of unity. Really awesome that we are all in this together. You got good range. Dude, I'm an awful singer. Don't say that. Don't ever say that to me. You're just gaslighting me. You're making me think that I can do something that I know I cannot. It's not true. It's not true at all. Oh, man. Oh, so, and I do later, I'm going to have to make some videos reacting to some of the stuff AOC said, because some of the stuff she said was just truly amazing. Let me see if I can start to download it. I'm good. I'm still alive. I'm still standing better than I ever will. All right, let's see what else we can listen to.
He has a mandate to execute those. But to the point that
and Andrew Cuomo will make the argument, no, you don't.
No, you don't.
You know,
right,
yeah.
right. And the question is, he's still got to win over a lot of voters to get behind his policies.
Yeah, if he wants to win their hearts and minds, absolutely. Now that he obviously has won the election, is projected to win the election. And so he's got a road ahead that I think is going to be fascinating to watch, just from like a policy implementation perspective, right? And the way that you're looking at somebody who's staked out this progressive position inside his party, take on, you know, the country's biggest city and try to steer the ship that way. I also think when we look at this night, and I'm looking at the clock here, 10:47 Eastern time, we've talked a lot about these three races on the East Coast. Remember what's happening in California, what arguably may have, not just in California, but this redistricting arms race that's happening across the country, huge implications for 2026. And by the way, for years beyond that as well. And so this is a fascinating one to watch as we're getting close to polls close there.
Yeah, well, you take us to our next reporter perfectly, Hallie,
at
at 11
p.m. Democrats do
polls
tonight? Oh, are you just getting here, Angela? We're slaughtering them. We're dominating every race around the country. It's been unbelievable.
California's Prop 50 is a direct response to Texas, where the Republican governor signed into law a new map targeting 5 Democratic-held seats. It comes during a nationwide redistricting.
I don't owe Phantom Planet royalty. In fact, Darren, one of the lead band members, he's my friend now.
While Democrats look to Virginia and New York, in addition to California, for their own edge. NBC's Liz Kreutz joins us from Los Angeles, where this is the big race out there. Liz, I had the opportunity to interview Governor Gavin Newsom. He said he feels confident that Prop 50 will pass. What are you hearing as we anticipate polls closing just moments from now?
Yeah, hey, Kristen, we're about 12 minutes till polls closing here. I just got back from a polling site in L.A. where there was an extremely long line of people that went down the block, folks waiting to vote in this special election, where there was literally just one question on the ballot, and it was asking people whether or not they support Proposition 50, which would introduce these new congressional maps into the states temporarily for 3 elections up until 2030 that would favor Democrats. And the long line I saw there is not alone. We're seeing images coming in from across the state on college campuses of folks lined up tonight to vote. And I think, Kristen, what it is speaking to is the enthusiasm around this.
If you go to the link in my description, there's a link that says buymeacoffee.com/Josh the Progressive, and you can send $1, $5, $30, $1,000 million. But it goes towards supporting the show and helps me as a creator, really, as an independent content creator. So thank you.
They raised more than enough. But we are seeing, as you'd expect, this all down party lines. Republicans are against it. Democrats are supporting it. Here's what some voters told us today, starting with a man who is a Trump supporter. He's against it, followed by a woman who is not registered with the party and is supporting it.
The system is set up already, and it doesn't need to diverge and be something else to benefit one system versus the other. We have enough problems right now.
Why is it important to come out for this special election? What brought you out?
What brought me out? The state of the country? I've been unemployed for over a year. So I have to vote because that's the only way I can voice my opinion.
True.
And that woman's emotion there, guys, I think is really tapping into what Governor Newsom was trying to, I should say, tap into by putting this proposal forward, which is he made the case consistently that this is about more than California, that this proposition is about being able to voice your anger with the Trump administration, protect democracy, and speak out against the direction of this country, guys.
Well, what happens in California could have huge implications for the midterms and for Governor Newsom's own political future if he does decide to run for president. Liz Kreutz, thank you for that great reporting. We'll check back in with you. I do want to go now back to NBC News chief data analyst Steve Kornacki, who's been following all of the big races tonight. And you are watching California. Polls close at 11 p.m. Eastern. What are you going to be watching for there, Steve?
Yeah, at 11 o'clock, you get big batches of votes in these counties. That early vote, a lot of that mail vote comes in. California is a state where a lot of vote comes in fast, and then the rest of it comes in very, very slowly.
Wow.
So if it were a close race, it could take till December. But what have we been seeing tonight?
I'm not going to go
put this in some perspective between Virginia, New York City, not surprisingly, and New Jersey. You've seen low approval ratings in the exit polls there for Donald Trump. You see an even lower approval rating for him in California. You see how that's correlated with the results, it appears, in Virginia and in New Jersey. And if you look in California, so much of the messaging that Gavin Newsom and the supporters of this initiative have put forward has been, hey, deliver a message to Donald Trump, fight Donald Trump. If you vote yes, you're doing that. So just you look at Trump's approval rating in the exit poll in California, we have him in the low 30s here. This is a state he lost by 20 points last year. That's a very tough hill to climb for folks who want to defeat this referendum. We do have an exit poll, as I mentioned, that's been conducted there, which we can reveal the full results from at 11 o'clock. We'll get big returns coming in, as I said, fast at 11. So I expect some clarity right away. And I just want to put this in perspective.
There will be clarity right away.
The stakes are exactly here. So again, this is about control of the House of Representatives in next year's midterm elections. The way things currently stand, Republicans control the House, and they can afford to lose up to 2 seats. Otherwise, any more than that, they lose control of the House. Now, they have already passed and enacted a new map that could, I stress could, get them up to 5 additional seats out of Texas. What this California map essentially is doing, again, could give Democrats a chance to gain 5 there and wipe out Texas. So essentially, that's what's being decided in the next few minutes when we get these California results. Could California pass this, enact the new maps, and wipe out what the Republicans did in Texas?
Here's the main difference, though. Notice how we actually voted on this, and they didn't vote on this at all.
What would happen then, though, is there are other states where this is playing out. Republicans have enacted a new map in Missouri. They could give themselves a new seat there. There's a potential that would go to a referendum. It's complicated. The court ordered, there's a law and court ordering redistricting in Ohio. The new maps have come into place. It could be Republican gains of 2 seats, but they are going to be competitive there. But there could be Republican gains. New maps in North Carolina could be a new Republican gain there. Florida looms as a big possibility. If Republicans are aggressive, they could get 3, maybe 4 new seats out of there. So there are other states coming into the mix. And it's also important because, again, at 2, it's hard to see Republicans controlling the House, especially when you look at some of the results we're seeing tonight. But if Republicans could succeed in a lot of these states in redrawing it, if they could ever defeat this.
So then what are we doing? Why aren't we doing this in Illinois? Why aren't we doing this in Oregon? Why aren't we doing this in New York? Come on, let's get a move on.
Initiative in California, that number could be 10 or more. That would give them a much better chance of holding the House.
And Steve, just to put a fine point on this, if you look at the math, and I want to make sure I understand it accurately, Republicans have a little bit of an edge in this redistricting tit for tat. right?
Yeah, absolutely. That's I circle Florida here because I think this could be their biggest single opportunity if they want to be really aggressive. But there's a lot of moving parts here, because when Texas did that and California responded, a lot of other states are getting ideas. Trump and Republicans are putting pressure on a lot of states. Democratic activists are putting pressure. Wisconsin has entered into the conversation now. So
thank you for
who
coming a
knows
member.
exactly where this is going to land? But
Appreciate you for becoming a member with the Patriot Plan. Really appreciate you for supporting my show. Thank you. Welcome, Juan.
For example, these pockets of Republican resistance, right? I mean, these places where it's not as though it's unanimity among the Republican Party that this should move forward, despite the state's governor backing it. On the Democratic side, you look at a state like Maryland, Ashley, and you've got some pushback, even as the governor saying, no, we're going to look into this. You've got some pushback from state-level Democrats there who say, hey, maybe we don't want to go down this road because once this snowball gets going, like we sort of lose control.
Oh, it froze.
If the courts come and challenge it, we could lose
Thank
two
you,
seats.
Juan. Welcome
So
to
I
the
think
team.
that is the risk. His point is what's the risk reward with most of these things? We might vote for Proposition 50, but the courts might come back and challenge the entire map. And you may not get 5 seats. I mean, this is a moving target.
What about that point and the idea that ultimately this could backfire against either party?
Right.
It could. I think it's one of the biggest, most significant
Yeah.
issues facing this country as it relates to upcoming elections. Without a doubt, this could shift the map dramatically. You could have some massive gains on the House side. You could have some losses on the House side. It also has presidential implications as well. Are we counting illegal aliens in these census numbers? Are we not counting them?
Shut up with the hateful garbage like that. Illegal aliens. Nobody wants to hear that abhorrent language. She should have said something right then and there.
All of these things are kind of wrapped into an issue where if they were to pass some of these things, and as Ashley pointed out, once they pass them, courts are still going to get involved and these things are going to be challenged. So who knows how much of this gets settled before we start voting in the midterms as well.
To add to what you're saying, Hogan, I think the other point is that it sets a precedence that we can, you can go through a redistricting process, and at any point, if I decide I need leverage to win an election, I'm going to redraw the maps. I mean, that's the challenge.
That's what it's for anyway.
Well,
gerrymandering is so you can win elections.
No,
anyway.
absolutely, but I'm saying it sets a precedence that each of these states now that are getting in the battle are now open to mid-decade redistricting at the whim of, trying to win.
Sure. One of the fascinating aspects of the
Trump is trying to cheat now. He's saying that he needs voter reform. I'm going to make a video about that real quick.
Where are you going with this?
I'm gonna let you guys listen.
Talk
I'm gonna
about
make a video
how the
outside
two are
real quick,
inextricable.
I love that you're raising this because I think this is such a key part to this redistricting fight. It is 100% about obviously the redistricting and about the maps and where that goes. It is also certainly about Governor Gavin Newsom being in many ways the face of the opposition of the Democratic Party to President Trump. And this was, I don't know if you want to call it a risky move. I'd be curious as to your thoughts there, but it's certainly a bold one, right? Texas does its thing. Newsom comes out and says, we're going to do it. To get this ballot measure on, runs this referendum. I mean, it's a big deal for him, and he has embraced that spotlight. It was fascinating to watch your discussion with him on Sunday on Meet the Press, Kristen, which was so good. But this dynamic that, I bet we'll see him while we're on the air tonight. You know what I mean? Talking about I don't know, I might take that bet. Talking about this and what he's doing on this front. Because, Hogan, earlier in the program, you talked about AOC, Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, potentially being a 2028 face. You got to put Governor Newsom right up there, as he has made his intentions pretty clear on that front as well. So this is very much, I think, about him and his futures, too.
Actually, what do you make of what Hallie's saying and Governor Newsom's message, which is we've got to fight fire with fire? He said, Republicans thought we would get upset and write an op-ed, but we're actually fighting back, and Democrats are cheering him on, including those who used to be opposed to redistricting, like former President Obama.
Absolutely, who weren't fans of Newsom either. I mean, the reality is I think he's setting a new playbook on how to oppose Donald Trump. He's doing a holistic approach to it. It's really three-pronged strategy. One, he's challenging him in the courts. He's challenging him in the legislature and with these redistricting maps. But in addition, he's turning the mirror on Donald Trump. He's modeling Donald Trump and all of his tactics and antics, and is having a fun with it, and is really energizing the base. I saw your interview, which was exceptional, by the way, and it was clear that he's really gaining his stride. I mean, he feels very comfortable, very in command. But can I just say one thing before we go tonight? this has been a big night for Democrats, and I know we are going to be pounding our chests. We're going to feel emboldened, as we should. But the reality is here, Democrats, the question is, I'm a strategist, what is the day after plan?
Yep. Yeah.
What's the day after the shutdown? Win, lose, or draw, it doesn't matter. We need to advance a proactive agenda on the economy.
And don't go anywhere because we're still sticking around.
Sorry.
Here
we go.
We're waiting for the results of Prop 50, and it is now just after 11 p.m. Eastern Time, and we have our final big call of the night. And like all the others tonight, it's a win for the Democrats. NBC News can now project that voters have approved a ballot measure on redistricting that could boost Democrats in next year's midterm elections. It's the theme of the night. Voters turning out, signaling they want change, and they are not happy with the president's party. In New York City, NBC News projecting that 34-year-old Democratic socialist Zohran Mamdani, who ran a fiercely anti-Trump campaign focusing on economic issues, will be the next mayor of America's largest city. And we want to take you to live pictures of Mamdani's election night headquarters, where we are expecting the mayor-elect to speak any moment now. We'll bring that to you. In New Jersey, the governor there, NBC News projecting that Democrat Mikey Sherrill has held off a tough challenge from Republican Jack Ciattarelli. In Virginia, Democrats sweeping the statewide races. NBC News projecting that Abigail Spanberger, the next governor of Virginia, and Democrat Jay Jones projected to win the Virginia Attorney General's race despite facing major headwinds after he was forced to apologize for violent messages he sent in 2022 about Republicans in his state. I do want to go back to NBC News chief data analyst Steve Kornacki, who's been following all of the races all night long. So let's talk about this ballot measure, Prop 50. NBC News now projecting it has passed. Show us what you've got there, Steve.
Yeah, well, I want to explain what we have here because folks might be a little bit confused. We are calling this, you see the check mark, you don't see any numbers, you don't see any counties filled in. So what happened? What happened is we took exit polls in all of the key states and in New York City tonight. In the exit poll on this proposition, the margin for yes was so overwhelming in the exit poll and so consistent with all of the data we had seen in the run-up to the election that our decision desk is going to call this based on that exit poll. I want to make it clear that's not an unusual practice. You probably don't notice it a lot, like on a presidential election night, but a state like California will be called like this. We don't tend to pay much attention to it on a presidential election night because we're in the middle of North Carolina and Georgia and Wisconsin and showing you results from all the swing states. But there are a lot of states out there that are very lopsided states, either Democratic or Republican states. And when you get an exit poll that really just confirms that, the state will be called that quickly. So that is what you're seeing happening here. Our decision desk has made the determination based on what they've seen in the exit poll and some other data that they can call this for yes right away. And again, we will start seeing big batches of votes come in here very shortly.
All right.
Now too.
I say one super interesting thing that's coming out of our exit polls here, and I know I want to get to California, but when you talk about this redistricting, when you talk about the exit polls, as Steve does here, there was a really interesting data point because we asked, the exit pollers asked, do you think each state's congressional district lines should be drawn by the party in power or by a nonpartisan commission? Overwhelmingly, look at this, 92% of people said it should be a nonpartisan commission. And yet, look at the breakout here, right? More than half of those people who said they want to see a commission do it said they voted for Prop 8, for Prop 50, wanted to actually see California redraw these lines. What does that say? Due credit to our political unit, Ben Camisar, Bridget Bowman. Yeah. Partisanship can be a hell of a drug, right? That even as people say that they felt like they wanted this to be nonpartisan, these drawing lines, as we talked about, this has more to do than just redistricting, right? Like this is something that is going to be impactful beyond simply the lines on the map here. We talked about the Gavin Newsom impact, et cetera. It looks like California voters want to send a message here with this vote.
Well, I'm glad that you bring that up, Hallie, because it is fascinating. And it was one of the hurdles. You talked about this being a risky move on the part of Governor Gavin Newsom. It was one of the hurdles that he faced, making this argument to essentially go around the independent commission and redraw the maps of California. I want to go back out to Liz Kreutz in California, because, Liz, part of what Governor Newsom was contending with was the idea that initially some top Democrats had historically been opposed to the idea of redistricting. That includes former President Obama, who then said, no, he supports what Governor Gavin Newsom was doing here in California because the game has effectively changed.
Yeah, Kristen, I mean, when Governor Newsom first announced this, there was definitely a sense that this was going to be an uphill battle. Right now, up until now, there is this independent bipartisan redistricting commission that was put into place by former Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger, extraordinarily popular here in the state, that draws the congressional lines every 10 years. So this is overturning that. The big message here by Governor Newsom was that it would be just temporary. It's just for 2026, 2028, and 2030, and then it will revert back to this independent commission. He has stood by that. However, former California Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger says that he feels that's a scam. He has been adamantly against it. I'll toss it back to you, Kristen.
All right, Liz Kreutz, thank you so much. We do want to go to the headquarters of Zohran Mamdani. He's about to address his supporters there. The mayor-elect, 34 years old, Democratic socialist, and he has not yet approached the podium. But he ran on a campaign of affordability, promising to make things like bus fare free, government-run supermarkets, subsidized preschool for children. And Hallie, clearly that's a message that resonated not just in New Jersey, the message of affordability.
Sure, but
in these other races. But Zohran Mamdani, as a Democratic socialist, had a very specific, targeted message.
He did. And when you look at that message, young people it resonated with. And then there was something interesting here. I'm going to ask our team. I know we're juggling some graphics in the control room. I'm going to call for what I'm calling the manosphere graphic, or at least young men, for example, because when you look at our exit polling on young men, so this is men under the age of 30, right? In not just New York City here, but in New Jersey and in Virginia as well. How interesting is this, right? Abigail Spanberger, plus 14 there in New Jersey, and Mikey Sherrill, plus 10 in New York City. Mamdani, obviously, plus 40. I mean, way up there. Young men, when were we talking about young men in 2024 turning out for Donald Trump, right? Coming out for the Republican here. And so I think this is an interesting dynamic. Clearly, Zohran Mamdani tapped into it, but so did Abigail Spanberger and Mikey Sherrill, and I think that's worth noting.
Hogan, what do you make of those numbers?
I mean, young Democrat men voting for Democrat candidates. I don't know what to tell you. It just seems as though...
And yet, Trump was able to win some of them over.
Exactly.
Trump was able to win some of them over, but we're not talking about trumping on the ballot here. I understand that they used him in their campaign ads. I understand that they wanted to try and attack him to try and gain ground with some of those voters.
But you know why we're asking? I mean, because it gets to the point of, is the Trump coalition hanging together, or is the Trump coalition specific only to President Trump?
Well, that's why I think it's the latter. I think the Trump coalition is specific to Donald Trump, and I don't know if there's abilities within the Republican Party, because I would argue we have a deep bench. I know you would disagree, but I don't know anybody can capture what Donald Trump was able to capture, just like nobody on the Democrat side can capture what Barack Obama captured. They're completely different people. No one can capture what Bill Clinton was able to capture, because he was Bill Clinton. These people are just kind of singular political figures that it's really difficult to try and duplicate that, or even coalesce voters around a different candidate that isn't Donald Trump.
I kind of have more of a question than a comment, but it is Republicans have made the decision to stand with Donald Trump regardless. And because the calculation is that standing with Trump will turn out Trump voters when Republicans are on the ballot, even when Trump is not. So could that calculation start to shift from a legislative perspective, from a policy perspective, from an executive order perspective, if it's not going to work for them next year in the midterms?
Possibly so, because these people want to win elections. I do think, though, if you reject Trump, then you do so at your own peril, because you don't have that solid core base, at least to try and build upon. If you're trying to take some of these independents away, which you should want to do as a candidate, of course, and you want to be the governor of all the people and all those things, you still need to have at least a fired up base out there to get you to that point where you can say, all right, I'm solidly in the camp of all these Republicans. Now, how do I pick off other people and expand that tent? It's difficult to do.
It is. As we wait for Zohran Mamdani's speech, I do want to read, we're getting a new reaction from Chuck Schumer, who says, I congratulate Zohran Mamdani on his well-earned and historic victory. We have worked together on a number of vital issues, like delivering historic debt relief for taxi drivers. I look forward to building on that partnership to keep New York City strong, fair, more affordable,
now they're all gonna come around
thriving.
now that
Actually,
he's
he
popular.
never endorsed him. This is as far as he's leaned in to expressing support for Zohran Mamdani.
I mean, my advice to the Democratic Party is to take a a page out of Mamdani's playbook. And that is to come up with a crystallized agenda that is based on affordability. I mean, I was saying this earlier. The reality is, although we won tonight, won big, the NBC poll still shows that 53% of the American people disapprove and have negative opinions of the Democratic Party.
We won.
That signals that the party has a larger issue, larger
Wandering Kid,
issue.
the polls did
So my
close.
point is, you have
Sonoma
to start
County
to give
was
people
73%
something to vote
yes.
for,
Let's go.
not just something to vote against. And so what
Also,
Mamdani
Mamdani's
did
about to
so
speak.
well is he had an actual affordability agenda. So my point to Democrats is, when we come back, maybe at the beginning of the year, you've got to introduce a comprehensive agenda that everyone can buy into. That contrasts how we would handle the economy and how Donald Trump's failing to do so.
I agree with you 100%.
Oh, wow.
I do.
It passed, Jeff.
I feel like there's been some agreement there.
That's
passed.
right. That's right.
It passed as soon as they
In
announced
this
it.
way, I think Donald Trump has done a good job to this point of getting Democrats, for whatever reason, to be on the wrong side of 80-20 issues.
Yeah.
I think Mamdani comes in and says, no, here's what I want to do, right? I want to close Rikers Island and let out the criminals. I want to freeze rent control. I want to free buses. I want city-owned grocery stores. I want to legalize prostitution. I want to strengthen our sanctuary city laws. He's running on a Democrat socialist agenda, which, okay,
Nobody ever said
fine.
that stuff.
And I'm a little bit different than some of my Republican brethren in this way. It reminds me of the H.L. Mencken quote, democracy is the idea that common people know what they want and they deserve to get it good and hard. I say let him do all of these things, and within 3 years, you'll be begging for like a Giuliani 2.0.
Hey, listen, and I will say
Bring
this.
it back
Hey,
in
let
and
me say
fix
this. The Democratic Party said the same thing about Trump, and now we're saying tonight the American
That's
people
fair.
are saying,
It's
I
a gamble.
want something
It's
different.
a gamble, no question about it.
Leanne, to take that one step further, I mean, to some extent, and Sam Brock tried to get
You
at
did it.
this in
Thanks for
his
being here.
interview
Make sure you're
with
subscribed, by the way.
Congressman
I'm going to do a lot of live shows
are
now
there
that we're in the new
parallels
era of
between
America.
President Trump's populist message and Zohran Mamdani's socialist message in the way that it has resonated with voters? And this idea, if you think of some of Trump's policies, he's been accused by some fellow Republicans of having what they would perceive to be socialist policies. But the idea that, are there some parallels?
Yeah, there's obviously a populist string in this country that is becoming more vocal and more powerful and more demanding of policies that impact them. We saw this in Trump's election. We saw this tonight with Zohran Mamdani. This is the electorate that is feeling like they are left behind, that they are not given a chance, that they have lost their chance, that it's too hard to pay for their rent. You know, Donald Trump was asked if there's some parallels between him and Mamdani, and he said, well, I'm better looking than Mamdani.
So weird.
So, you know, there is some acknowledgement that charismatic people who can message really well and speak to voters win.
Yeah.
And that is an effective campaign, regardless of who you are campaigning.
And regardless of the label.
Against.
When you look at, as a big theme of the night has been, what is is there a takeaway to 2026 and what is it, right? I think it feels like, based on what we're seeing tonight, obviously it is the economic affordability, cost of living message. When you look at the exit polls in New York, of the voters who said cost of living was most important, which was the biggest issue by far, 63% went for Zohran Mamdani. In Virginia, of those voters who said, and you see those numbers here, it's actually at 66% as we continue to get these waves of exit polls in. In Virginia, economy was the most important issue. Those voters broke more than half, 52%. For Abigail Spanberger. In New Jersey, of those who said the economy was most important, 61% of them broke for Mikey Sherrill. Taxes was the number one issue in New Jersey, and those broke for Chitterelli. But it is clear that this is what voters are sort of screaming.
Official in
this
Cali.
is what matters to them,
Sophie.
and this is the decision.
We did it.
We have 1 minute left.
Throw an American flag in the chat right now.
I think that tonight was a big win for Democrats. I think the question always is, when you lose elections, what do you learn from those elections? And what Republicans need to do is figure out, is that coalition fractured because of the candidates were bad, the turnout apparatus was bad, the non-sexy parts of politics, the door knocking didn't work, or is it a broader issue with Republicans? I would argue it's not, and I think it was heading to the midterms, we're going to be coming with a big tailwind to try and win some of these people back.
Ashley, final thought to you.
I think tonight the question is whether or not this election smoked out Donald Trump. whether or not he'll accept and look himself in the mirror and say, I've got a problem, whether or not the Republican Party will come to him and say, we've got a bigger problem. Because the reality is when you look at the numbers, the coalition that the Democrats have built is incredibly broad swath. Secondly, it's all on the economy. It's the economy, stupid.
All right, guys, thank you so much for being here for a great
guys.
election night. We really appreciate it. I do want to thank all of you for being with us tonight. As we mentioned, we're still waiting for Mamdani to speak in New York City. NBC News Now will bring you that speech when it happens. Plus, so much more. Steve Kornacki, our special election night coverage on NBC News Now continues with Here's the Scoop right now.
Hey everybody, welcome to Here's the Scoop from NBC News. I'm Yasmin Vasugian. It is.
Let's see. Let's get. I want to see. Can we get some coverage of Mamdani's speech? Oh, here we go. He's got some intros ready.
And every time they led a canvass, and they were the ones welcoming new volunteers into our movement. They were the ones who helped inspire folks coming out to canvass for the first time. Without those 700 people who chose to step into leadership in an uncertain moment and try something new and scary, this field operation at this scale would not have happened. Those 700 people prove that leadership isn't about having all of the answers. It's about the willingness to step into the unknown and inspire others to imagine something better. So here are the numbers. Over 104,000 volunteers made over 4.4 million calls. At around noon today, a volunteer knocked our 3 millionth door. Over 700 field leads have led over 5,700 canvasses in 243 neighborhoods. 6,568 voters signed up to volunteer on the spot when they were canvassed by somebody. 8,389 voters signed up to volunteer when they were asked by a phone banker. These are unprecedented numbers. The bravery that you all have shown, that this field operation carried across all 5 boroughs, is going to transform our city. What all 100,400 of us have accomplished has rewritten the possibilities of mass democratic action. And it doesn't stop tonight. We all know that we won't stop at electing Zohran. We will continue to fight to bring the affordable of New York City to life. I am so excited to do that with all of you. And now I'm so honored to introduce the person you've been waiting to hear.
Oh boy.
We've worked for many years to bring about change in New York City that it so urgently needs. He's been a friend, and he is the next mayor of the greatest city on earth, Zohran Mamdani.
Here we go. Wow, great move for yourself.
The sun may have set over our city this evening, but as Eugene Debs once said, I can see the dawn of a better day for humanity. For as long as we can remember, the working people of New York have been told by the wealthy and the well-connected that power does not belong in their hands. Fingers bruised from lifting boxes on the warehouse floor, palms calloused from delivery bike handlebars, knuckles scarred with kitchen burns. These are not hands that have been allowed to hold power. And yet over the last 12 months, you have dared to reach for something greater. Tonight, against all odds, we have grasped it. The future is in our hands.
We did it.
My friends, we have toppled a political dynasty.
Yes! Victory!
I wish Andrew Cuomo only the best in private life. But let tonight be the final time I utter his name. As we turn the page on a politics that abandons the many and answers only to the few.
This is a great speech so far.
New York, tonight you have delivered a mandate for change.
A mandate for change.
A mandate for a new kind of politics. A mandate for a city we can afford. And a mandate for a government that delivers exactly that. On January 1st, I will be sworn in as the mayor of New York City. And that is because of you. So before I say anything else, I must say this. Thank you. Thank you to the next generation of New Yorkers who refused to accept that the promise of a better future was a relic of the past. You showed that when politics speaks to you without condescension, we can usher in a new era of leadership. We will fight for you because we are you. Or as we say on Steinway, ana minkum wa ilaykum.
Oh yeah, I don't know what that means, but it sounds good.
Thank you to those so often forgotten by the politics of our city who made this movement their own. I speak of Yemeni bodega owners and Mexican abuelas, Senegalese taxi drivers and Uzbek nurses, Trinidadian line cooks and Ethiopian aunties. Yes, aunties.
Do you understand what that is? He's talking about how he was discussing how his auntie faced a lot of Islamophobia, a lot of racism in the wake of 9/11 for wearing her, Muslim headscarf, and people were saying, "Oh, your auntie suffered. What about the people who died in 9/11?" It's like he wasn't equating the two. He wasn't discrediting the people who tragically passed away. He was just saying that in the years following 9/11, pain continued.
Every New Yorker in Kensington and Midwood and Hunts Point, know this. This city is your city, and this democracy is yours too.
He was so ready to make this speech.
This campaign is about people like Wesley, an 1199 organizer I met outside of Elmhurst Hospital on Thursday night, a New Yorker who lives elsewhere, who commutes 2 hours each way from Pennsylvania because rent is too expensive in this city. It's about people like the woman I met on the BX33 years ago, who said to me, I used to love New York, but now it's just where I live.
Damn.
And it's about people like Richard, the taxi driver I went on a 15-day hunger strike with outside of City Hall, who still has to drive his cab 7 days a week. My brother, we are in City Hall now. This victory is for all of them, and it's for all of you. The more than 100,000 volunteers who built this campaign into an unstoppable force. Because of you, we will make this city one that working people can love and live in again.
Hey, thank you for the $3 super chat.
With every door knocked, every petition signature earned, and every hard-earned conversation, you eroded the cynicism that has come to define our politics.
No more cynicism.
Now I know that I have asked for much from you over this last year.
Now it's time to give.
Time and again, you have answered my calls. But I have one final request.
Oh, what could this be?
New York City, breathe this moment in.
That's special.
We have held our breath for longer than we know. We have held it in anticipation of defeat. Held it because the air has been knocked out of our lungs too many times to count. Held it because we cannot afford to exhale. Thanks to all of those who sacrificed so much, we are breathing in the air of a city that has been reborn.
This is the kind of speech that literally needs to be studied in like AP literature and like just advanced English classes. This is a masterclass of just the English language. So much emotion in these words.
To my campaign team, who believed when no one else did, and who took an electoral project and turned it into so much more, I will never be able to express the depth of my gratitude. You can sleep now. To my parents, Mama and Baba, you have made me into the man I am today. I am so proud to be your son. And to my incredible wife, Rama, Hayati, there is no one I would rather have by my side in this moment and in every moment.
That's sweet.
To every New Yorker, whether you voted for me, for one of my opponents, or felt too disappointed by politics to vote at all, thank you for the opportunity to prove myself worthy of your trust. I will wake each morning with a singular purpose: to make this city better for you than it was the day before. There are many who thought this day would never come, who feared that we would be condemned only to a future of less, with every election consigning us simply to more of the same. And there are others who see politics today as too cruel for the flame of hope to still burn. New York, we have answered those fears.
What the hell is that?
Tonight we have spoken in a clear voice. Hope is alive.
Hope is alive! Hope is alive!
Hope is a decision that tens of thousands of New Yorkers made day after day. volunteer shift.
This is like chapter 2 to the Obama speeches of like Obama was elected, things were so hopeful, everything was so good, and then the Trump era has been like the dark ages of America. Things are just so sinister, and now he's saying, "Wait, hope is alive. We have hope again."
After volunteer shift, despite attack ad after attack ad.
Hope is alive.
More than 1 million of us stood in our churches, in gymnasiums, in community centers, as we filled in the ledger of democracy.
Democracy!
And while we cast our ballots alone, we chose hope together.
Together!
Hope over tyranny. Hope over big money and small ideas. Hope over despair. We won because New Yorkers allowed themselves to hope that the impossible could be made possible.
Yes.
And we won because we insisted that no longer would politics be something that is done to us. Now it is something that we do.
Just feel like I'm in the crowd right now. Just let me enjoy this. I'm just having fun.
Standing before you, I think of the words of Jawaharlal Nehru. A moment comes but rarely in history when we step out from the old to the new, when an age ends and when the soul of a nation long suppressed finds utterance. Tonight we have stepped out from the old into the new. So let us speak now with clarity and conviction that cannot be misunderstood about what this new age will deliver and for whom. This will be an age where New Yorkers expect from their leaders a bold vision of what we will achieve, rather than a list of excuses for what we are too timid to attempt.
Hope is alive!
Central to that vision will be the most ambitious agenda to tackle the cost of living crisis that this city has seen since the days of Fiorello LaGuardia.
Yes, sir!
An agenda that will freeze the rents for more than 2 million rent-stabilized tenants.
It's been a total sweep!
Make buses fast and free. And deliver universal child care across our city. Years from now, may our only regret be that this day took so long to come. This new age will be one of relentless improvement. We will hire thousands more teachers.
Yes, more teachers.
We will cut waste from a bloated bureaucracy. We will work tirelessly to make lights shine again in the hallways of NYCHA developments where they have long flickered. Safety and justice will go hand in hand as we work with police officers to reduce crime and create a department of community safety that tackles the mental health crisis and homelessness crises head on.
Head on.
Excellence will become the expectation across government, not the exception. In this new age we make for ourselves, we will refuse to allow those who traffic in division and hate to pit us against one another. In this moment of political darkness, New York will be the light. Here, we believe in standing up for those we love. Whether you are an immigrant, a member of the trans community, one of the many black women that Donald Trump has fired from a federal job, a single mom still waiting for the cost of groceries to go down,
I'm still waiting too.
or anyone else with their back against the wall.
My back's against the
Your
wall.
struggle is ours too.
Look, you guys might think I'm like living a good life, a cushy life, because I'm a political streamer. Like, this is all new for me. I'm still I'm still living paycheck to paycheck. I need an affordability agenda that Donald Trump promised. My groceries are so expensive. My rent is unbelievable. Car payments, student loans, okay? This life is not affordable for people my age. That's why Mamdani has got all these young people so excited. It's because maybe finally somebody will actually hear our needs and help us live an affordable life.
And we will build a city hall that stands steadfast alongside Jewish New Yorkers and does not waver in the fight against the scourge of anti-Semitism.
Yes.
Where the more than 1 million Muslims know that they belong.
Yes. Yes.
Not just in the 5 boroughs of this city, but in the halls of power.
Yes. Exactly. This is a national.
No more will New York be a city where you can traffic in Islamophobia and win an election. This new age will be defined by a competence and a compassion that have too long been placed at odds with one another. We will prove that there is no problem too large for government to solve and no concern too small for it to care about. For years, those in City Hall have only helped those who can help them. But on January 1st, we will usher in a city government that helps everyone. Now, I know that many have heard our message only through the prism of misinformation.
Sophie says, you're so right, but you're also in the right path to become one of the big political commentators of your generation. Hey, I appreciate that. Look, this is only happening because clearly what I'm saying is relatable to everybody. I mean, I just feel like we're all feeling the same thing, and more people, are finally coming out and saying it. And it's scary, making myself a target. And there's a lot of risk involved, but I just feel like there's no point in just living life as usual. The country's in trouble, and if we don't do something drastic, we're going to lose our country.
Tens of millions of dollars have been spent to redefine reality and to convince our neighbors that this new age is something that should frighten them. As has so often occurred, the billionaire class has sought to convince those making $30 an hour that their enemies are those earning $20 an hour. They want the people to fight amongst ourselves so that we remain distracted from the work of remaking a long broken system. We refuse to let them dictate the rules of the game anymore. They can play by the same rules as the rest of us.
Exactly.
Together, we will usher in a generation of change. And if we embrace this brave new course, rather than fleeing from it, we can respond to oligarchy and authoritarianism with the strength it fears, not the appeasement it craves. After all, if anyone can show a nation betrayed by Donald Trump how to defeat him, it is the city that gave rise to him. And if there is any way to terrify a despot, it is by dismantling the very conditions that allowed him to accumulate power.
Destroy the Trump regime! Destroy
This is
them.
not only how we stop Trump, it's how we stop the next one.
There's going to be an next one. Understand that. It could be Vance.
So Donald Trump, since I know you're watching, I have 4 words for you. Turn the volume up.
Wow! That's insane. Wow.
We will hold bad landlords to account because the Donald Trumps of our city have grown far too comfortable taking advantage of their tenants. We will put an end to the culture of corruption that has allowed billionaires like Trump to evade taxation and exploit tax breaks. We will stand alongside unions and expand labor protections because we know, just as Donald Trump does, that when working people have ironclad rights, the bosses who seek to extort them become very small indeed. New York will remain a city of immigrants, a city built by immigrants, powered by immigrants, and as of tonight, led by an immigrant.
We did it! Holy shit. This country's about to change. Look, understand this, folks.
So here,
we're not out of the woods yet. We're not out of the darkness yet. Things could get worse. Things could get worse in direct backlash to this. But we will get out of this. We will get out of this.
me, President Trump, when I say this, to get to any of us, you will have to get through all of us. When we enter City Hall in 58 days, expectations will be high. We will meet them. A great New Yorker once said that while you campaign in poetry, you govern in prose. If that must be true, let the prose we write still rhyme, and let us build a shining city for all. A new path, as bold as the one we have already traveled. After all, the conventional wisdom would tell you that I am far from the perfect candidate. I am young, despite my best efforts to grow older. I am Muslim. I am a democratic socialist. And most damning of all, I refuse to apologize for any of this.
Let's fucking go!
And yet, if tonight teaches us anything, it is that convention has held us back. We have bowed at the altar of caution, and we have paid a mighty price. Too many working people cannot recognize themselves in our party. And too many among us have turned to the right for answers to why they've been left behind. We will leave mediocrity in our past. No longer will we have to open a history book for proof that Democrats can dare to be great. Our greatness will be anything but abstract. It will be felt by every rent-stabilized tenant who wakes up on the first of every month, knowing the amount they're going to pay hasn't soared since the month before. It will be felt by each grandparent who can afford to stay in the home they have worked for, and whose grandchildren live nearby because the cost of childcare didn't send them to Long Island. It will be felt by the single mother who is safe on her
passed in his state tonight, and we expect to be seeing him at.
I guess we were slightly behind.
Who can help them? That helps everyone.
Where were we?
Only through the prism of misinformation. Tens of millions of dollars have been spent to redefine reality and to convince our neighbors that this new age is something that should frighten them. As has so often occurred, the billionaire class has sought to convince those making $30 an hour that their enemies are those earning $20 an hour. They want the people to fight amongst ourselves so that we remain distracted from the work of remaking a long broken system. We refuse to let them dictate the rules of the game anymore. They can play by the same rules as the rest of us.
That's right.
Together, we will usher in a generation of change. And if we embrace this brave new course, rather than fleeing from it, we can respond to oligarchy and authoritarianism with the strength it fears, not the appeasement it craves.
That's right. Yes.
After all,
Nick, all the justices in the Pennsylvania Supreme Court were retained. Another Democratic victory.
If anyone can show a nation betrayed by Donald Trump how to defeat him, it is the city that gave rise to him.
Yeah.
And if there is any way to terrify a despot, it is by dismantling the very conditions that allowed him to accumulate power. This is not only how we stop Trump, it's how we stop the next one. So Donald Trump, since I know you're watching,
how did we get so far behind?
I have 4 words for you. Turn the volume up.
That was the best part. He knew people would love that. Well, more history with that historic speech from Zohran. I wonder what's happening now on... This is awesome. This is just everything going on right now is just going according to plan. Yeah, Juanita, the justices, we won that. We voted yes. Oh, wow. Everything is going so great.
Him quote, didn't mention the person by name, but quoted a famous Democrat who said that we campaign in poetry, we govern in prose. That's a famous quote from Mario Cuomo, Andrew's father.
Oh, I didn't get that. He quoted Mario Cuomo? Damn, that's pretty savage. He's so ruthless to Cuomo. It's unbelievable. I mean, Cuomo deserves it for the way he's treated Mamdani. The whole entire situation has ended up becoming so toxic. So toxic. Do I think Gavin will speak tonight? I do. Yeah, there's actually there's a feed that will show he will speak tonight. I bet he'll probably speak maybe in like the next 20-30 minutes. But folks, I think that's it for me tonight. I must call it. I've been going for almost 6 hours now, one of the longest streams of this show's history. Thank you for being here. Hey, before I go, last chance, feel free to send a super chat, become a member. You can support the show, $1, $5. I'm an independent content creator, help support my work. Going on to the 6th hour of the show, about to go order some dinner. Thanks to everybody who helped to super chat earlier so I can do that. And look, thank you for being here. Make sure you're subscribed. You can do that for free. That way you never miss another show. This week, I don't think I'll be going live again because I'm mostly going to focus on just posting content of everything that just transpired and recapping and talking about what's next. We are not out of the woods, but we have a lot to do, and there's been a lot of hope tonight. So as you can tell, my brain is getting fried too from sitting here for so long. So I'm going to go now. I'm going to go right now. But yeah, make sure, last chance, become a member, subscribe, buy me a coffee. Hey, Angel, thanks for the last minute $2. Appreciate you. Thanks for being here. Thanks for watching. I'm glad you're here. And look, if you want to make sure you follow... Yes, exactly. There's going to be a lot of clips from this because I know not everybody was here for all 6 hours. So I'm going to post some clips. I'm going to post Mamdani's speech. I'm going to post the Mamdani news and, of course, the governor's races as well. And look, if you're new here, follow on TikTok for sure and Instagram. Those are my 2 main ones. But Substack as well. If you go to Substack, that's linked to my subscription. You could subscribe, and it's my newsletter. So you get emails when I post videos. And I also do written articles too. You can become a $5 subscriber on Substack as well for more exclusive articles. So thanks for supporting my work. Thanks for being such patriotic Americans, doing the right thing, fighting for this country, fighting for our democracy. It's been a great day. I knew today would go well, but I didn't think it would go quite this well. And maybe that's the cynicism in me.